don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. Dump it. Charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop and blood on it, especially up to his ankles. Trump charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop. Goblin vomit and slop. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, succubus with goblins, in bed with a goblin. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin.
I always think it's great to start off with an Alex Jones meme. Welcome on, when it comes in. So a couple of these at the moment. We'll wait for that a little bit. We're looking at going into day 23. Lots of smoke this time. I'm sure Bushy was making excuses for why he couldn't see the volcano, so we'll be looking at that. I think we're going to do Bushcraft Bear in an hour from now. So 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll start covering bushcraft. Just wait for a few more people to get in. Welcome all those coming in. If you do me a favor, and normally I don't ask this, I just say it like, once in the beginning, just to get the ball rolling, to press that like button. That way we can get, it's kind of a snowball effect that allows, for a good 15, 25 people in here, and we have a good chat. So I would appreciate it. Looks like I got some sound issues to deal with and things like that, so I just got online. Just give me a few moments to set all this up, make sure it's all good to go. While we wait, while I set all that up and stop being a boomer, this is Hotel California by the Gypsy Kings. I promise it'll come on. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of there.
Por el camino del desierto, el viento me despeina, suave aroma de colita, nada del aire, ella de lo lejos, una luz entera, la idea de mezclar, te vi por en la noche, ella estaba a la entrada y la campana de sonar, y me dijo ya mismo que esto puedo del cielo. Ella se me una vela y nuestra de camino. Soy vos el corredor y yo te dije diciendo.
Oh, that light, was this the lightning from last night? There was one point where it was friggin' crazy.
Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely place. Ella dorado que brillaba de una Mercedes, rodea chico guapo, ella mame amigo, cuando va en el patio, perfuma de verano, a que viene para recordar y otra para olvidar, le pide el capitán que sirva el vino, y me dijo no hemos tenido este alcohol, desde sentí de nueve, la voz se quede llamando, desde yo a despertar, la noche para decir, welcome to the Hotel California, such a lovely place, such a lovely place, welcome to the Hotel California, such a lovely place, such a lovely place, el espejo en el techo, la champana en el hielo, y ella dijo, somos todos prisioneros, por propia voluntad, y a los cuatro principales hacen su siesta, atacan a la bestia, pero no la logra matar. Mi último recuerdo, corearse de la puerta, debió encontrar el camino por donde había llegado, relación de portero, con eso no recibí, puede salir cuando quiere, pero nunca de partir. Welcome to the Hotel California, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Welcome to the Hotel California, such a lovely place, such a lovely place.
Hello guys and welcome to the stream. Turn this down a little bit. It's always when I don't think about the autoplay. I will keep it down anyways. So how is everybody doing today? I want to say hello to the people in chat at the moment. Be kind always. Dano the Mano, however you say it. Kung Fatty, it's good to see you. Why isn't this Volcano making basalt? Interesting. Have a wrench. We give out the wrench so basically so that you can drop memes and links and stuff like that. So for those that are coming in and they see all wrenches, don't be intimidated by the chat. Ryan Sip, good to see you, my friend. Bushy, I know you like watching Bushy videos, so we'll be doing a bushcraft video at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so it's a little under 50 minutes now. We're going to do a quick update on things. quick disclaimer for those that are just new to this channel. I love geology, but I'm not a geologist, so I'm not an expert or anything like that, but I do remember the dynamics. I went to school, high school and took an advanced course for it, and kind of fell in love with just staring at rocks. So I may know like a little bit extra than the average person, but I'm no expert or anything like that. That's why we always welcome as much discussion in the chat as possible, so we can get through what's true, what's fake, and all that stuff. And we do keep an open chat, so keep that in mind. If you are easily offended, may not be the best chat for you, but that's okay. That's okay. Please still know that you're welcome. Kung Fatty, it's such a great name. Justice for Gabby, good to see you. Have a Wrench. Amelia Barker. Sup crew, you know, this is it. Here we are, just starting up. You see the link I posted? Let me check. 1 second. I will have to get to that in just 1 second. I want to do an update earthquake update. This is what happens when you learn French, see? You screw up your head for sentence structure. I wish I could ask Bushcraft if it's a mantle plume to watch him dance around it. Well, we know it's a mantle plume, right? Like that one's pretty known. It's a mantle plume creating a hot spot. So we'll see. I got banned from many chats for saying mantle plume, ironically seeing trust the science bigot. Yeah, I know. I did. Wow. Well, I mean, it's there. It's there. It's a mantle plume that heats up a hot spot. And it creates this network of sills and dikes that bring up magma. So I don't know why you're getting kicked for saying mantle plume. It's perfectly scientific. Still small voice, good to see you as well. I am too. Also, no degree in it. Yeah, the thing with geology is, man, it's more about the dynamics that's going on of all the different factors at play, and that becomes a little bit more, but the problem is there's a lot of terms that I forget because it's been about 15 years, and earth science is very termy, jargony. It's filled with jargon. Maybe not so much as like biology or something like that, but it's up there. Okay, bit of Rasputin to start off. We're just going to wait for another couple more people and get this show on the road. A quick earthquake check. Just do the old refresh on this. Just be 1 second. Hey, what you doing? Go up on the screen. Get up there. So how we looking? A rather deep one in the Strait of Gibraltar. I don't normally look at Gibraltar, but it is kind of interesting how deep that is. It's way in there though. It's like right below Gibraltar. Alright, so yeah, it's probably too far away for it to matter. If it was like further west, then I would cover it, but that's looking way different. Okay, so Canary Islands, we're looking at it, one here with a depth of 33 at a 2.8. This was 49 minutes ago, at which there were another 3 after that. This was all within an hour. And the last hour we saw this we're seeing this pick up after having some stagnated intervals. We'll see how long this goes. Let's just sort this real quick. Okay, so these are the ones, like these ones are okay. 11 to 14, even 15 is okay. When you're seeing 2.5 to even a 3.5, these are okay. The ones that you're worried about are the 33s with more pressure coming into the system. 40 kilometers of depth. These are depth in kilometers. At a 3.4, so that's nothing to sneeze at either. I mean, it's not sleeping. The mantle plume down below is certainly continuing to push more up. Another one, 38, 3.1. It's common. See, it's 40, 3.4, 33. Another at 40, 3.7. La Laguna. And 73, so that's actually off the coast, if I'm not mistaken. It's quite east. Off the coast, I think. Yeah, we're popping and flowing here, ladies and gentlemen. This looks like, it's not like we've seen this before, but we've seen this before it goes crazy. So, another fun day or two at the very least to come. It'd be great if Lisa comes in here and we get any words from locals. If you have any information on how the locals are dealing with this, things like this, because we're getting also the feeling that the authorities are not doing nearly enough of a good job in response to this earthquake and earthquake crisis and volcano eruption. So any information like that, please feel free to post in with us. Optimus Maximus, if we plug the holes, will there be enough pressure to build up for a big kaboom? Well, it's kind of like trying to plug up a gun, right? Like, do you have something that can plug up a gun? Because other than welding it, it doesn't work. I certainly wouldn't put my finger in a gun. Concerning enough that Russia and U.S. have been running simulations on it in the past, on the space stations for the past half century. Pole shift theory is talking about that. Yeah, and they definitely mentioned it. It could happen. It looks like it already has, in the past. So, but am I like I know it's happened in the past, but I don't know. It wasn't something I was taught in my geology class. There's stuff that you find on Discovery before it went totally haywire. Yeah, Gib is important. So yeah, this is supposed to at least continue, right? And one thing I am noticing is the threes are becoming a lot more common down below. These strong ones. 2.8, 3.4, 3.1. Okay, 3.7. Right? These aren't weak quakes. Okay, both get stuck in the chamber. Alright, my friends, that was the earthquake update. If it's constant with what we've been seeing, is that we're looking at another reload. It's going nowhere. It's not calming down. It's not stopping. I don't see anything that's going to cause a mega tsunami or anything like that, of course, but it's not going away. It's crazy. Yeah, the quakes I saw there, yeah, certainly send me over the map and we'll look it up. I think I had Ryan Sip give me a video. We're going to look at this now. Just give me a moment.
lagoon in Tazacorte, close to Tazacorte. Here you see another checkpoint. You see many roads are closed here. Only the locals, people who live here, that can enter. And here in lagoon, evacuation continues. Many people are being still evacuated from this area. See,
Just say I'm gonna shut up this music before it plays something else. This is really important. Thank you, Ryan.
see, those people are evacuating their stuff. They're very close to the lava flows.
So La Laguna is just south of Los Llanos, I think. And I think just east of Tazacorte. So you can look up those words or whatnot, and you can find this is very close to the main population of the city. As you can see, it's much more urban. It's not just like out in the boons like before. And these checkpoints, we've been getting reports of this for weeks now, and we're finally seeing one up close here. So it only took us 3 weeks to get something besides bushcraft bears BS. This is what's really going on in here. And they're doing an evacuation now of La Laguna. The 12th. The 12th of October. This has been going since the 19th of September. Unreal.
So it's not like Iceland. You see, it's very different eruption here. See, this guy is moving his stuff away. Many trucks coming with furniture, and there's this one.
Sorry about the noise. This is the loudest video I've ever heard, but
You see it? There you see houses burning.
oh man, it's like, yeah, you're seeing it hit just over the hills. You don't know when it's coming. Get the heck out of Dodge. This should have been done weeks ago.
So
Look at that ash. What's going into their lungs under lockdown? What's going into their lungs every time there's a gust of wind?
things are very serious here, as you see.
Thank you for this base muchacho. Or is it a muchacho, or is it another guy? Today I visited Guten Tag. Oh, is it another German? La Laguna. Oh, this is actually... I think La Laguna is actually like on the outside of Los Llanos. Like, it's the surrounding area. It's not like that big city core, I don't think. But it might be on the ends of it. I'm pretty sure La Laguna is a little bit to the south, though. Right, this is normal. This is normal. Very normal. Don't worry. You can come here for tourism.
Spanish press. Lots of ash all around.
Look at that.
This truck is moving refrigerators and all kinds of stuff away. Another one. This is how it looks in real here in Lagunen.
Dang straight in real area. This is real footage, not this bullshit bear. Dang it, I told myself I wouldn't swear. This is what's really going on. People at the last minute being forced out for evacuation when there could have been preparation for this for weeks on end. And what do we see for response? What do we see for response from like these mainstream channels? They like have these little close-up zooms of refrigerators on trucks coming in. Where are you going to put the refrigerators? Where are you going to put them?
Evacuation of goods.
Yeah, a complete disaster zone. How is this not a state of emergency? How is this not a state of emergency? This is a neighborhood of the largest town on the island. The largest city. It's a city. Los Llanos is a city, not a town. It's quite large for you know, a little tropico land or whatever. Disgusting. This is the stuff they've been hiding, by the way. Just like to the last minute and then shift everybody out. Where do you put them? You stash them in like some hotel complex that's going to become their home for the rest of their life?
Is the evacuation of a restaurant bar.
Oh yeah, be kind. No offense to Germans that go there. I just want to hear from a muchacho. I want to hear his opinion on these things. I'd say at least some of the people working in the tourist section, the sector, you know, they can all, like, I would say that most of them speak English. We're getting nobody but Germans, German tourists. I don't want to hear German tourists. I'm sick of that accent, to be honest. And don't get me wrong, I do love that accent on a girl. I really do like the German accent, but I'm sick of hearing it here on this island is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, this is what we're seeing here. Someone mentioned what's going on to their water supply. Yep. Yeah. Oh, but don't worry, they're going to build some pipes. It's okay now that it's over and done with, right? Or now that it's already happened and they don't have water. BB didn't mention the water pipes down below are destroyed. I think he did mention that there was a cut to it when he was talking about how they have new stations coming, guys. Don't worry, because there was, you know, the water pipe broke. That was like how he kind of brought it up. He was like, the response is amazing to the water pipes that just broke that I've never told you about until right now. Yeah, that's the old bushy bear. Thank you very much, Ryan Sip, for passing that in. If you have any more footage like that, please put that in there. Also, just up above, I forgot to shill this. We have a new Discord. Am I able to like show it? I think you can. They have it on like streamer mode, so I don't know what it shows and what it doesn't. But basically, let's see if I can make this a bit bigger. Paste. It's a good place because, you know, links sometimes get lost in the YouTube chat. Sometimes I play a song that disables the show or whatever after it's live. So I thought that this would be a good thing to have. You can drop in information on earthquakes and volcanoes and stuff like that. Maybe something on Bushy Bear or other mind control or other cults. And then just a general chat for everybody, memes, red pills, stuff like that. So if you'd like to join, it is indeed open. We're going to be a little bit more strict there after a while, I think, because I do know how shills love to derail Discord servers. So, I mean, just as long as everybody's behaving themselves, there's no real issues. So yeah, you can join that if you like. Sure, there's another couple seconds left of this. Just look at this. Apparently this was fine to live in for almost a month. Gutentag just went over on a ferry. They said that tourism was halted on the 8th. Spaniards do not learn English in public schools like in other countries. You need to go to private school for English. Yeah, for sure. But I'm talking about, like, you know, specifically tourist areas. They probably have a few. At least a few speaking English there. Yeah, and it is tragic to watch. It is. And this is what's been hidden from us. I mean, listen, this is the first time I've seen footage like this, to be honest with you. Like, you get a glimpse of, like, these roadblocks sometimes in Bushy's videos when he pretends to go out on town. But you don't see what's happening, because he just, you know, he spins his camera around. He's like, hello, my dear viewers. Oh, there's a couple nice police guards there. Everything is fine. Everything normal. See, bar open. Right? Meanwhile, this is what's going on. Or the kinds of things that are going on. Someone's lying to you. Probably why it's mostly Germans reporting. Yeah, I just wish we had more than German tourists talking to us, that's for sure. Welcome, Honeybee. Good to see you. So, let's take a look at the volcano at the moment. Looks like we're going into a massive, well, we've been in a massive smoke phase. We're back to this wall of ash, which I'm sure is just amazing for the people that are right next to the lava flow and to the volcano to breathe in. Got another 25 minutes before bushcraft. I think I'm going to play a song there. Just take a quick break, let a few people, I guess, get comfy. This is Goldfinger, Superman.
anymore. Yeah, I'm really not sure. I know I'm running circles, but I can't quit. And I'm so confused about what to do. Sometimes I wanna throw it all away, control everything in sight. Feeling weak, I don't feel right. Telling me I have to change, telling me to act my age. What if all that I can do is just sit and watch time go? Then I'll have to say goodbye. Life's too short to watch it fly. So watch it fly. So here I am, growing older all the time, looking older all the time, feeling younger in my mind. Here I am, doing everything I can, holding on to what I am, pretending I'm a superman. Don't let them fool you, or even try to school you. Oh no.
I have the latest news for you. We will talk about some fake news. We will talk about some facts.
If what you're thinking is not right, love would never leave us alone. I in the darkness, you must come out the light. Could you be loved and be loved? Could you be loved, oh yeah, and be
And even now I can feel it in my eyes. And even now I can feel it in my eyes. So today it's not very comfortable up here on this hill.
Don't let them change ya. Or even rearrange ya. Oh no. Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Oh, we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Working so hard like a soldier, can't afford a thing on TV. Deep in my heart I abhor ya. Can't get food for the kid. Good God, we gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Oh, we gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Oh, we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Who is to blame in one country? Never can get to the one. Dealing in multiplication, and they still can't feed everyone. Oh no, we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Oh no, we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Out in the street, out in the street, out in the playground, in the dark side of town. Oh, we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. Hey, we're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. Oh yeah, rock it in the daytime, Electric Avenue. Rock it in the night, take it higher. Electric Avenue. Rock it in my yard, Electric Avenue.
That was Eddie Grant's Electric Avenue. This is the Proclaimers. The song before that was Could You Be Loved by Bob Marley.
I'm on my way from misery to happiness today. I'm on my way from misery to happiness today. I'm on my way to what I want.
Oh no, that wasn't a new Shockwave. It's just the Shockwave. This was like on day 3 when everybody was like, it's over. Look, it's already expended. And boom.
The from yonder is what you gave to me the day I wonder. I'm on my way to what I want from this world, and years from now you'll make it to the next world, and everything that you receive from yonder is what you gave to me the day I wonder. I'm on my way. 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 I'm on my way.
Okay. So, if you have a specific request as for which video of him that you would like to watch, please drop it in, type in Avidon in the chat, and we will go through it. Once again, that was the Proclaimers. I'm on my way. Welcome to those that are coming in. We're currently looking at a very ploomy phase with some black smoke here. This would be indicating some further collapse within, I think. Where it's coming from is not looking good. I don't know if you guys saw this morning. That was no joke. Let's go on. Did it show it down here? I'll swap out this for the Volcano one, but let me just take a look real quick from a few hours ago. Just look how smoky it was. Right? This is normal. This is obviously normal. You can live in that, right? No big deal. You can see it's like start to dissipate there. I'm just rewinding it back, but I don't know if it's caught it when it was at its like thickest. Yeah, you can. Yeah, there you go. You can see it there. Just real quick, this is from a couple, well, 10 hours ago, 11 hours ago. You can see how much smoke was coming. And notice where it's happening. Okay, you got Vinny down here, the main. Well, it's the lava parasitic vent. This one right here, you can't see it very well because of the clouds, I know, but you can see some pressure come out of there. That is kind of acting like the main vent where it was. But yesterday, something happened in the early morning, and we're getting a ton of smoke come out through the back. At first, we thought it was a collapse. It might be partially due to a collapse, but for it to be pushing out this much for so long, I don't know if it continued to do so, because at this point, it's just this blue sulfur haze that you get here. Can't see anything. Look at this. Finally, hours later, it starts to kind of dissipate a bit, but where does it go? Looks like the clouds are going this way, to the east, to their east, which means that's going over Mazo and Breña Baja and Alta. So, you know, these people are under lockdown and they're being fed toxic fumes for lunch. Yep, and you can see it again still 5 hours way in the back here. And Vinny has just been non-stop. This stream doesn't end, so where's it going? Okay, and then as as dusk falls, we can see right here, you got your old Vinny. This is the vent that was acting like the main vent for a good bit. But now in the back here, we have another one that we did see beforehand as well. But right now you can see it's picking up power. I think that's what we see up at top left. So that's the development of the cones. Further destruction, indeed. Imminent. All this smoke, man. This is not good for the people of La Palma. Let's just put it that way. Okay. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes and counting. It's all good. I got the 2 latest videos ready to go right here. We will get into that. Do 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 do. We'll hit another song before we get into it. Let's go with some Mischief Brew, Coffee God, and Cigarettes.
I used to worship whiskey, now I only drink the Lord. And I take my coffee cream and 7 sugars. Before we meet, we stand out on the sidewalk as it pours. Swapping one addiction for another. Coffee, God, and cigarettes are all that I need. It's all that I need just to break this routine. Coffee, God, and cigarettes are all that you need. It's all that you need just to be as free as me. When I run into me old friends still drinking from that cup, I never stay here too long lest I be tempted. I say, you know you drink the devil's brew, you know it's just a crutch. No longer must you live your life dependent. You need coffee, God, and cigarettes are all that I need. It's all that I need just to break this routine. Coffee, God, and cigarettes are all that you need. It's all that you need just to be as free as me. What made me give? Turn off the road that ends at the cliff. Took the car out for a spin. Crashed the party, blood run thin. Was it waking up with 50 stitches in my gourd? Was it dreaming about bourbon in the trauma ward? Well, I knew I was surely gonna end up dead if I didn't embrace coffee, God, and cigarettes. Coffee, God, and cigarettes are all that I need. It's all that I need just to break this routine. Coffee, God, and cigarettes are all that you need. It's all that you need just to be as free as me. I'm going to help for that one.
Then you better come in. It's just ability, that reason that we're so thin. Living and dying, and the stories that are true. Sink into a collapse, knowing when you're through. Black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. The boys are time bomb. Black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. The boys are time bomb. Well, it's back in the hole where they got him living like a rabbit. He's smarter than that. 9 lives like a cat. 15 years old, take them to the youth authority home. First thing you learn, you gotta make it in this world alone. Black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. The boys are time bomb. Black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. The boys are time bomb. Now he's gone out, he got free, he got a coat, got a car. He's 21 years old, he's running numbers from the bar. He's paid his people, he's getting deep in whatever he can move on, and you know that kid's a creepy. Black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. The boys are time bomb. Black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac. The boys are time bomb. The boys are time bomb. From the razor left and tattooed below his eye. His mother cries, she knows that he is strong enough to die. He's rolling in the Cadillac, his midnight, some roof is down. 3 shots right out of here and dead, the new king is crowned. Black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac, yeah. The boys are time bomb. Black coat, white shoes, black hat,
That was Rancid, and we are at 7 o'clock, which means bushcrafting time. Lisa, I do see that you have... Oh, go away, music. I'm such a boomer. I don't know how to turn off autoplay. I do see that you have a picture shown. I will get to it right after we do this segment. We're going to get into some bushcrafting now. Stand by for intro, and we'll pull up his daytime. We'll go into his nighttime. We'll blow through them. Get him out of the way. Let's see. This is our intro for the day.
Hello, my
folks.
dear viewers. Hello, my dear viewers. Hello, my dear viewers. This is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live here from the Canary Islands, La Palma. I have the latest news for you. We will talk about some fake news. We will talk about some facts. Things are getting a little bit worse. If you look down to the beautiful city Los Llanos, you can see a lot of dust in the air. And they are saying that the quality of the air worsens a little bit. So today they were saying that the air quality is worsened. So there could be some microparticles of ash in the air and some sulfur. The wind stopped. It's very good because the wind brought a lot of noise from this volcano. It was very annoying the whole day, the whole night, very, very loud. And there was always this ash in the air, like the sand, and it went into my eyes and on the skin. It's very annoying as well. So now no more wind, and the ash is not flying around anymore in the air. But everything was full of ash around the house, on the floor. I show you some pictures now. But I'm prepared. And even now I can feel it in my eyes. And even now I can feel it in my eyes. So today it's not very comfortable up here on this hill. And one interesting thing I discovered today, my perception has changed. I can feel this when in terms of light color and of sound. So
just turned off on me. That's okay. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I guess we'll just start off. That's my cue. That's ridiculous, but whatever. Good old Murphy's Law. And another recommendation, I'll just say it once more. The Discord link is up top for you guys if you'd like to chat off when these streams are not going. You can pass off any information there. Lots of other stuff that we've set up, so that's there for you if you want to add. Now let's get into it. Going to switch that window over. And turn off this crap. Whatever is doing that noise. Okay. Alright guys, so this is this morning. Hike in the mountains, explore the area. The volcano is 8.7 miles away as the crow flies. Oh, it's like, who cares?
Hello my dear viewers, this is Bushcraft Bear speaking to you live here from the Canary Islands.
Wait, is he on La Palma still? I mean, 8.7 miles, I don't think... Is he still on La Palma?
It's day number 24 of the volcano eruption. Today I'm hiking into the mountains, and there we can have a look what's going on over there. So today is an interesting day. We have a solar flare here this morning that reached the earth, with a geomagnetic storm.
Okay, he's there.
And there were some earthquakes this morning. I felt another earthquake. It was a 4.1 earthquake magnitude. And yeah, a lot of things are going on. The earthquake complex is there are more and more buildings are burning, and today
The place is a state of emergency, and you won't criticize the government for it. Yeah, you're all stuck there, and you're getting less and less infrastructure that you can deal with it, less services that you can deal with it, and you're just here. Oh yeah, well, tell us about the tourist update though.
3,000 people, they have to stay inside of their house because of the toxic gas around there. So we will see if we can have a good look from the top.
Everything's normal, right? Can't even get up there. See away. Oh my gosh, this guy. So this thing is like destroying town. So what does he do? What does he do? He goes 8.7 miles away. He shows us where he goes too. It's like right up at the top of the mountain. You can show us now. Somewhere in there. Okay, cat I gotta let out. Let's play this on.
Depends on. Today it's a little bit cloudy.
Don't worry, it's just fog. And some crappy music to make it look majestical. It's a new word, majestical. He's playing like medieval music. What a poser.
The hiking trail is very
He's like trying to like recreate the feelings, the atmosphere of some RPG game he's playing or something. I don't know.
What I like most over here is that it's very, very quiet.
You get away from the plebs. You get away from the volcano that you're trying to ignore.
Hear anything because there are no
Plebs.
Planes flying over this island. It's not allowed that planes fly over the island. It is
Well, it was. But you're under a disaster. So that's why. It's amazing. No planes here. Because we are the virus. We are the virus.
white over. Here on this island you find caves everywhere. And the native people that were living here on the island, they lived in those caves.
Oh, you little wimp. You little wimp. This is the on the ground reporting. Maybe there's a steep drop or something. What a wimp. Take your camera in there. Stop posing yourself looking around a hole and take your camera in there. What are you afraid it's going to collapse?
Of the last video, where the water supply comes from here on this island. So here you see this tube and this fresh water and this tank over here. So the water comes from the mountains, and this is absolutely fantastic mountain water. You can see here the fish in the tank, some plants.
Looks really green and unkept, but I bet you the spring water itself is quite good. If you were to like put your cup under, there's a couple places where I live that like there's spring water like that, and it is very good water. It tastes amazing, like very pure.
Over there is one spot I like the most here on this hiking trail. There's a little plateau with a view down to the valley.
Right, as La Palmians are running out of their homes in terror from the lava at night, this is what this guy's planning.
And there's this little stone house over here. I like this place very much because, you know, imagine you would live in there, then in the morning you go out, you sit there, have your breakfast, you look down to the valley, to the Atlantic Ocean. It's so quiet over here. Maybe you have some goats around here, you get some milk from the goats, some chicken, and you live here an off-grid life. Very nice. I like to dream like that, you know.
Oh wow, you're a dreamer. You're a dreamer, right? I bet you the Palmians that are over this hill are dreaming of being in another place if they could get evacuated, but they haven't been.
Once you had built such a house, this house will last for a very long time. It's only built by the stones that you can find here everywhere.
I mean, it's cool, but like...
Torre del Time, 1.8 kilometers from
he
here.
loves the Del Time, doesn't
And
he?
this is a watchtower where they are looking for wildfires over here. A few years ago, here in this forest, there was a wildfire. You can see the bark here.
Oh gosh, he's so pathetic. Someone just mentioned it there. It's so pathetic. Look at this friggin' music. He's such a meme. Do. Oh my gosh. He can't help. He cannot help but make himself a part of everything he shoots. You know, and I know this sounds picky, but you see what I'm talking about here? Like, he puts himself in, like, oh, this is so poserish. Oh, the cringe. Someone in chat. Joe?
Hello, traveler. Have you heard about the volcano? It's a bit cloudy today. Take care.
He is like the original La Palma NPC. I see a face in there.
Here is that the ash looks different than down in the valley. In the city, for example, on the floor, the ash is like sand, but here there are much larger pieces in the ash, like that. Look. Now I arrived at the watchtower.
Yeah, more specifically, because I mean, you can only get so much of them there. You know, I don't know if we can really say he's a narcissist yet, you know, but the narcopathy is off the charts.
Now I will show you on the map where I am exactly. After that I will make a little break and then I will hike much higher. Maybe we are lucky and I can get above the clouds and then we will have a nice view. We will see. Alright, this is the map of La Palma. Here is the north. Here I have my compass. Here's south, east and west side. And at the moment I am here, Torre del Time. This is about
like exactly where he does all his shows, right? So like he's like hold on. There's a road here, there's a road there. He usually films from like right here. It's this area right here. So he's just gone up a little bit up the hill here. Like there's, you know what I mean? Like he's trying to sell you this huge trek. He just goes a little further up into his compound or whatever. Like all these media people are up here, I think.
1,200 meters. The highest I will get today is 1,500 meters. I was a little bit wrong when I said to 1,600 meters. So it will be 1,500 meters. Because I will hike from here to here and then I will go back down. And I started at about 600 meters. So here's the city of Los Llanos, El Paso, and here is the Cumbre Vieja.
Okay, so where we're actually going to get some decent information here is that you can see La Laguna right here. Okay? So this is the places that that video where we just saw people evacuating from, that's where they're evacuating from. Right? Remember the lava flow was only, like, it started down here, and then it went around this part. Now they're worried that it's going to go up here. So, like, into the city. Taza Corte's right here. La Laguna, this is Los Llanos that he keeps talking about. But La Laguna is right here. So this is a big problem. This is where they're evacuating now. Well past Todoke. Todoke is completely covered in lava, just so that you know, and he barely mentions it. And now La Laguna is getting threatened. But this guy's, you know, he's making everything right by going on a little trip that looks like, hey, you could still have fun on the island.
Here about is the volcano, and the lava stream is about here.
No, it's not though. It's not though. I mean, it was there. It was there.
Volcano, and the lava stream is about here.
No. That's the first lava stream. The second lava stream is there. So how old is this video, I wonder? And now we have La Laguna being evacuated, officially evacuated today. So obviously it's not about here. Todoke's already been completely burned down. It's up here, closer to the towns and to the tourist area than he wants to say, or this is just a really old video, and he's just selling you redundant garbage. And a reminder that I do each and every time, remember, this guy sets up his camera so he can film himself do something in certain places, including biking, like decent amounts of length away from his camera, and then he has got to come back and pick it up and go to the next place. This is not what men do.
That's the hiking trail to the Roque de los Muchachos, the highest mountain here on the island. Here you have a sign I show you shortly. That is a special place over here. I like it very much, with those old pine needle trees.
Watchtower is Gestapo. Gestapo watchtower.
Here on the side of the mountain.
He comes off more like Schutzstaffel to me than, or Stasi than Schutzstaffel.
Oh, here you can see what those long pine needle trees are for. You see this fog over here, and now the fog condensates here on the long pine needle trees, and the tree will get water. Alright, I reached my goal for today. On sunny days, it looks like that over here.
Amazing. See? Everything's all nice. It's all peachy and normal, and please just come. Please just come, guys. See all the pine trees. All of the pine needles here. Oh my goodness. See, you can come witness this for yourself. And then we get some fake cooking trip. Oh my, they're all the same. All of these survivalist videos are all the same. It's just like film themselves walking and then go to some food that they film themselves that they packed on their own beforehand. Has done nothing to prepare and just like cooks it there. You know? It's the same thing over and over.
Water. Alright, I reached my goal for today. On sunny days, it looks like that over here.
Your goal for the day.
I don't have much food with me, just some apples, some nuts and some coconut flakes.
You are not prepared. You should have food for you when you're going to see the dogs, or you're going into people's towns, you know, on the Canary Islands, you know, like canine Canary Islands. These are actually called the Dog Islands. And he's complaining that dogs are barking at him. He's got no food for them.
Mixed with honey and kokos oil. So now I will enjoy the silence here on the top of this mountain and the scenery, very beautiful. And then I will hike back down to edit this video.
Yeah, this is what these stupid, and they're influencing channels is what they are. Like they're what do you call it? Engineering channels. Because they're basically what Joe says. They say survival's easy. Remember, you can just whip out your camp stove and cook up some frozen marinara mix. Yeah. This is what they've flooded. Instead of having real men with real guns, hunting, fishing, you know, stuff like that. Actually building. You know, they give you. It's like, oh well, we just came across this stack of hardwood lumber. And, you know, is like, we're just going to build this little shack, which is really just like a cabin, a cookie cutter cabin that 10 other channels are making. And, yeah, then we're going to cook up some stuff on a burner that apparently fueled is just, what do you call it? It replenishes itself, you know, on this camp stove. And I can't make a fire. I've never proven that I can make a fire. I've never shown any of this. Like, these people are like a disgrace, honestly, to survivalism.
So if you want to see more hiking videos, maybe together with an overnighter here in the middle of nature, please give this video a thumb up and please subscribe to my channel so that you don't miss my newest videos. This evening I will be back at the hill and we will have a look at the volcano. And
you got a psalm for us today?
All the best.
Yeah, bye. No more mind control. Next one. What do you think of that video? I'll go into the chat a little bit more here. Just 1 second. Let me know your thoughts.
My dear viewers, this is Bushcraft.
Let's see what I've missed. It's always so hard to go through all of it. Hello, traveler. Have you heard? Yeah.
Hello, traveler. Have you heard about the volcano? I was once a survivalist like you, and then I took an arrow to the knee.
Totally looking right now. I have it in web. Okay, you guys are just sharing some stuff. It's a bit cloudy today. Take care. Narcissistic. Yeah, it could very well be the case. I don't know for sure, but King Edward's face. 'Tis a giant volcano encounter. A wild volcano appears. Some pieces as big as cars if we got close enough. Yep, absolutely. Holy cow, that lyric is brilliant. Damn, thanks for the heads up. I guess that's someone else's there. 1 sec. Bushcraft survival tip: train your overlanding ability by hiking 200 meters a day. Yeah, he didn't go too far, did he? I thought he was up in the north, but I don't know, man. He says it's 6.7. I don't know where he went. Because I mean, like, all of the signs were not pointing to the fact that he was up at the north. Like Del Time is like in the middle of the island. Well, I'll say the Lord Almighty, in just saying it expletively, and all the saints don't have the patience. Oh, I see. Okay, Jesus, Lord Almighty, and all of the saints don't have the patience for this man's boring dialogue. Well, you know, the saints were not. They were not all that great either. Paul was pretty rocking, but the other ones, you see Jesus making fun of the saints all the time in the gospel. So that's why I don't really put much faith in the what do you call it? The patience of the saints. But I mean, look at Peter. Peter was actually a really good example of that. Really, really good example of that. But yeah, I get what you mean, though. Yeah, I mean, like, the guy's dialogue is awful. It's awful. He's just too formulaic. Can you just once again, can you imagine this guy starting his like podcast? I like, people are mentioning it to him in chat. I'm wondering if like he's thinking that that's actually a good possibility. Like, please do it. I'll be there every day cracking up. He put the camera down. He probably walked for 10 seconds. Yeah, just gonna have some water. So he spends like a minute setting up the camera so he can drink water for 5 seconds and then cuts the screen. Yes, all the bushcrafting vids from BPN and the others are virtually identical. Yep. Yeah, they're virtually. It's like it's the same thing over and over. I got family that watches one of them or a few of them, and it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Maybe one of them brings in a pet into the equation or something like that. But generally, the content is exactly the same. Video. Yeah, you got to put in the exclamation mark first, and just wait a couple seconds, and then you get. Hello, my dear viewers. Survival would be bloody hell, and that's the thing. It is bloody hell, and it's hard, and it's rough, and there's things you need to know, and you can't just think, oh, it's okay, I'll just whip out my stove when I get hungry, right? This is what these people are conditioning you into basically thinking, removing any sense of survival in you or any want of survival into you. I don't think it's a coincidence that they're all the same. They're all basically the same. I wonder how many others of those also have their own books with Amazon and things like that. Be kind. If I could ask you, if you are German, if you could figure out this guy's school, his education, I would love to know if this guy went to a Jesuit college or something like Jesuit high school, something like that. If it's in like his public info, you know what I mean? It's just that I can't read German too well, and a lot of it is under picture format from what I've seen, like blurb from his books and stuff like that. So I can't read too much of it. My German sucks. I learned how to say Eichhörnchen just to impress a girlfriend of mine. That was it. That's all I got for you. On that tiny island, nobody needs a compass. And on top of that, why didn't he just adjust his map and say, this is north, I'm facing north? Why does it matter? Like, even if he was pointing south, he was pointing at the ground. What does it matter that he's north? What does it matter that the compass is there? It was the dumbest thing ever. It was like, there's no need. There was the one time you don't need to use a compass out in the wild. Well, there are other situations, of course. But it was like such a misuse of the compass. It was unnecessary, obsolete, redundant. Just like this channel in general. All right, so now I believe that this one, I think I've caught up, haven't I? Sorry if I missed anybody. I apologize. Jesuit Watchtower on Fishcation. He's so pathetic. Yeah, he really is, isn't he? He really is. I don't know if the fish was dead in there, but it wasn't. It didn't look like a very happy time in there. The water's probably good coming from the mountain. I know how that works, but probably not right now. Bear Grylls. Yeah, so Bear Grylls was like the first one of these guys, right? Now, I mean, Bear Grylls actually had some knowledge to him, but he was not doing survival like Survivor Man was, right? He was out there, and he would go stay at, like, he would get coptered out to a hotel, you know, in between the shoots and things like that. Like, this is not survival, right? So, like, that was like the first step to these morons. And it's like, oh yeah, well, Bear Grylls is definitely survival. Yeah, this is definitely survival stuff. And he's like, oh yeah, well, paves way for this idiot. The next step down of lowering your expectations. All right, let's go on to this one. Sorry if I missed anything in the chat. We'll move on. One last thing, maybe survival channels these days are just training people to actually go outdoors and hike. The bar on outdoors activity has been lowered so much. Maybe that's part of it to get people like moving. But I think it's far more about hunting, not fishing, not stuff like that. Because my guess on this is that this is all funded by conservation medicine, which is like global health. We keep talking about global health, but you have to bear in mind that this is part of a triad of institutions. There's global human health, there's veterinary, and then there's conservation, environmental conservation. So conservation medicine for humans, conservation medicine for veterinarians. Look at UC Davis for a good example for that. And then there is conservation environmentalism. And the three of them are the same institution, okay? Think about the opportunities that can be done. They want you out of the wild for the most part. They don't want you to be able to survive on your own. So what they do, they likely pay this guy and a whole bunch of others to do fake crafting so that we basically forget what it's like to the hardships of living out in urban or rural, you know? Hunting is offensive to the wider audience. Good. And I don't think it is. I don't think it is offensive to the wider audience. I think it's offensive to a very small group of pedophiles that want to cover up their trafficking by blocking out land that you can go on. I think those are the people pushing this kind of stuff, because they're able to, you know, get around the sea without any eyes on them. The less, and you see this. I'm not just shooting out my butt here. Look at Terramar that came from Ghislaine Maxwell. Look at the Santa Fe ranch that Epstein had. It was out in the middle of nowhere. They want as much middle of nowhere as possible so they can go operate in it. And, well, nobody can stay out in the wild for that long if they don't know how to survive. And if the best way to not know how to survive is to take this guy as a legitimate survivalist.
We are speaking to you live here from the Canary Islands, La Palma.
So this is a nighttime one. It looks like he's going to be going into obsolete news. It's news that by the time he talks about it, it's already been reported 12 hours ago, and we can see it right in front of our eyes on live stream right now.
It's day number 24 of the volcano eruption. I did not see the volcano since 24 hours because I was hiking into the mountains today and it was very cloudy up there.
Yeah, getting your energy back, right? Like you were saying before, getting his energy back. So, yeah, like what, are you doing any volunteering? You know, you helping these people get out? You know, offering any services, offering any of the money that you've been receiving from this? Have you been doing any of that? You know? No? No, you're going out hiking out in the mountains and then just standing on top of a hill looking at a volcano from miles away? Okay. Good stuff. This is true reporting, guys. This is as long as it's not mainstream, like I'm sure we're going to see in the comments within 2 seconds. Mainstream. Oh, it's the first time reporting. This is the first time it doesn't like show up 20 times in the comments.
So I had no view. So now I will check out everything from binoculars. A lot of things are going on close to Los Llanos. About 700 to 800 people got evacuated today, and there was a lot of black smoke.
So yeah, he mentioned some like evacuations now but we're getting now video, and it does not look so normal like you're saying it there, is it? It looks like people are scared, very scared. They're being controlled by a bunch of people that don't live there. Yeah, this ain't so typical.
Or ash in the air from the volcano. So things are really bad at the moment. A lot of earthquakes. This morning I felt a 4.1 earthquake at home. Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. See, this is the proof in the pudding there, like how obsolete he is. He's still talking about that 4.1 that he felt. His feelings mean nothing. Okay? What we need to be looking at... Ooh, look at Iceland popping off. Ooh. That might be something to look at later. Yeah. See, there was a 4.1, yes. And then there's a whole bunch of others. Whole bunch of others that tell you so much stuff as in this is going to keep going. It's not just that this is very bad today. It's going to be very bad in a couple days' time. It's going to be bad tomorrow. It was bad yesterday. It was bad 2 weeks ago. Like, he's acting like, oh, it's just day to day. This is a problem. You know, no, it's not. It's not. I felt a little earthquake. I felt an earthquake. Oh, good job, buddy. Good job. There's been hundreds since you've been talking.
All right, let's directly look to the volcano because this looks very bad with the lava. You see how much lava there is coming out from the vent? And then the lava goes down the volcano. It's very steep. And then the lava changes direction immediately, like a corner in this direction.
Like a corner, yeah. It pivots because it hits a mountain. If there was no mountain there, the town all of the populated area would be screwed. If the earthquake was on that hill instead of this one here, or sorry, the volcano was on that mountain instead of this one here, everybody would be screwed. It's so lucky that this turns the corner. So lucky. And I know many people have lost something already, but he just talks about it like this is normal, man. And we've had, well, it's now day 24. I got to update it on my ticker, I know. It's day 24, and the people they no longer trust the lockdowns. They're freaking out. And then we're seeing more evacuations. When this should have been done long ago. People should not be carrying out their beds and their chairs and stuff on like today, okay? And that's not their fault. I'm not blaming them. I know they want us to talk about like the tourists and the citizens or whatever, not following rules or whatever. But that's not their fault. This is the government misleading them. This is this guy misleading them as well. And well, for a certain extent, or to a certain extent, they felt calmed down. And now that rubber has hit the road, things are falling out of control. And this guy's here. Oh, now we get to see how crazy the volcano is. With the worst shots ever. This guy's so useless. For everything he does is useless and redundant and obsolete to the technology of the era.
So here is the main lava stream towards to Todoke and then to the Atlantic Ocean. So here, where you can see the lava stream very bright, that's the new lava stream. And you see a lot of streams
Yeah, show the town. Show the town.
Streams that are left the mainstream.
There you go. Just one sec. Let that go away. Sorry, hold on. Okay, it's not going away. So just in order to stop more dead air time, you can see the cars right here. They're all getting out of Dodge.
Behind, and they are
all leaving,
floating towards the lights. Here you see this flashlight here from the police.
Flashlight towards the light, towards the town, towards the city.
There is a lot of police there.
Look at those cars. They're freaking out. They're getting out in the middle of the night. They're driving. Why are they still there? Why are they still there? A crappy government response, number one. Number two, people like Bushcraft Bear covering it up. So when people try and find extra information online, they find this guy and not someone actually telling truth. Like some base muchacho that I wish we could be seeing rather than listening to this guy.
And here you see the main road. Do you see how many cars there are driving? This is the main road to El Paso, and to the other side Santa Cruz de la Palma, the capital city, the airport, the ferry. And here is the lava, it's so close. And here in the middle of the screen you see this lava stream. It looks like that this stream will go, or is going here, this direction.
No, just towards the flashlight. Towards the flashlight. Yeah, there's 80,000 people living on the island. The island is not that small. I mean, like, you know, it's not... I live on a big island. It's Newfoundland, right? That's a big island, right? But this is... You know, there's much smaller places. U.S. Virgin Islands, much smaller, I think. This place is quite a big place. But yeah, absolutely disgusting. No, just again, we can't underplay the fact that they still have not declared a state of emergency. They still have not declared a state of emergency. They've declared a catastrophe zone or a disaster zone, and this was a carefully worded status so that you did not declare a state of emergency. If you declare a state of emergency, then likely they would have to cancel the festivals that are going on, the other tourist events, just the day-to-day tourism. They would have to cancel all of this. Okay, so this is why they did not declare a state of emergency. What they did was create a state of disaster to unlock funds from the government to invest back into the community, apparently, but we don't know where that goes. There's no individual decision making then. Nobody's getting paid insurance because there's no SOE declared. This is still an act of God under insurance. If these people are insured. But those that are, many are not able to get payments. They're not able to get any money from this because of a terrible decision by the government. So rather than pressing that, we have this asshole online acting like he is the true reporter when he has never pressed these people on this stuff. And I pray many people are leaving pronto. I pray this guy realizes what he's doing is extremely disingenuous. And I hope that he has a turning around. I pray that he has a turning around. I'm sick of hearing, we just need to pray for the people of La Palma. And I know that's not what you're saying right now. I'm sick of like people like him saying, we just need to pray for the people of La Palma. It's like, there's one thing Like, it's one thing to pray for the well-being. That's okay. But there's another thing when you're having evil stare you straight in the face, right? Evil decisions by the government. It's evil. Money is the root of all evil, and they made decisions to keep tourism around. That's what this is what's it about. These people are now evacuating their homes in the middle of the night because they don't want to lose the tourist bucks. They can't afford to lose the tourist bucks. And he's the only quote-unquote reporter, but he reports nothing but what we get on the news from 6 hours ago. He never presses. When he speaks to the geologists or whoever it is he speaks to, we never get any pressing. We never get any interviews where he presses. You know what I mean? He's not a reporter. He's not a reporter. He's a lullaby. Jesuits. I think that it is a good chance. Actually, let me see if I can show you real quick. I had a response. One of them, somebody is covetous and jealous. Spoken like a true projecting Jesuit. Just 1 second. I get lots of hate mail on that. I like calling it hate mail now. Just flipping their own words back in their face. Just give me a second. I gotta find this for you. Okay. Bushcraft Bear is a good man. Love sign. Pray. Christ sign. Pray. U.S. What's his name? Ignatius E. Sturgios. Ignatius. So if you don't know where he got that name from, it's Ignatius Loyola, who was the creator and founder of the Jesuit order. He's a good man, so I said to him, is he as a Jesuit as your first name, Ignatius? So I haven't gotten a response from that yet, but I'll keep you updated. I got a feeling you're not going to get one, though, unfortunately. It's a big island. However, most of the land is a cordillera. I think we say cordillera here. A land that's dead because of previous eruptions. Yeah. So like the top part is an extinct volcano. There's a second one that I think is also extinct. That's there. Okay, let's continue on into this, and I'll check out more of the chat.
And there's a big fire burning. There's the police. So that looks very strange. That looks like gas is burning with high pressure. Well, it is like I told you, at night everything here looks more dangerous. But I think so now slowly it's getting a little bit, the situation worsens very slowly.
Just very slowly, nice and softly. This is fine. Yeah. No, but there's a cordillera as well. Again, these terms are a little bit, I'm a little bit hazy on them. Sorry about that. Welcome to all those coming in. We're currently bushcrafting. We don't really know what this guy's up to. Personally, I think that he's just a guy that's kind of caught in this world of social influencing. And I think there might be some top-heavy management or micromanagement coming down on him. So that's what we're thinking. But we got our qualms with him too. So anybody that's new to this stuff, that's what we're doing. He looks at comments and started mocking. That's when I was truly done. Yeah. Well, actually, I mock the the comments I get. It's okay. Let's see. Most of the island is a volcano. The concentration of the population is in selected areas. Yeah, so there's like a town on the east, a town on the west. In the center there, next to the extinct volcano, there's the biggest city. The south part, which has been basically cleared out and written off at this point, has some people too, but they've been evacuated to another part of the island, not off the island. And someone was mentioning another thing. Joe, lockdowns and restricted movement are amazingly paralyzing for the average person. The people of La Palma, seeing officials patrolling the streets, would encourage 90% of the people to stay. That, and also they have like the Coast Guard hanging out outside of the port, and apparently it disallows movement to and from the island. So no one can take their boat or whatever to another place, apparently. Could be wrong on that. I would love an update on it. This guy ain't giving it to me. Yeah, military could be one. Yeah, Cordillera is a mountain ridge. Yeah. That's what I was looking for. Cordillera. But a caldera is the cone of, like, the main crater of a volcano. See how the terminology can be so close? It can be really throwing. All right, let's get back.
Slowly because of the lava. The lava goes more to the direction of the city. This is very bad.
Very bad, yeah. But you said everything was normal, man. You said everything was normal. During the time that we could have done something about this and the place wasn't completely covered in cloud and ash, and they don't even know if they can open that airport anymore after cleaning it, or the ports, stuff like that, getting even worse and worse. They're worried about that delta crashing into the ocean, which ends up creating waves in that area. So now we got a real pickle, don't we? Now we got a real pickle in trying to get people out, and everything's dangerous. And here you are, day 24, sitting on a hill pretending everything, well, this is just, it's just getting a little bit worse. No. It was getting a little bit worse on day 3. Little bit worse on day 3. This is an absolute unmitigated catastrophe.
All right, I will read the news for you. The lava from the La Palma volcano flows slowly and threatens areas where 800 people have been evacuated.
Yeah, and while we didn't get the population at Tazacorte, Tadoque was the one that got covered. That had 1,300 people living there, man. And that's just one place. There's been many other places.
The ashes could...
I'm going to guess Caldera came from cauldron.
...hit La Palma Airport and Tenerife South Airport tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The tremors that evacuated about 800 people in Los Llanos de Aridane today are slow but inexorable, threatening urban elements, and volcanic emergency technicians are hoping to monitor a hazard map as to the direction the lava could take. Los Llanos in the full evaluation process. Los Llanos de Aridane is currently in the evacuation process after the Volca committee ordered the evacuation before 7 p.m. There are around 800 people. The neighborhood...
He's there acting like, oh, this is so sad. It's so sad. No. You could have done something about this. You could have been... If you had stood there like a man and questioned the government response before, rather than just shaking your head now, hey, maybe we could have had some ball rolling on bad press. But apparently you're the only reporter here on the island. And, well, it's all you can do, right? It's all you can do,
has already been partially evacuated. Due to the development of the laundry, it was considered... The laundry is, I think, this is the lava stream. This is with the translator, so sometimes things are not right.
Yeah, right. Your translating sucks. So who's translating it for you? He's just basically he's reading what he gets off the internet. So he thinks that this is good reporting. You go on the internet to talk about to listen to a guy read out the same facts that he got on the internet hours before and just translated and wrote down on a piece of paper into his iPad. Assuming they're not just handing it straight to him. Right? Do you see the redundance in this? It's completely redundant. This is worse than legacy media. It's slower than legacy media. He's simply just aggregating info twice a day in a live stream era. There's nothing going on here. This is not the real reporting on the ground. We need real reporting on the ground, and he is not it. He should stick to cinematography and only cinematography. If he was making those crappy music videos with that medieval music and filming himself, he wouldn't stand out to me. I wouldn't notice him, right? Because he's one of 1,000 different types of these social influencers that nobody cares about except for, just people that want a relaxing night or something like that. You know what I mean? I would never find him. I wouldn't care about him. But instead, he's taken it upon himself to pretend that he's a reporter. Yeah, let's try and make out what he says here again. He's a friggin' idiot.
Evacuated. Due due to the development of the laundry, it was considered.
The development of the laundry. The laundry.
Development of the laundry, it was considered.
Am I missing something? Let me know, guys. The laundry, like clothes in the wash.
The laundry is, I think, this is the lava stream. This
Is that a term? Geology. Laundry. I'm sorry if I missed it. Laundry bag and detergent. Geology, laundry definition. Let's give them the benefit of a doubt for a second. Bleach, laundry. That's not it. Geology, definition of geology. So there's no definition of laundry to the point where they have to go to geology. There's no... he could... Like, listen, again, this is how useless the man is, okay? This is a word that doesn't fit in, okay? I was worried for a second. Maybe I didn't, a term that I forgot. That happens, right? Colada. He's trying to say colada, which is here in English. We say colada when we're talking about lava flow. We use a lot of the Spanish terms, actually, in geology. Laundry. This is why he's useless. He doesn't know what to translate to. He probably doesn't understand much of the Spanish that he's reading. It does sound like he can speak Spanish, to be honest with you, but probably not that well. Not well enough to translate it to English. What the heck was that? Like, I remember reading out like a poorly translated one before, and like I had a lot of trouble with it. I was live, you know what I mean? If I was like making a video about info on this, I would come across that and say something's not right here, and I need to do the research to clarify it for the people. He doesn't give a fuck about that. Dang it, my language. He does not care. He does not care. He cares about making sure that you feel really nice and go down to the comment section, and hopefully as you're scrolling down to the comment section, you might click on the PayPal or the crypto option. And once again, 0 donation sites. But 2 PayPal or 2 methods of payment for him. You know what I mean? This is what we're getting with him. This is what we're getting with him. Benjamin Klausner. So yeah, please, if anybody can find this guy's alma mater, I would love to see it, because I bet you, I wouldn't be surprised this guy came out of University of Freiburg. Let's put it that way.
This is with the translator, so sometimes things are not right. All right. That's not good.
That's not good. You don't know what that siren is. Could have been a mugging. That's not good.
It was considered necessary to evacuate this area to ensure safety and avoid accidents. The Cabildo de La Palma has reported the extension of the schedule to 10 o'clock this night for evacuated people to store their belongings in the old JTI factory in the rooms provided. So people, they take now everything out from their house because they don't know if the lava will reach their house, and then they will lose everything. So now they are emptying their houses with their belongings. But you need a car, you cannot emptying your house
without support from the government, How about that? How about warning from the government weeks ago? How about warning from you weeks ago? Yeah, it's like, this is all you can do now. It's all you can do now.
You have
it's just the way it is.
But there's not enough room in your car, and what will I take now with me? You have to think, what will I take with me? What is important? What is not important? And so on. This is very, very sad, and always good when you say it's good to have an evacuation plan. So plan.
No shit.
Forecast. Have your.
It's always good to have an evacuation plan. Yeah, where is the evacuation plan? This is like as the lava's rushing towards the town, they're leaving. Well, not rushing. It's slowing, but it's going there. And if it's going there, imagine where the gases are going. How do you like breathing in burnt house, guys? Well, you better get used to it, because this is La Palma, and we need some tourists up in here.
Suitcase ready. Have your passport.
Your passport.
Monero money, all the important things you really need, your bank card, etc. Have them ready to go, and then the rest, plan how you get your animals.
This is the survival lesson, is it, for evacuation on day 24? Is this what he's trying to do? He's like teaching us?
What animal first if you have a dog?
Don't worry, I forgot about it for weeks, but here's the crash course, guys. Good luck.
Okay, but the chickens, you have to get them later or not. There are a lot of things to think about if you are planning an evacuation plan.
Yeah, they just haven't done any of it. Right? And you're just like, oh, there's a lot of things you need to do, And it's like, well, you should have been doing it long ago. But now here you are explaining away the crappy decisions of the government and yourself for covering this up.
A lot of earthquakes. This morning, a 4.1. I felt this earthquake. The house was shaking a little bit, very slow, but it's like a giant is tipping with his finger against the house. So just a little bit, so you hear it's a very strange noise. Many people go to other areas for a short time to relax from the noise of the volcano. I speak to the people I meet here on the street or to the neighbors, and some of them told me they left in this area for hours or for longer to relax from this volcano noise. Now the volcano is quiet, but when there is this loud noise from the volcano,
it's quiet. Like more of these feelings, the loud noises. Nothing at all of any value to be given in these videos.
Volcano, this is very hard to take.
Just really quickly, give him his badge. And this is not laughing at the people of La Palma. This is laughing at this weak loser for just talking about his feelings rather than trying to help the people down there.
La Palma registered 64 earthquakes in the last few hours, one of them 4.1 being felt on almost the entire island. So
no depths, no information about how this would affect the volcano, nothing at all, nothing whatsoever. So even his experts are useless that are writing down his piece of paper or now an iPad.
We'll be here tomorrow afternoon, and then we will have a look at daytime here, what's going on. I will share the latest news with you. So thank you very much for your kind comments. Thank you for your prayers and
just all the support.
Yeah. I wish you all the very best, and I wish
it's the same words over and over. All the best, even the best for the people of La Palma.
Very best for the people here on this island, and a lot of strength to go through this.
So La Palma strong, right? No, screw you and your solidarity strength and your fist, right? Your little clenched fist, Mr. I can't walk into a cave. Okay? There's no strength here from you. This is weakness. This is the epitome of weakness. Being unable to ask any questions, being unable to think for yourself, to stop people from thinking themselves by talking about the fearmongers and the fake news. Right? You're a weak person. There's no strength in you. I bet you the La Palmans are pretty dang strong. I bet you they are. But they're not being heard. They're not being listened to. They're not being protected. They're not being reinforced by anybody. You're just words. Just words and a fist. That's all you are.
Catastrophic volcano eruption.
No donations. No sign that any money is going to the relief effort. No sign that not even a minute of volunteer time has been spent down here to help. No sign of it.
Maybe one of the biggest volcanoes here since volcano recordings. 24 days now. This eruption is taking longer now than the last one from the Tenegia in 1971. So,
dude, that's like 2 weeks old. It's obviously stronger than the 71 eruption. It had more lava flow in 2 weeks than the entire eruption of 1971. Everybody knows that. The question is this worse than the one that was in 43 or whatever year it was? That's the question.
Hopefully this will end soon.
Yeah,
See you
hopefully.
Goodbye.
Yeah, hopefully. We should start a petition to make sure he's the last person to leave the island, to be honest. What a useless POS. Yeah, now he zooms out. Look, this is what's threatened here. It's the outskirts of Los Llanos. Industry. This is where the industry was just run over. More of it threatening to go. So all of this storage that he keeps talking about, is it here? Is it here in this storage area? In these warehouses? The place is getting burned down? Is that why we keep seeing those cars? I don't know. We don't have enough information yet because we don't have enough people on the ground. Yeah, I think that there is some involvement with Jesuits. I really do think he is. He's got something. It's not just an idiot that is being used. I think that there's, well, all Jesuits, in fact, are kind of idiots being used, and they don't even know half of the Jesuit order stuff. They fell for the feelings and the feel goods, and you know. They need volunteers helping removing furniture, including cleaning rooftops. Have you seen like a request for this stuff? Because I know like there's a request for donations and stuff, and he's nowhere on it. I'm currently looking at one for like, it's specifically for helping the animals that are being left behind. Like he was just soft padded landing for you guys. There are animals, many animals being left behind and killed by that lava and other stuff like the gas and things like that. So I think I'm just trying to vet that donation site, and I'll forward it to there. You know what I mean? Forward you guys over to that. You know, if it turns out to be a good one. It's one that's in La Palma, and they're trying to apparently help the animals that are in there to get out. But yeah, they need volunteers. And so, like, I mean, like this guy, you know, if he really is a man of God, what he would say, hey, man, I have a platform here now that I could actually set up, like, a donation system, something that's very clear. I'm there, so I can, like, I have a little bit better view of where it should be going if I was actually paying attention to things. You know what I mean? Like, he has such an opportunity right now to help. He has such an opportunity to say, hey, you know, obviously there's something going wrong with this response. He doesn't even have to say that. He just has to just do good. He wants to act like he's doing this great work, then go do it. Go be a volunteer. Go sweep some ashes off of roofs, right? Go move some furniture, but we don't see any of this. We see him taking a hike to the north of the island, which we don't even know how far he went. It looks like he was just stepping a few meters away from where he normally is. Crazy stuff. Yes, God's in control. Of course God's in control. But at the same time, when you see evil, we're commanded to expose it. Okay? And this guy is not doing anything about it. Not even working to counteract it, you know? Honeybee. Oh, yeah. Lots of people don't listen until the government says it, you know? This is a big problem. Yeah. If you look at La Palma TV Facebook stream, you can see people evacuating and people helping. Yeah, and he's up on a friggin' mountain. As always. As always, it's truly disgusting. It really is. It really is. I do hope people catch on soon enough. Often with people like this, their narcissism or narcopathies get the better of him. You can see him. He was already dealing with, I think Honeybee said something earlier that I missed. She was correcting me on, I had missed something, the point of her comment that she made before. No, I'm saying instead of sticking to his reporting, he started basically responding starky to commenters instead of staying focused, thus looking like a regular YouTube for views, likes, and caps. So yeah, like just put the thing down in the comments. You know, like while we're in a disaster, he's like, you know, using all of these like ridiculous tactics, you know, to grow your channel. And yeah, like, he's obviously affected by negative commenters. It's very clear. It's very clear. Like, these psalms that he reads out, it sounds like he's like reading a friggin' protection spell of Solomon instead of actually reading the Bible. Yeah, when he hears like these stupid questions, almost like he laughs at their stupidity for buying into it. I kind of believe that too. I mean, I can't prove it, but it does give me that feel, that's for sure. I didn't like that hike. He is a healthy, able body. He should be helping, not taking a stroll. Exactly. You know what? You know who should be taking a hike? The people who have been on the frontier, right? Living right here, right? Those people right there in front of that lava, those are the ones that have deserved a nice hike to calm down, to calm themselves down. Not some douchebag on a hill that's been lying to us for weeks on end. I don't know if he's evil. I think he could be incredibly stupid and incredibly misled. Often, and listen, remember, we're to pray for enemies. We are to realize that often they know not what they do, okay? And to a certain extent, I think that is the case with him. But that doesn't mean he's immune to criticism, like he wants to pretend this should be. Like, we should all just be really nice. And if you don't, you get comments like this all the time. Look at this. Just look at this. I'm getting just the dumbest comments. Oh, is it gone now? Where'd it just go? Ugh, I wish they wouldn't remove them. Anyways. But yeah, you get people that'll like flood your videos and things like that. Like, I don't mind me, but I saw like some smaller channel that called him out, and he had like 2 likes because it's just a very small channel, and like 11 dislikes with people bashing him, right? Because he doesn't trust this loser, right? Like, that's who I feel for. I don't care about, like, you know, people commenting on mine. It's about, you know, other people that see it. They're not used to how social influencing and the cancer that they do works, the actual attacking of critics, right? Like mass attacking through like bot accounts or shill accounts, you know, trolling accounts, whatever, you know. No good Christian men running La Palma. Clearly, I pray there are some true believers who will hike folks out of there ASAP. Yeah. Just because you're a Christian, it means like, oh, we just have to pray. No, that's not what we're told to do. We're told to expose as well. And this is definitely something that he should be exposing, a catastrophic response, an evil response that is costing possibly lives. We don't know that yet. But costing the health indefinitely, costing the livelihoods indefinitely of these people. And he just, he's going for a hike. He's going for a hike, reading out news that's old already. All the signs are there of a shill, of a damage control shill. And maybe he doesn't understand how this works. He's just too dumb. He is not an intelligent character. Let's face this. He is not intelligent. not 85. He's 90, 95 IQ tops, I give him. And this is who they love to pick, too, the dumb ones. I mean, if you can get a smart one on your side, that's even better, but the dumb ones don't ask questions. Just like this guy. He's dead meat as it builds. And yeah, this thing also tends to crash in the world as well, even if it doesn't. Because they say, you know, they've received the reward, right? Bear that in mind always. So sometimes they never collapse, but a lot of times they do, and the collapse is spectacular. They spiral out of control because they just cannot handle continued criticism. They think that the people saying this stuff about them are lower than them, right? And when it persists and they can't control it, they start spiraling. That's essentially how that works. That, you know, all these trips out to nature and reading out the Psalms that are like, basically they're very manipulative. The way that he's putting it is to calm people down, and when that didn't work, it was talking about putting arrows in your what do you call it? Arrow holder. I forget the name of it. Safety first went out the window with running governments like a corporation. 100%. Yeah, 100%. What happens with safety first? I guess normal procedure is children, women, old people first evacuated. Yep, but it's not happening. It's not happening. They talk about 700 people. There's 80,000 plus on the island. 80,000 plus on the island. And by the way, welcome Klaus Drastrup. I've given you a wrench. Just like anybody that wants to speak here, I usually throw a wrench on them real quick if I can, just so that you can share links and stuff like that. For those that are here, don't feel intimidated that everybody has a wrench in chat. You're more than welcome to jump in. And if you need a wrench, just type down my name in the chat and I'll read it and I'll be able to add it for you, okay? So welcome to everybody. If you like bushcraft, we want you to comment, and please, to the people in chat, make sure that you're as nice as possible to anybody that supports bushcraft. We know that there's many people that do not see the deception that's going on, or what we believe to be, or at least I believe, I'll speak for myself, to be deception. And we need to make sure that you feel welcome as you have questions, okay? We don't think you're stupid. We don't think you're stupid for listening to this guy. So, like, this works in all factors of life, and there's been many people here that now see what I see, that have said, that came in here once saying, I like the guy. You know what I mean? Because he's not showing you this, but when you rip the mask off of this panderous garbage, it becomes quite obvious, I think. And it just takes a little bit of a nudging. It has nothing to do with intelligence. It's like you're trying to find mainstream news on it. You find nothing on the mainstream news. So you're like, I got to go dig deeper, right? And so you feel like you're digging deeper and you find this guy, when really he's also put there for you. YouTube is mainstream, okay? YouTube, anybody with a check mark, anything like that, mainstream. There's no difference between Fox News and checkmark channels on YouTube. Or CNN or NBC. I'm not trying to pick out one side there. Should have went with CNN. It was more middle. They send the Navy to assist, not to evacuate. Yeah. To control. They send the Navy to control. They send in the other police, civil guard from other places to control. It's not even like wanting to help them. Unbelievable. All right. Let's hear this last bit of garbage.
Taking longer now than the last one from the Tenegia in 1971.
Idiot. This is old news. 2 weeks ago we knew that this was completely different.
So hopefully this will end soon. See you in the next video. Goodbye.
Ugh. Government demon-filled, want them in hell. I don't know how far that is from the truth, to be honest with you. Lots of Jesuits living on this island. Allison, you seem to have interest in the Jesuits. Go look up Loyola's apparently nephew, once removed, went there. I'll just show it to you right now. Jesuit Saint PALMA. Oh, sorry, one sec. Ignatius de Azevedo is one. Misión Santa Rosa de las Palmas. Is this in... No, that's California. One sec, let me go back to Canary Islands. Maybe it's just the Canary Islands, not specifically. Jesuits Canary Islands. Saint. Maybe he wasn't a saint. Hold on. La Laguna, named after San Cristobal de la Laguna. Dang it, bro. Where's the dude? The dude. I was just reading about him. Lisa, do you remember the person's name? You were here when we were studying this. Canary Islands. And he was like his father was like a usurper of an emperor, and he got sent over there, and then this dude was born. So how could I say Jesuit priest? I type in exile. Have they like cleared out the info on this? I don't think it was Azevedo or whatever his name was. I think came from Aragon as well. It's not Jean de Bethencourt. My goodness. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. This was like all over the search results. Canary Islands Jesuit priest. One more shot at it. Our Lady of La Sette. Who's this dude? Joseph. Yeah, this is the guy. Anchieta, I think. And he went to the colony of Brazil. I think he was born. Yeah, he was born on Tenerife. This is it. San Cristobal de la Laguna on Tenerife. Let's see. Early life. His father, Juan Lopez de Anchieta y Zelayaran, was a landowner from Urestilla in the Basque Country. Also, the land of Francis Xavier, who is another creator of the Jesuits, who had escaped to Tenerife in 1525. This is 4 years after the creation of the Jesuits, after participating in an unsuccessful rebellion against the Emperor Charles V, who just nailed. Who just called Charles V in chat? Alison Welch. You called it. You called it. Let it be known that was witnessed. Through him, Anchieta was related to Ignatius of Loyola. Remember that guy with that name? Founder of the Society of Jesus, better known as the Jesuits. His mother was Mencia Diaz de Clavijo de Llarena. Oh gosh, I'm sorry guys. Descendant of the conquerors of Tenerife. So they're Castilian as well then. Mencia was the daughter of Sebastian de Lorena, a Jew who had converted to Christianity from the Kingdom of Castile. You see, the royal marriage is there, man. The royal marriage is there. When we keep talking about the little hats, right? They always throw one in there, right? He sought admission to the Jesuit College of the University of Coimbra. Dude, there was someone on 4chan that was talking about this. He went to the University of Coimbra, and it has a connection. It indeed has a connection. Very Coimbra. Was accepted into the Jesuits on the 1st of May, 1551 at the age of 17. While he was a novice, he nearly ruined his health by excessive austerity. That is called asceticism. All right? This is how they break your spirit as a Jesuit and make you and reprogram you however they want. Ever see V for Vendetta? You know what happened to Natalie Portman there? That's the kind of stuff they deal with. Right? Listen to this. He nearly ruined his health by excessive austerity, causing an injury to the spine that almost made him a hunchback. I read that terribly, but you see what I'm saying, right? How does that happen? How is that Christian? No, it's not Christian. It's explicitly talked against in the Bible. This is called asceticism. Yeah. I think he was martyred in Brazil. Some natives probably had enough of them trying to mess with their way of life and culture, and they rightfully got sent away. Since they don't go away on their own, I mean, can you blame them? Can you blame them for the things that I've already shown on this channel of what they do to natives? Dang straight some of them are going to get martyred. Do the systematic killings and ransacking of their villages by the Portuguese colonists. Listen, do you understand how many people were around? Well, this is the time of King Zhao. You understand how many court people were Jesuits and undercover Jesuits as well, right? So Portuguese colonists who had Jesuits in their ear the entire time from the beginning, from the conception of the idea to being on the boats with missionaries, and attempts at enslaving them, something that Jesuits love to do. The Indian tribes along the coast of the present-day states of Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and Espírito Santo rebelled and formed an alliance, the Tamoyo Confederation, which soon allied themselves to the French colonists who had settled in the Guanabara Bay in 1555 under the command of Vice Admiral Nicolas Durand de Villegagnon. The conflict was brutal and at once international and interreligious. In one instance, the Portuguese hung 10 Frenchmen in an attempt to intimidate their enemies into submission. Remember, this is going around the same time as the Protestant Wars started kicking up. Frenchmen was starting to go Huguenot. Lots of Huguenots that were trying to escape France. Huguenot was a specific type of, reformation from Catholic into more Protestant. They weren't perfect, but they were, they were away from the Catholics, trying to get away from the Catholics, and they were the first target of the Jesuit order because they needed to keep France. If France broke, there was no chance that they could get Catholicism back in Europe. Very important to get the French back. A Protestant named Jacques de Baleur. See, there you go. See? Protestant. These are Protestant settlers. So these are Jesuits coming after Protestant settlers. And they'll do the same thing to us right now, by the way. Was put to death, and Anchieta, in some interpretations, helped the executioner carry out the sentence. And this fucker is basically beatified in the Canary Islanders. Yeah, a great one to look into. Alison Welch says the St. Bartholomew Massacre. Absolutely important to look at. This was the result of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. One second. Revocation of the Edict of Nantes. Go look up those two terms. The one that Allison gave, if you want to learn more about this, and those two there. So what happened was, Jesuits got into the court of the King of France. I think it was France. It was France. And what happened was there was an edict of Nantes that the Protestants could not be harmed there, and Protestants could not harm Catholics. They've removed that. They revoked it. They got the king to revoke it. I think it was the king. If it wasn't the king of France, it was like the head of the Holy Roman Empire. And what happened then was the St. Bartholomew's Massacre, where I think it was something like 25,000, if not more, Huguenots were slaughtered because they were against the Catholic Church. Because the Catholic Church is the most evil organization you will ever find. Ever find. There has never been anything close. The Tamoyo Confederation attacked Sao Paulo several times between 1562 and 1564 without success. Anchieta, who's our guy, the one from Tenerife right next door, and Nobrega initiated peace negotiations with the Tamoyos in the village of Iparoig, in modern Ubatuba, on the north coast of Sao Paulo state. So right next to Brazil, I guess. Or right next to Argentina, I mean. Anchieta's skill with the Tupi language was crucial in these efforts. Oh, good for him. Good for him. See, they're really good at learning languages, Jesuits are, because of the breaking of the mind training. It's really good for learning languages. And they use that against people, right? After many incidents in the near massacre of Anchieta and Nobrega by the Indians, they finally succeeded in gaining the Indians' confidence, and peace was established between the Tomoya and the Tupiniquim nations and the Portuguese. The Portuguese-French hostilities were renewed when Estácio de Sá, a nephew of the Governor-General of Brazil, was ordered to expel the French colonists. So again, you have the Portuguese court people going into Brazil, right? And they end up passing laws that hurt Protestants. That's their goal. They're afraid of the protest against the Catholic Church, so they need to stomp it out wherever it is. Yeah. Let's see. It's a picture of him there in Santos, Brazil. And he died naturally. He wasn't a martyr. But many of them were. And he was almost a martyr. Yeah. Many of these scumbags. And here's another thing. I'm seeing a lot of statues. This is in Tenerife. So I'm seeing a lot of statues with, they're holding a stick. I don't know what's going on with this. And listen, I know there's lots of statues out there where they're holding like a staff, especially the religious ones. But it's not just the religious ones. It's like the Minoan statues are all holding a narrow stick. This guy's holding a narrow stick. There's other statues where you see it like people lowering themselves down from a narrow stick. If anybody can tell me more about that, I'd really love to know. I was kidding. He was deformed. Just a book. Oh, just chatting. Graphic novel. Also translate. Are you guys talking just to each other? All the bones under Paris for the Jesuit order. I don't know if that was Jesuit order. That's been so long. It's been so long going, right? Education, Greco-Roman style. Yeah, so they get all the, they learn rhetoric, logic, and, what's the third? There's like the holy trinity of liberal arts. But you don't even get that in liberal arts college. Most liberal arts colleges now will never teach you rhetoric. They're so fake. Portuguese royal family ran away when Napoleon was invading them. Yeah. Napoleon has some interesting words about the Jesuits. Hold on. Napoleon, Jesuits, quotes. So this is Napoleon Bonaparte. Number 1, Nap 1. The Jesuits are a military organization, not a religious order. Their chief is a general of an army, not the mere father abbot of a monastery. And the aim of this organization is power. Power in its most despotic exercise. Absolute power. A despot is like an all-ruler kind of thing. But it's a primitive all-ruler, not quite an emperor. Like a dictator. Absolute power. Universal power. Power to control the world by the volition of a single man. Jesuitism is the most absolute of despotisms, and at the same time the greatest and most enormous of abuses. Think about that. The most enormous of abuses. What would you don't even need to say it in chat, but when you hear most enormous of abuses, this isn't like stealing $20 off someone's table, is it? Napoleon, he got rid of the Illuminati as well. The Bavarian Illuminati. Or no, wait, now that was Charles, I think. But yeah, no, he didn't take kindly to these people, and many people you'll find do not take kindly to the Jesuits. This was way more well known like years ago, and they've worked very hard to get this, to have this forgotten. Okay, we got a couple new earthquakes here. Got some more on Gibraltar as well. That's kind of interesting. But 15 and 14 kilometer depths, 3.2 and 2.6 magnitudes respectively. And last one was 8 minutes ago. The one before that, 14. That was after a lapse of approximately 58 minutes, at which there was, at a depth of 13 kilometers, 3.5, a little higher. So this one, the one's coming in now, is a little bit lesser, and we'll see where this goes. To me, it looks nominal. Looks like it's just normally releasing out pressure. People trespassing and killing others against all commandments. Yep. They really hate Napoleon. He probably wasn't even short. No, I don't think he was. I think it was a measurement. Well, I mean, he was like not as short as they claimed him to be. It was a measurement thing. Miscalculation of measurement translation, I think, or conversion. But to the victor go the stories. History, yep. Jesuits have extended into common purpose now. A mind hack, yeah. That's what all social justice is. And I think it's the whole culture eats strategy for breakfast in the corporate world now. I think that's Jesuit. Because they're a cult, right? And they're like the mother of all cults. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Oh, let's get this G-bag off the screen. Let me know if there's any other videos. If I've missed them, we can go through them if you want. And hello to those coming in. You're looking at us, I guess, a free chat. Be civil. Don't be ridiculous. Like repetitively ridiculous or whatever. And no problem. No problem. Everybody has a wrench because they can pass out links and stuff like that. If you want one, just type my name in the chat and I'll throw it on you. Don't be afraid. I'm gonna I need to get back to the volcano for a second. A lot of fire back here. Huge explosions going on. So I'm guessing the gas venting is shifting upwards. And the smoke is incredible. This thing that we believe might fall a bit, this wall that's happening, looks like it's whittling away more than it will fall, but I won't be surprised once it gets a little smaller that'll just come right off. You can see the slumping here. Hard slumping too. This might be slumping as well. Lots of black smoke indicating some form of collapse or disturbance underneath. It's not getting shot out very fast, so it could be close. Or maybe just where all the gas, the real pressurized stuff, is being transferred to the back there. Maybe there's just not as much push to bring it out. I think that's probably more likely, to be honest with you. This is something going on underneath, and it's being pushed out, but as it goes through this vent, it's not. It's heavier. It's heavier than the gas coming out, and not as heavy as this lava. It would make sense that it would be right in here, and just not enough pressure is pushing it up. But I think that there's a lot of plume underneath that has to come up. Tasmedia, good to see you. Thanks for the streams. I just popped in to say hi. You're welcome. Just a thought. The word staff, think underlings, worker, slave. Just word musing. I'm not sure what staff etymology is. Yeah, it could be. Are you talking about like the stick? Yeah, maybe. How's PALMA? Quiet? Not really. No, we're in this limbo state here. There's a lot of pressure being pushed out through multiple vents, so it is looking a little more stable than it could be. But a lot of lava is flowing. You can see this down here, actually. Hold on. Look at that go. Look at that go. It's quite far away from the spout, so I'm sure that's running for a while. We're now up to 135 million cubic meters of lava expelled from the volcano. That's a huge jump over the past couple days, to be honest. Huge jump. Little to no wind. Not good for the residents. They're reporting 1,323 buildings destroyed, which we don't even know. They've changed these numbers a lot, to be honest. I've seen it get clawed back. So it could be more for all I know. I don't trust the government here. Extension is now up to 5.7. It was like 3 point something last week. Can they x-ray the volcano and see where the lava is coming from? So lava is what's above the ground. Magma is just lava underneath the ground that hasn't been expelled yet. So where the lava is coming from, you can kind of get that info by looking at a 3D map of the earthquakes, which I keep forgetting to save. You can look at where the earthquakes appear over time, and it builds a map for you, really, of where this magma is. Because most of these earthquakes are just magma that's trying to get into another chamber, or trying to just like keep moving, and it has I don't know, the pressure gets it caught a little bit on the sides, and then you'll get a rupture of the sides, stuff like that. That's what contributes to an earthquake. The network is, I can show you the network real quick. Just a second. Hello, my dear viewers. Oops. Okay, so this is the island right here. Alright, and you have this magma pushing up, and that's why you have that like turtle shell kind of look going on, right? It's the magma pushing up. This is the last magma channel, or chamber. The Moho, I know it as Mozo is the top part. But this is the network, okay? And it goes down about 30 kilometers, a little more than 30 kilometers, right? And then you have these three sections of these are sills and dikes. Okay, now usually it's just this one chain active, and you can see that too in the thing, in these 3D maps, sorry, I should say. And it comes up right around here. Remember, we're looking at like earthquakes around 14 and 11 and stuff, like 15, 14, 13, 8's a little high, but 11, 10. See where this correlates? Right here, see? It's the magma in here trying to get up to the main chamber. This is like a preloading chamber. I always forget what they call it. Short time stagnation and underplating. So it goes in at about 14 in depth. And that's where you start getting your earthquakes. And then it comes out at about 11. And that's where you get that next set of earthquakes. And another thing too, it looks straighter than what I think it is. I think at this point here, the dike goes into, like, it's more on the right side here, and then on the left side it comes up more on a slant. It's really weird actually when you start looking at that 3D, but this is why, like, this part right here is not straight. And this is what's giving so many earthquakes sometimes, because it's like being forced up, and then it has to like go sideways kind of to get up, and then it like makes a 200-degree turn from going left to up and back up the other way. I hope that makes sense. So like when you say where the magma is coming from, they definitely know how this system works. When you see the earthquakes really low, like 30, 33, 40, right? When you see that, you know that this magma plume, which is under here, right? It's pushing up and load, well, most of the time anyways, you know that it's loading more into the system. So I hope that explains it. What happens when this pushes up, it creates this impression, and it pushes up on the ground. And that's what you get over here. This is why there's that mountain range, the Cordillera. 2. So how you doing, chat? Doing okay? At Far TV, we're linking to a website with a VEI calculation that was downplayed by an order of magnitude. Yeah. Oy vey. Oy VEI. You can't tell him it's so crazy, goy. The goyim will lose it. Allison, I gotta ask you, are you a Calvinist? Are you a Reformed theologian or theologian? Still scary indeed. Just even the thought. Just think about, like, how big that is. We're talking about, you know, if you cut this down, we're talking about a 30-something kilometer long tube, which is in and of itself probably about a kilometer thick in certain places. Maybe not that thick, but very thick. And the earthquakes are caused by rumbling either of the lava or the magma, or ripping out stuff of the vent. That's scary. That is so scary. The plume isn't pretty enough, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at like 3.1 and I was like, yeah, maybe. Certainly not a 2. Certainly not a 2. And it certainly deserved to be on the VEI much earlier. So there is some shenanigans going on with these people. I think it's in Volcano that deals with that stuff. Bunch of cucks. IGME is way better. Instituto Geológico Mineral de España. I would be... so we have a difference of opinion on what it means by God controls it, to be honest. We don't believe in the same God. I hope you know that. Calvinist is based off Manichaean Gnosticism. Go take a look at Augustine of Hippo, which is the first quoted church father that they like to talk about, and look at how he left, quote unquote, Manichaeism. When he joined the Catholic Church, I mean, basically that's where we started getting all the heresies. Like, Mary was an eternal virgin. He didn't get that right. Apparently Augustine is like the greatest church father ever, but he can't read the scriptures to the point where it's like, oh, well, Jesus had brothers. Yeah. No, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Calvinism is not compliant with the Bible. I know that it sounds like it is when you have people like James White, and you have MacArthur, Chandler, all these people, and they're all they're giving themselves factory diplomas of circleship and teaching master theology, so they sound like they're... And I mean, they compare themselves a lot to the NAR, which I hate. You know, I really hate the NAR. So, God is sovereign or not. Once again, my definition of God being sovereign is different than your definition of God being sovereign. It comes down to a very complex word game, a semantic game that a lot of people can't pick up on, and this is why the Calvinist heresy has flourished within more intelligent people. And the problem with this is that it ends up funneling your understanding of the Bible to the reform, quote unquote, reformed viewpoint. It's my opinion. Yeah, but I mean, we can't just say God is in control. This is my issue. This is why I asked about this, because of the sovereignty of God that these people push. And of course, God is a sovereign King, Lord, and God. He is the sovereign King, Lord, and God, but your definition of sovereign is much different. I know of a God that allows for liberty, not tulip, not total deprivation or total depravity, limited atonement, and all this stuff. I know a God that wants us all to be with him, that he would have it that all of us were with him, but we are not controlled by the Holy Spirit to come to him beforehand. Okay? This is the biggest lie in this. Oh, I've just told you my definition of sovereign. He's king and Lord and God. But he is so sovereign that he allows for free will. Calvinism does not account for free will. So Calvinism will just go into this. No, I'm not going to play your word game on sovereign. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to expose the word game on sovereign. And I know it's not your word game, Allison. I know that you have been also pumped very hard with Calvinist heresy that makes people quite arrogant on this. But let's just look at the tulip doctrine, okay? Let's not just get lost in the sauce of one word that you and I explain very differently. How would you define sovereign? Because I just gave you that. Yeah, we're all sinners. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that we aren't. But I'm saying that Calvinism is not Christian. That's the difference, right? Calvinism is not Christian. And I'll show you why. First off, John Calvin was trained in the same place as Ignatius Loyola. Okay? And basically these are him. Tulip is how he, or like the beginning of tulip being formed, this whole Gnostic, dualistic belief that either you are totally depraved and you could never hear God, or you are chosen by God to be elect, which is what tulip teaches. That is not Christian. That is not Christian. See, I just don't worry for those that are in chat, but Allison, I want you to know that I don't think anybody's stupid for following Calvinism. In fact, I believe it is targeted at people with high IQs, and it just didn't quite fool me because I was in that. So let's get into total depravity and stay on point. Stands for total depravity. The belief in total depravity takes the view that sinfulness pervades all areas of human existence. Through the fall of man, humanity is stained by sin in every aspect. Hearts, emotions, will, mind, and body. So you can't think for yourself. That's what this is. You can't act of your own volition. This is New Age thought. This is New Age thought. This means people cannot independently choose God. Nope. That's not biblical. Sorry, that's Manichaeism. Okay, biblical is reading the Bible and seeing over and over and over and over again that we are given a choice to go with God's way or to go with our own way. Over and over and over again, you will see that we are offered a choice by God. And it doesn't mean that you are blessed if you choose. The going your own way is the definition of sin, by the way. Okay? So what this asserts, the T in tulip, is that you can't think for yourself. Okay? This is the problem. This is the first problem I have. Well, we have free will. That's not what Calvinism teaches. What I just read to you just then. Humanity is stained by sin in every aspect: heart, emotions, will, mind, and body. This means people cannot independently choose God. So if you believe that we have free will, Allison, you're not a Calvinist. You believe that Calvinism is heresy. Okay? See, this is where when we start getting into the doctrine, they want you to get... And it's not you, Allison. Please know that I love you very much. And but we need to be very clear on this. We need to be very clear on this. We can say that God is sovereign. Both of us can say it, and it means two different things. But we can say it and then just say, oh yeah, we're both believers of the same God. But no, when we go into the doctrine of this is very different, isn't it? You just said that we have free will. He says, no. No, we don't. That's what Calvinism teaches. So do you believe Calvinism, or do you believe that we have free will, Allison? And I know it sounds like I'm like single-handedly pointing you out there. No, all thought comes from God. No, again, I believe the Bible is very clear when it says we have the choice of our own to go our own way or the way of God. Satan was one of the first to choose his own way. Same thing with Lucifer. I thought you just said you were a Calvinist. Not a hyper-Calvinist, but a Calvinist. Yeah, you just answered yes to are you a Calvinist? So you are not a Calvinist. Okay, that's good. That's really good, because these people are lying to you, right? They're extremely full of pride. Like this is the cancer that I see in Calvinism, the major symptom of Calvinism, right? There is a pomp that these people are injected with, and even some Calvinists point this out. James White, I heard mention it. Okay, we do have a choice, right? When they say God is sovereign, it means that the mind of you can either be fully with him or fully not with him. Let's keep going. Stands for unconditional election. This Calvinist view says God chooses who will be saved. He chooses who will be saved. Let's go look at you know, the one that everybody like knows, right? This is the one, probably the most overquoted. This in the Corinthians marriage verse. You know, love is patient, love is kind. I don't know what version this is, but it's close enough. Okay, KJV. For God so loved the world, not the elect, not John Calvin, not John MacArthur, the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. This is a verb. Believeth, it's an action that they have to choose. Whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Who? Is it the elect? Is it the elect? No, it's the world. It's the world. It's everyone. It's everyone. It's everyone. This is completely heretical to the most well-known verse of the Bible. Oh gosh, just reading this is so... In eternity past, God elected certain people to be saved. Yeah, he appointed judges and things like that, basically. Okay? And then we go to what? Let's go to Hebrews 1:1. And this also applies to the NAR and their shamla blah 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 speaking in tongues crap. God who at, let's go full chapter. God who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days, remember a comma usually is a divider between this happens, then that happens. Okay? That's a really important thing to know about the Bible. That's often a divider. So the Father by the prophets, so in sundry times, in diverse ways, various ways and times, he spake to us in the past by the unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days, after the comma, spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom he also made the worlds. Right? So like this is showing you that there's one appointment. There's one appointment. It's Jesus Christ. Okay? You believe on Jesus Christ, you are saved. That his finished work saved you. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I can get into an actual testimony at another time, just to get through this really quickly. The belief in Christ is what saved you. Right? Calvinists don't believe in free will. God gave us exactly. Calvinists do not believe in free will. God gave us free will, and great battle started out of that tiny. Exactly. Since some are chosen for salvation, not the world. John Calvin says, right? Not the world. He doesn't believe the Bible. See? Some are chosen for salvation, others are not. Those not chosen are the damned, destined for an eternity to hell. So now, how do they then justify this? Okay? They commit another heresy. They start believing that God sends you the Holy Spirit before you are saved. Okay? That's what they start teaching. That you are sent the Holy Spirit so that you are broken by God before that you are saved. That you have made the choice to be saved. And we will see. Oh boy, this has been a long time. I will send unto you a comforter. I'm sorry if I botched that really bad. It has been a long time, okay? Let's just read. But when the Comforter is come, whom I will send unto you from the Father, even the Spirit of truth. When they say even the Spirit, it's kind of just boasting it, right? Which proceedeth from the Father. But how do you get to the Father? How do you get to the Father? No man can get to the Father except through me. So how can you have, he's saying after. It proceedeth from the Father, after. Okay? By the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost, whom the Father will send in my name, and shall teach you all things, and bring all things to your remembrance. This is after, proceedeth. So how do you get the Holy Spirit after, once you've just received the Father through Jesus, who is the only way to the Father, right? But how do you get? How does the Comforter come to you beforehand when it clearly says in the Bible it comes after? Think about that. Think about that. They are saying that you get the Holy Ghost so that you can believe in Jesus. But they're saying here in the Bible, what the Bible says is that you get the Holy Spirit after you are saved by your faith in Christ. Completely different. This is not the same God. This is not the same God at all. L stands for limited atonement. Limited atonement is the view that Jesus Christ died only for the sins of the elect, according to John Calvin. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. It's completely opposite. It's completely opposite. Now, this one, the L in tulip, they do point this out, and I believe rightly, that not all Calvinists believe this one. But if you are a full-fledged Calvinist, this is part of it. But this is where, like, Calvin had a debate with Pelagius, and he was getting his ass kicked. Let's just put it that way. He did not understand the Bible. I mean, he was still quoting Augustine. Okay? Anybody who quotes Augustine in this day and age haven't done their research. All right, so neither did he. He didn't understand it. And so when he was losing his debate against Pelagius, not saying that I support Pelagius or any of his heresies either, but when he was losing to this other man, this other liar, he then went back to his drawing board, took a whole bunch of the Manichaeanism that he took before, which Manichaeanism, it's the same thing as what Simon Magus was doing. Same group, Gnosticism, Manichaeism, all this kind of stuff. This is what he starts bringing all this crap in. Because he didn't care about the Bible. He didn't care about the Word of God. He didn't care about God's true nature. What he cared about was winning an argument, because he was an egotistical moron that actually murdered a lot of people. A lot of people. You should take a look into John Calvin, too. This man is not a good man. I stands for irresistible grace. Once again, this is the assertion. The I in tulip is the assertion that you have no free will. So let's read on. Irresistible grace, this one is, or further expounded anyways, is the belief that God brings his elect to salvation through an eternal call, which they are powerless to resist. The Holy Spirit supplies grace to them. We just went through this. This further expounds into it. I in before this motherfucker. The Holy Spirit supplies grace to them after they repent and are born again. Or until they repent and are born again. But again, I already showed you when we get the Holy Spirit. It's after Christ. It's after our faith in Christ. No man gets to the Father save through me. Can you believe this? This is looked at as brilliant. This is looked at as brilliant. I'm not kidding you, because we have this set up, the NAR, the New Apostolic Reformation, where we can laugh at that all day. Calvinists and I can agree on this, but it's set up so that we are to agree with the Calvinists and go with them with their ridiculous, moronic doctrine that has no base in the Bible. Perseverance of the saints, and then this is the bait and switch into slavery. Calvinism teaches that the elect cannot lose their salvation because salvation is the work of the Father, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm a little bit... this part I'm kind of close on, to be honest. Once saved, always saved. I'm kind of close on this. There are certain things I think you can fall away. You can be blotted out from the book of life. But for the most part, you are eternally secure. But this is not all of it, okay? Let's keep reading. Technically, however, it is God who perseveres, not the saints themselves. Calvin doctrine of perseverance of the saints is in contrast to the theology of Lutheranism and the Roman Catholic Church, which hold that people can lose their salvation. See, this, I mean, like, I think it's closer. It's like, it doesn't mean that I'm going to become a Catholic or a Lutheran. Or, you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, just because these guys have it wrong doesn't mean I'm going to become a Calvinist. That's what I'm trying to say. Calvinists support eternal security with such verses. Okay, there's a little bit more to go into this with this here. They're saying if you're truly saved, you will keep the commandments. They like to go into that part. They really like to go into that part, and they play this over you, and they make you wonder if you were ever saved. And once you start doubting that you're saved through Jesus's through the blood of Jesus and the finished work of Jesus on the cross, once they get you doubting that, well, I don't know if that loses your salvation. I don't think it does. I think that anybody trying to understand what the gospel is, this sets you on a track to understand how useless our works are. Okay? It's works-based without being works-based. Roman Catholic Church and Lutheranism. Well, first off, Jesuits are all over Lutherans. Like, that was like the Huguenots and the Lutherans, they were like the first targets. Do I think of what, though? So I can assume I'm a Bible-believing Christian. That's what I am. I'm not Arminian. I could also go down the road with Arminianism. I'm not Calvinist. I'm not a Pelagian. I'm not a Manichaean. I'm not a Roman Catholic. I'm not a Lutheran. I guess, like, if you're wondering, like, which church I would fit in the best, an independent, maybe like an independent Baptist or something like that. But even then, they have their own qualms. All churches are so pos. So I'm just, like, picking the one that's closest to me. I don't support baptism. I think that there is, again, a lot of this perseverance of the saints that becomes work-based. So I don't like that in Baptist church. I was born and raised Roman. Yeah, works are Roman Catholic, but they're not just Roman Catholic. They're also Mormon. All religion believes in, except for Christ, from what I've seen. Maybe you can argue, no, not even Buddhism, because they believe in the reincarnation based on how well you've been. Yeah, no sweat. Throw on the questions. Luther was... No, I mean, I don't agree with that. Luther was... listen, I have a lot of respect for Luther. I see him as a... what do you call it? I really appreciate what he did, sparking the Protestant Revolution, or Reformation, whatever. But he had his own problems with doctrine. He was also a Calvinist. Right? Yeah, all religions are false. It's okay. No need to all caps that. It's okay. We're both in agreement there. So, why does the Bible have many different versions? Well, you have many different people trying to make different translations, right? But what that doesn't mean is that it hasn't been translated correctly. Just give me a second. Pulling up a program. Sorry, I pressed it one too many times. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, well, you know what? As that's loading, I recommend going onto a website called e-sword.net, and then you can download the KJV. But also with it, you can click on every single word, and it'll show you where it came from, how many times it was used, and you will see. We got it here now. Yay! Just a second. I'll switch over the window. We're not really missing much on the volcano at the moment, are we? This is a good time for a chat. Can I make this bigger? This will do, right? Maybe a little bigger for you if I can. Okay, so this is called eSword, and you can basically go through all of the Bible. And you see these numbers here? This is part of, like, I can turn that off if I want. But I always keep it on because it's so bomb. You won't be able to read all this here. I will read out a good one for you just when I find a decent... okay, Zion. All right, so there's one. Here we go. So you see H6726, and that is the numeration of the word that was given in the original text as they translated it to KJV. Okay? So you'll see the KJV plus here. Every single thing that was jotted down, because it's a different language, like there's from Zion, you'll get like these two things, and you know, because languages are not exactly the same, perfectly translated, right? So it can be a little bit weird, but you will see that every word that's written down here comes from the Hebrew text, at which you can then go back, right, and start doing these cross-references in history. And you will find them. You will find them. We know that that is translated. And you'll see all of the Old Testament here is like that. And then when you get into the New Testament, I bet you someone will scold me for saying that the four Gospels aren't the New Testament. And technically you might even be right for the most part up to the resurrection and the finished work on the cross. You might be right on that. It's always an interesting discussion to have. But once you get into the reason why I say New Testament is because it was written in Koine Greek and or simplified Greek. And that was the language at the time. It wasn't long before it switched over to Roman. But yeah, or Latin, sorry. It was the lingua franca of the time. It comes to it. And you can also verify these. The aging. I mean, like the manuscripts that we have go back as far as like 150. So when you compare the writings of the Bible and then the writings of, let's say, Socrates, of which we have no manuscripts anymore. We have much more proof that the Bible is written correctly. And I think it's somewhere around like 99.7 surety, because we don't have like all the manuscripts, that we're getting like that insane accuracy. And yet we don't have any evidence, true evidence, that Socrates existed. But I think he did. I think the copies that we received over time, I think they're legit. But we don't even have to deal with copies with Socrates. We deal with the real manuscripts from way, way back. Way back. It's much more collected. It's a good question. It is. It's a really good question, because, listen, we hear all the time that it's translated so many times and stuff. And I get it. When we have like ESV, NASB, and why are there so many of these? My answer, there's so many different answers you can give, I guess. But my answer to you is that there's people trying to dilute the Bible. That's what they're trying to do with that. Yeah. Jesus says it's not about what he did. It's about what he did, not what we do. Exactly. Our works are as filthy rags, as the Bible says. It gets even worse than that. It's menstrual rags, actually, I think they talk about. Have a wrench, by the way, so you can share information. All we have to do is believe on him. He is enough. Exactly. But I mean, there's also things where he tells you, like, you're better off killing yourself now. You know. So yeah, I am mostly a proponent of once saved, always saved, but I'm not a proponent of like how you get these Steven Andersons that kind of push you towards being like very just completely forgetting about the law, right? Because you're saved, just forget about the law. And I mean, he's really passionate in a lot of things, Steven Anderson, you know. And I think he can get some good things right, but I think it's wasted because he ends up, you know, calling people like the fag word and stuff like that, right? There's no need of that. There's no need of it. It's a false enemy that's kind of just set up for us to fight about, you know. Do I know the Aleph Tav? Well, Aleph is Avidan. Aleph. But no, I don't know any of that stuff. But like, these are just letters in Hebrew, Aleph Tav. That's all I know of them, anyways. Yeah. Good comment, Nina Solins. Thank you very much. Tanakh. Well, Tanakh is it's the Pentateuch. It's another word for Pentateuch, right? Tanakh is just the first 5 books, or is it the full thing? And I'm just thinking of the Pentateuch. Yeah, 24 of them. Which of the 24? Which ones are not? Because I think it's like 44 books in the old. Whatever. But yeah, okay, yeah. So we'll just... I'm guessing you're just referring to the Tanakh as the Old Testament. So it's a little bit more precise is what I'm trying to say, but still. And to have the narration mostly about the Bible. Yeah, man. Check out that this program. It's really good. I caution against hastily making connections of words that may not be there, right? So be careful about that. Maybe it means something that you don't think it means, and maybe something that you think it means is kind of way off. So like, you got to be careful about that. But what makes this even better, like, let's say I wanted to see Zion again. Where's, just one second. No, not even the same one. It doesn't matter. Let's look at another begat. Total KJV occurrences. So I take a look at G1080. And I click this little button here. I don't know if the pop-up shows for you then, but I type in G1080. Hold on. I don't think it's showing. I'll switch it over. Oh, it won't let me. It's okay. But I type in the thing, and I end up getting all of the places where it occurs. Every occurrence will show up to me then. I don't know if it shows for you. I'm sorry that it doesn't. But I'm currently looking at all 97 times that it was used. And you can start getting the themes of why these would be used like that. I wonder if I can like pop. Can I pop this in here somewhere? Why doesn't it let you do that? Oh well. But yeah, really cool stuff. It's really... This is a great program if you want to study the Bible fast. But yeah, I think this has been a long enough tangent. I caution against Calvinism because it comes off... You see the NAR and then you see Calvinists, quote-unquote, calling out the NAR, and they look like they have a head of sense on them, but these people teach just as heretical garbage, except it's done in a more conservative fashion. So people who are conservative will go to that, and people who are liberal will go to the feelings NAR stuff. Both sides are false. and a distraction from the true faith that is the Bible, what is told to us in the Bible. All right, I'm going to take a little break. Hope you guys didn't mind that rambling. We got the rooster crowing. I think I'm going to probably close out a little earlier tonight. I usually go well into the morning. What I'm hoping to go for now is maybe finish at 12 Eastern. Right now it's 9:15. So we still got lots of time. But yeah, I think it'd be good to maybe shorten these just a little bit, especially now that we have the new Discord. I didn't even try to make this a segue, but we do have a new Discord that you guys can join. We do talk, as you see, we talk about lots of different stuff. It's not just about volcanoes, not just about the Bible. In fact, I don't really speak about the Bible enough compared to what some people should, what I should really, But we talk about lots of different topics here. So I'll throw that down as well, and it's up top too. You can join our Discord and join the discussion. I was kind of hoping, if anybody's interested, we can do a voice chat later on, and you guys would actually make it onto the show. You just have to make sure you got headphones on, okay? That's the one thing I asked if you wanted to do that and have a convo. Just make sure you got headphones on so there's no chopping up and stuff like that. And if we can't get a good feed, I'll have to cut you just to keep fluency, you know what I mean? We can't get a good setup going or whatever. But yeah, if you guys were interested, I think that'd be really fun, actually. Get people, and I always like talking about stuff that can anger people. I get it. I'm we don't believe in the same God as if you're a Calvinist. That's a pretty big statement. I know people get ticked off, so it's a good way for you to come up here and give me a tongue lashing, stuff like that. I think I'm going to turn off this rooster. If that's okay with you guys, if it's possible. I think. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Vinny's starting to blow his top again. We got a lot more explosivity coming up here in the back. But all in all, we're not seeing too much by way of collapse, although I would keep an eye on this top right. Jesus' truth, all else is idolatry. Yep, indeed. Missing lightning and explosions on the top right. Sorry about that, guys. It's hard to stare at the volcano all the time. All right, break time. I shall return within a couple minutes. Just getting some music cued. This is Mes Aïeux.
Ton arrière-arrière-grand-père, il a défriché la terre. Ton arrière-grand-père, il a labouré la terre. Et puis ton grand-père a rentabilisé la terre. Et puis ton père, il l'a vendu pour devenir fonctionnaire. Et puis toi, mon petit gars, tu sais plus ce que tu vas faire dans ton petit 3,5, ben trop cher, fret en hiver. Il te vient des envies de devenir propriétaire et tu rêves la nuit d'avoir ton petit lopin de terre. Ton arrière-arrière-grand-mère, elle a eu 14 enfants. Ton arrière-grand-mère en a eu quasiment autant. Et puis ta grand-mère en a eu 3, c'était suffisant. Puis ta mère en voulait pas, toi t'étais un accident. Et puis toi, ma petite fille, tu changes de partenaire.
dans ses REER. Et pis toi, petite jeunesse, tu dois ton cul au ministère. Pas moyen d'avoir un prêt dans une institution bancaire pour calmer tes envies de hold-up et la caissière. Tu lis des livres qui parlent de simple.
Sorry about that. We back.
On va à la fontaine pour y pêcher du poisson, la zigazon zinzon.
On va à la fontaine pour y pêcher du poisson, la zigazon zinzon.
La fontaine est profonde, je me suis coulé à fond, la zigazon zinzon.
Fille en haut, fille en bas, fille, femme, femme aussi, puis la bottine, tin, le rigolet, ha ha.
Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement.
Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement.
La fontaine est profonde, je me suis coulé à fond, la zigazon zinzon.
La fontaine est profonde, je me suis coulé à fond, la zigazon zinzon.
Par ici, lui passe, trois cavaliers barons, la zigazon zinzon.
Fille en haut, fille en bas, fille, femme, femme aussi, puis la bottine, tin, le rigolet, ha ha.
Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement.
Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement.
Par ici, lui passe, trois cavaliers barons, la zigazon zinzon.
Par ici, lui passe, trois cavaliers barons, la zigazon zinzon.
Comme donneriez-vous belle si je vous tirais du fond, la zigazon zinzon.
Fille en haut, fille en bas, fille, femme aussi, puis la bottine, tin, le rigolet, ha ha.
Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement.
Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement.
Comme donneriez-vous belle si je vous tirais du fond, la zigazon zinzon.
Comme donneriez-vous belle si je vous tirais du fond, la zigazon zinzon.
Tirez, dit-elle, après ça nous verrons, la zigazon zinzon.
Fille en haut, fille en bas, fille, femme aussi, puis la bottine, tin, le rigolet, ha ha.
Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement.
Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement.
Tirez, dit-elle, après ça nous verrons, la zigazon zinzon.
Tirez, dit-elle, après ça nous verrons, la zigazon zinzon.
Quand la la belle fuite à terre, se sauve à la maison, la zigazon, zinzon. Fille en haut, fille en bas, fille, femme aussi, puis la bottine, tin, rigolait, ha, ha. Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement. Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement. Quand la belle fuite à terre, se sauve à la maison, la zigazon, zinzon. Quand la belle fuite à terre, se sauve à la maison, la zigazon, zinzon. S'assoit à la fenêtre, compose une chanson, la zigazon, zinzon. Fille en haut, fille en bas, fille, femme aussi, puis la bottine, tin, rigolait, ha, ha. Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement. Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement. S'assoit à la fenêtre, compose une chanson, la zigazon, zinzon. S'assoit à la fenêtre, compose une chanson, la zigazon, zinzon. Mon petit cœur en garde n'est pas pour un baron, la zigazon, zinzon. Fille en haut, fille en bas, fille, femme aussi, puis la bottine, tin, rigolait, ha, ha. Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement. Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement. Mon petit cœur en gage n'est pas pour un baron, la zigazon, zinzon. Mon petit cœur en gage n'est pas pour un baron, la zigazon, zinzon. Mais pour un homme de guerre qui a du poil au menton, la zigazon, zinzon. Fille en haut, fille en bas, fille, femme aussi, puis la bottine, tin, rigolait, ha, ha. Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit porte-clés tout rouillé gaiement. Son petit porte-clés tout rouillé, son petit...
Okay, I think it's enough of that one. I forgot how old it was, or how long it went. So one more while I'm just doing a double check. Anon, I do see that there's an Anon in the voice chat. Is that you that would like to get online and be the first person on? Just a few of us in here now anyways. Nothing to be too shy of. I have it like a private channel that, you know, it'll be aside from the general if you guys want to chat on your own, stuff like that. So let me know if you want to be pulled in. We can do that. So we still got another about 2.5 hours. It would be cool to finally chat with you guys, but no rush. I know, being the first person. Like that one, that was called Zigazon. Zigazon. Very popular in drinking in like bars and stuff in Quebec. Very, very popular song. But it's cooler when you hear the Quebecers chant it when they're drinking. I'll play another song just to, while I'm getting everything ready. This is... Well, we play it once a day, so... Ween, Ocean Man. Oh, the person I thought was coming on, they're going to be about 30 minutes, so if there's anybody else that'd like to do so, you're more than welcome. But I do understand being put on the spot is a little bit weird, so don't worry, I won't be offended if nobody wants to come on. I'll just cry silently with my little tiny violin. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking around. Let's take a look while we're waiting. Get this turned up a bit. It seems that I'm having a little bit of audio problems. There's nothing really that loud at the moment, and ones that are loud also have like roosters and stuff. Oh, what do we have here down at the bottom? Looks like we had ourselves a little overflow, a little burp. When did this happen? I was born and raised. Here we go. I didn't even know I was disconnected, but okay. You can see it happening now. It's basically, it's just, it got caught up. There's a lot, I guess a little bit quicker of a lava flow going on now. And I guess it got stuck in like a rut, maybe its own little cone there. It filled up. And it's just, this is fast, by the way. I got this sped up. So we got a bit of a bulge there. See, these are the things that make the lava flow very unpredictable. Because you don't know where the bulge will come out. You do assume that it's going to come out through here and it's leaching a little bit through here. We don't see what's behind there. If you're a resident of La Palma, you're looking at that, you're going, oh, where's that going to start dripping now? Anything can happen. If you get a nice cooling here, you can get another meander going this way. So let's hope that stays stable. Let's go back to multicam and bring that back up to date. I'm seeing a harsh amount of overflow here at this point. Seems like it's quite concentrated in one direction. It's getting spit up. Oh, look at these explosions. Okay, so yeah, what was I saying? I was born a Roman Catholic, but I can tell you, like, I was never like a big Roman Catholic growing up, and then I went like agnostic atheist, you know, that teenager phase or whatever. Then I was a big alcoholic, and then I became a Mormon. Yeah, I became a Mormon. And I learned a lot about cults starting at that point. And, but I don't know if I ever really believed in the Mormonism. It was just I wanted to get my life together or something, and it looked like it. Look at this. Okay, so I left Mormonism and I became more or less agnostic for a little bit. And I like to debate a lot. So I was online, I was debating, and I like to think I'm a good debater. I don't know. Everybody likes to think they're a good debater. So, you know, I was feeling pretty confident with most of my arguments, especially against Mormons, because I had learned so much. And just learning all the tactics and stuff. And then I came across this born-again Christian. And she was also in that Mormon church, kind of like trying to convert people out of it. But I thought she was crazy at one point and not intelligent. You know what I mean? Like I totally dismissed her and undercounted her, underestimated, I guess. So I engage in debate with her, and she kicked my ass, and she did it humbly. She did it very humbly, and that was this. You saw the strength that you never noticed at first. She absolutely wrecked me, but did it in a way that I could listen to what she had to say. And I was very impressed by that, I guess. And it kind of broke my spirit a little bit, you know? My haughtiness, it broke. And, you know, I was still an alcoholic at the time. And I'm just getting, you know, going down the alcoholic spiral, worse and worse. And eventually, I realized I was a piece of crap. Total piece of crap. And there was no like church I could go to fix this. You know what I mean? There was no cult I could join. You know, I come to the realization that I couldn't just like stop it in the Roman Catholic Church or Alcoholics Anonymous alone. Like I don't necessarily say you shouldn't go there at first if you're an alcoholic and you need help, but it is a bit culty. Like all of these things, like this is not what's going to save me. This is not what's going to save me. And she had told me enough about the gospel before and the difference that I realized that this is not what I was looking at before. And so I went to that same lady who kicked my ass in debate, and I said, I realize I'm a total disaster case. You know what I mean? And she invited me over to her place, and she shared the gospel with me. Told us about what the fall of man meant, that it was a disconnection between man and God when Adam and Eve fell. It was a disconnection. And this is why we needed, because we sinned, and he can't be around sin. He doesn't tolerate sin in his presence. That's why we were cast. And that's why we needed priests back in the day to make the sacrifices for us. He was the Levitical priest was the only one that could go into the temple and make the sacrifice for us, because he was the appointed one that was held to a much higher standard than what we were held to, so that they can go in and make the sacrifice for us, right? And then what Jesus did was he became that sacrifice once and for all sins. So the priest could only do the sins of the week or the month or whatever it was. Sorry, it's a little bit too obscure information for me to remember that. Even though I should know it, I should be reading the Bible enough for that. He became that sacrifice, not just for that week, not for what you did just then, but for everything, past and present and future, right? The was and is to come. And he did it the way that it was. The connection was when he was crucified, okay? There's two parts of it. When he was crucified, the blood, when that hit the ground, that was God being held up, and the sacrifice hit that ground. That was the repentance of the sin of the world. Okay? And then when he was raised from the dead, it's not just a defeat of sin. It is a statement of proof against the false gods of the area. One thing that gods can do is they can raise the dead. What false gods can do in pagan theology, this is not my theology, is that they can raise other gods from the dead. They cannot raise themselves from the dead. This, just like how I mentioned in Genesis that the first few, it's a statement saying, your puny, weak little thoughts of gods that you think created this stuff, or they are the representation of creation. Those little, I made them. And he does the same thing. It's not, the resurrection itself is also part of the redemption of our sin, yes. But it's an assertion that he is far higher than any other god that's ever been out there. And it's a beautiful story. It really is a beautiful story. And the way that leads up to, like, his ministry that leads up is also so crucial, because it fulfills the prophecies. And the interactions that he has with the leaders, the experts at the time, he completely destroys them. And that becomes my favorite part too, because as the haughty debater that I am, or was, or whatever you want to call it, this really appealed to me. He BTFO'd everybody. It's like everybody who tried to trap him with their stupid little talking points and things like that. He was able to blow them away. It was so cool to watch. And the healings and stuff like that, these are all to fulfill the prophecies of this person coming by the earlier prophets. And then once that was fulfilled, he needed to die for our sins. This is why the apostles couldn't understand it. At the end, they were freaking out. They were running away. You know what I mean? Peter is a really good example of like, he was not a good saint. He was not a good apostle, right? And he was forgiven for it, of course. But like, they didn't understand why he needed to die, because they didn't know the scriptures, because it was hidden from them by Pharisees and the people before them, and for hundreds if not thousands of years. That's why so many Jews don't get it. All this information is buried under midrashes. So, yeah. So that's why I'm not a Roman Catholic. Jezebel and Ahab. Well, I mean, there are priests that make sacrifice, Allison. Have you read the Pentateuch? That's why the tabernacle and the temple was made. It's for sacrifice, and the people who make the sacrifice are the priests. That's why we don't need priests anymore, like the Roman Catholic Church. We don't need them at all because the priesthood is over. That is another thing that goes into Hebrews 1:1, where it's talking about sundry times and diverse measures spoken of prophets, but they say that Jesus was appointed heir of all things. The priests were appointed to be like the sacrifice managers, so to speak, right? When Jesus died and the ultimate sacrifice is done, past, present, and future, what need is there for priests, right? Unless you want to then reassert yourself in between. Because like once you're saved, you have that, through the Holy Spirit, you have the connection with God. You have the personal connection of God. Priests are now just people who try and insert themselves in between that. That's what Catholic priests are. Walked into the live feed and hear Mormon's first word. Yeah. This place is not your average place, but welcome, Christina. It's great to have you. IQ member as well. Yeah, there are some new people here. I know I scare half the new people away because we like having lots of conversation. It's not just about religion, by the way. Most of the time, actually, it's very rarely we get this deep into it. I'm going to throw a wrench on you, Christina, and this way, everybody you can see has wrenches here because YouTube doesn't like people sharing links, whereas I don't care. If you want to go watch something else, you're more than welcome to. Jezebel and Ahab, what about them? I'm the same as Bushcraft Bear. You're coming to some hasty conclusions. Are you a little bit triggered? I called out your Calvinism there, Allison. A little bit on the trig. Don't spiral on me. You know I love you. Yeah, they were expecting to be saved from the Romans. That that Pilate would do something, but Pilate washed his hands, right? Yeah, that's a great point. The general thing is still there. They were still so focused on the worldly. They didn't understand. They just didn't understand. And who can, well, Jesus blames them, but like as a human, who can blame them, Yeah. Again, I always say Mark is my favorite of the four Gospels because Mark, one of its overarching themes is the who is this man question. They just don't get it. The demons know. The demons he expels know. But the apostles don't. They have an irony and even humor that's added to that book with that. I enjoy it. I think Bushcraft is a Jesuit, if you ask me. That's my guess, with all the feelings and the energies. And yet he's reading Songs of Solomon, or not songs, sorry, Psalms of Solomon. Oh, the Song of Solomon is probably talking about him. Yeah, really good point. Really good point. I don't think he's Calvinist, though. I think he is Jesuit, if anything. Got on the old Discord here. And I'm still waiting. Once again, up top, you got Discord. I'm going to start, if you guys are interested. I don't know if the interest is too low. We don't have to do it. But we can have people come on and have chats in like the latter part. Boost is... Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. No worries. But yeah, even if you don't want to come on for voice chats, we have lots of stuff it's being set up. We got like general memes, red pills, volcano footage, stuff like that. So it's actually a really good place, and you can then talk to people that are in the chat. This is one of the more lively chats that I've had over the years. So I know you guys like talking with each other or whatnot, and this is a place to do it. So up top, you can join the discord.gg. You should probably download the app if you're not used to it, because the website is kind of hard to navigate. I did ask under one of his videos which denomination he was, but I got no reply. I'll show you one thing I got there today. Well, you know what? It's going to take me a while to find it, but I got a reply to one of my videos was, Bushcraft Bear is a very nice man, and it came from a guy named like Ignatius E. Sturgis or something. And I was like, is he as Jesuit as your first name? So, I don't know. A lot of power here now. This flow is starting back up. Looks like we got some mantle plume, or not mantle plume, sorry. We have some above ground mantle, which is the cover over the lava. You can see it flows in the middle. Just a quick rundown on that. The outside flows slower than the inside because it encounters friction, resistance, traction from the embankments. I think the same thing happens with rivers, but it's more noticeable here. That's why you get like a line. There's almost always a line. This darker stuff, it's stuff that's cooled just a little bit, and it's harder to flow, so it finds the faster flow just naturally. When it doesn't, like, gets stuck. Yeah, you can probably say it's in my last stream. So it was a guy named Ignatius E. Sturgis. He was like, Bushcraft Bear is a nice man. Like, yeah, okay, Loyola. So, someone mentioned Jezebel and Ahab. Jezebel would be a great description of narcissism. Someone's fear is causing them to act evil. It's an under aching fear that she has. She was a foreigner ruler. Ahab was the king, but he was he was a bushcraft bear. He was a just weak person, afraid to go into the caves, that stuff, right? And he was just a weak ruler. And so Jezebel, then, because, well, if he's a weak ruler, it's even less legitimacy for her. She was actually foreign. He was not supposed to be marrying foreign women, but he did. And she was not really accepted by the people. And so she would basically act really tyrannical in order to command the respect of all, and she was pushing people around and stuff like that. And she eventually came along Elijah, who at first she was able to scare away, run into a cave. He ran into a cave. He ran into a cave just like bushcraft ran into the forest. And God went to Elijah and say, Elijah, what are you doing in the cave, you little... Don't be a wimp. I'm here with you. And so he got up. And the same ones, the agents of Jezebel, were called the prophets of Baal. They were prophets of Baal. They were, well, child sacrificers, basically. They don't just sacrifice children all the time. There's other things to it, but they had like a fire, and that's because ball is their thing, and fire, right? And that's like how they draw their powers and stuff like that. So Elijah went up to him and he said, "No, this is all really, really stupid. You're a bunch of losers wearing like robes and trying to be cool, and you're just manipulating people. So I'm just gonna sit here and laugh at you." And he laughs, and he's literally taunting and laughing at them, right? And they start losing their minds over it. They're just chanting harder and harder, but it has no effect. It has no effect because you see it for what it is. That's a great story. Jezebel and Ahab. And anyway, she ran when he finally came about. Men do like their caves. Yeah, they like going out and being alone, and then that's how they come up with their crazy, stupid ideas. Every cult out there, listen, think about it. Muhammad, cave. Joseph Smith, alone in the woods. Aleister Crowley, alone in the pyramids. And he was speaking to Awas. What else we got? Ignatius Loyola of the Jesuits. He was in a cave in Montserrat, and that's where he came up with his spiritual exercises. I mean, how many times you got to see it? How many times you see, like, keep the men away from the cave? You know what? He was better that he didn't go in that cave today, because he probably would have came out with a new cult religion if he doesn't already have one. Poor old bushcraft. Is that perpendicular river top right? No, it's some sort of clot going on. Looks like there's a boulder. Something that got stuck here. And what's going on, there was this little area where it could build. This is what we don't want to see. Is remember I was talking about it could reroute. And then this will go further to the north, because this is heading north, right? Or more or less north, maybe northwest. So now the lava, if this stays like this, which I don't think it will, but you never know. Once this starts hitting track going downhill, it could clear itself, allowing the lava to be easier displaced into this funnel. This can go and slope down into the northwest, which is again further into the cities or the towns. I'm just going to refer to like the northwest part as Greater Los Llanos. I think that's what I'm going to do. The more that you see this go in, the populated areas, Greater Los Llanos, the more risk that they are going to get hit with this lava. I don't think this one will do it. But you keep seeing stuff like that. And it very well could. Look at this. We'll get back to the multicam in one moment. I'm also looking at this here. I'm wondering what the heck's going on. See this here? This line. We have that now. That's probably more pyroclast landslide. Recent pyroclast that's built up and it slowly went. But I think this is starting to get ready to fall. Yep. Something here. Don't worry. Spectacular footage. Not even from Chad TV Canarius. They probably Me Too'd him for being too good at his job. Yeah, another 700, I think, evacuated. Not enough. Not enough. These are chicken scratches to what it should, or chicken scratches. You know what I'm trying to say. Chicken fodder. What am I trying to say here? Small beans. From where that lava is coming from. Fisher. Is that now? 1 second. The lava, though, an aerial view would show this. It flows this way and then it meanders into here. But look at it now. Was there a collapse there? What's happening here? It looks like this is met and blocked off the lava. See what I'm saying? It's slumping. And this is closing off. It used to be that there was like a river that would snake its way around the two hills. But I think that's starting to clog. Vinny is insane. So yeah, welcome to those coming in. We have a divergence in lava flow. There seems to be slow collapsing going on here that's blocking off this lava flow, which might be a good thing. It does still seem like it's going through, though, so we'll see how this ends. It didn't end well the last few times. It's what created the unpredictable lava to the north. And the north means more homes. Specifically homes now at this point. They've burned up all the plantations up top. It looks like this is starting to cool here. There's a mantle that's going over it. So I'm thinking the flow is still this guy here. It's getting through. We don't want this continuing. I'm telling you right now. That is dangerous stuff. I know there's a hill right in front of it here, but this can flow. The way that the slope of this hill is, it could go right, man, I don't know, like straight over Las Laguna, or La Laguna. Las Laguna. I'm sorry, Lisa, that must have been nails on a chalkboard for you. They have 700 on the last census in that area. They don't even know the real numbers. If that plateau at the bottom continues its formation, can make a bridge. Yeah, but that we've been seeing bridges collapse. I'm saying like, hey, maybe it could like seal itself up and contain itself, but it's like, I don't even know if that's the best way anymore. It used to seem like as long as it sealed up a bit, it would stop the lava, but now it's just collapsing through the lava. Vinny's so strong, it eats through whatever contains it. Bro, that lava is sketch. Chill out. Starting to bulge a little bit there. See that? It's bulging out the side. Which is telling me there's a lot of weight up here. And then as this started getting pulled, it ripped it open and then pushed that out. So is this still getting fed from underneath what we're seeing here? There's a boulder right here, and I think that's what's really been doing it. It just won't go. You can see flow here. Part of that boulder. Hopefully. It is looking like the center is keeping the most flow. And that's a good thing. That's where it came from before. We don't want it diverting. We want that forgotten about up there. But I don't think it is either. I think I'm seeing it flow to the left. The right one is whatever. Doesn't matter. The left one is the one that should have the most attention on it. How this develops could affect many homes. So we are praying indeed that it stays right down the middle. Man, what a blast from that. From Vinny here. Nah, still not looking like a tsunami. You're good there. You're good there. They don't even know the real numbers? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. These people seem criminally inept. I don't know. I think it will burn through here, I hope. We got another bulge coming in, so we'll have to see. This is picking back up. So something got burned through here. Which is probably much better than a collapse right now. What are we seeing there? Oh, guys, this is sketchy, okay? Seeing more very light lava starting to seep in there. Not good. It will reactivate the rest of it. If that boulder continues to block, maybe we could have a diversion. Not good. This is not good. Remember, all it has to do is just cut a little rift, or not a good thing to use here, a little nook. Just needs to carve enough, and it starts going there. Now, it would still be blocked by a lot of the mountain, but just having it start here to fall down once this mountain goes past, or once it goes past the mountain, that's a big problem, because it could fall right into the north area. Crater Los Llanos. Or Llanos, sorry. Hey, is Llanos like Llanos? Any connection in that word? Llanos. And Janus, Janus, or Janus. Yeah, it's a slow negotiation. I think Dano was saying there. Look at this. Look at all this white, though. It looks like there's a lot flowing under here. I don't know how that boulder would hang on, though, if that was the case. Now, I'm assuming, since how violent this is, there's probably a lot of gas in this, so maybe it is flowing slower. Oh, that's gross. Yeah, it's at least partially doing it. I mean, look at it. It's all, you can see how it's reactivating the lava now. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I'll stop moving my mouse. Gross. Gross. Let's hope that's cutting off. I think it might be. And it would be certainly welcomed. We'll keep an eye on it. That's really scary. That's not what you want to be seeing. How many earthquakes have hit La Palma today? 69. That's actually kind of low, so that's good to see. Might just be overflow. It could die out. Well, it's not like it was flow from the beginning, but what we're hoping is that it gets cut off. It was kind of overflowy. It was a really weird one. Like, so obviously now we know that this boulder was in the way, and there was like this little pool, little cup of lava that was filling up because of it. And then when it ran over, it's not quite overflow. Like overflow, when I'm talking about overflow, I'm talking about like how this pyroclast, sometimes it just gets shot right over, where there's just so much pressure that's in that pool that it just blows. It wasn't like that. It got stuck, and the flow caused it to divert in 2 places, or in 3 places. The problem is now is we want the center. We want the center to remain flowing, because that was the old one. It's already got its own track, but if this keeps going, which looks like it's starting to die out again, you can create its own track that's much more north and destroy more homes. Quick update for those coming in. Save for my flesh, take a wrench. So it looks like there's only like 13, 14 people in here, but you see all the people with the wrenches, you actually don't show up on the views. So there's okay, we're back. Sorry about that. OBS is a little bit weird. I don't know why. Maybe there's like something. Maybe there's something going on. Like I have like a setting that's messing up or something. I'll check that before I do my next live. Doesn't make sense to me though. All right, we have Anon. You ready to go, buddy? I'm gonna pull you into the chat. And guys, sorry if I haven't done a test on stream yet, so let's see if it works. Anon, how you doing? Just 1 second. I don't see you just yet. 1 sec. Just bear with me. What we'll do, I'll play a song, and while I'm doing that, I'll see what we can set up. Oh, this is pretty good intro, or what do you call it? music for in between. I forget what's the intermission.
Talking out here to see if I can get the YouTube chat thing. Can you hear me now? Can you? All right, cool. If I randomly mute out and I don't answer you, it's because I'm chasing my child, so excuse me in advance. So, okay.
Okay, so we got... No, you can hear me, but now they can hear me. But I think they heard you too, so... Sorry. I'm a boomer.
Did you hear me? So don't fart.
Yeah. Welcome to the show. We're just going to let Tequila play out more of the chat.
Having me, I guess. Right, there we go.
Yeah.
I can't hear the chat, so I'll just be like, Tequila, you know. It's like already the next song by now from the delay.
Yeah.
So that top right screen, man, that looks pretty nice. I like the way that... I mean, I don't like the way that looks. It looks like it's going to, like, cut right through that volcano. It's pretty crazy.
It's pretty sketchy. This is extremely
It is very sketchy.
Look at this now.
Sketchy.
Look how it's building up here. So once that starts to flow in, you know what I mean, you're going to get a surge here. I'm hoping that, like, when the gas... Because this is so explosive, the gas is mixed in with the lava. So I'm hoping that a lot of this is actually being held back because the lava can't flow so quick. But then at the same time, this is what you get, these really unpredictable surges. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say the volcano cult and 4chan is going to be really upset when they know that it hasn't added up, you know, digit-wise to give them the luck for more lava pressure.
Dude, the 4chan cult is really interesting. There's a legit, like,
lightning.
volcano.
I saw lightning.
Oh, I was looking at my mic.
It's very nice. Oh, that sucks.
So,
dude, every time I look away from it, I miss something. I swear, I went and ate and took a shower really quick. I was like, dude, I'll be on in like 30. And like, boom, the thing's like looking like it's about to cut itself in half. Holy crap.
I know, man. There's been so many times where I'm like streaming something or I'll be watching a video and then I'll look at the chat and everybody's like, what just happened? I gotta go back and check and stuff. But yeah, this is, you know what? It looks like it's starting to sort out though. To be honest, it looks like we got this little archway and that'll collapse, but that's a really, I think this is looking good now. To be honest, it looks like it's going through this one track. And
yeah, I mean, too bad we don't really have another angle. Like, who do we pay to go walk up the lava flow? Will Bushcraft Bear do it for us?
No, he's
Do you think we can... I tried to email him. He doesn't answer. I don't understand.
No, you gotta...
Yes.
Well, okay, all the same though. Oh man, if he did live streams, if he ever does a live stream, okay, here's how you get these people to read out the crazy stuff. So all these grifters, I've done this so many times last year in the riots. All you do at the beginning, at the end, put in emojis and say how much you love their work, and then whatever's in between, if they're reading out messages, they will read it out, because all they think is that it's like you praising them when it's like. I was basically there's this one
like put in like a $1 super chat or something.
Right, because I was calling like half of these I guess they look like Antifa cameramen. So like what I did was like whatever his name was, I think it was CJ. I was like, hey CJ, love what you do. Just wondering what your plans are when you go into Guantanamo Bay for terrorism. And thanks again. I really, really love what you do. Heart, heart, heart. And he read it out, just this one example of it. And he's giggling by the laugh of it. You can fool them. So yeah, if you ever get like these people on live stream, these grifter types, that's the best way to get them to read out stuff before and after. Make sure you put in praise.
Or
they
like
think
a little
that...
shit sandwich. It's like the opposite of like.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
By the way,
I didn't think I interrupted you. My bad. I can hear like a slight little delay. I'm sorry if I kind of like cut you off there. What were you going to say, dude?
Oh yeah. No, I'm just wondering which one are you in chat? If you want to say, anyways.
No, man. This is like a kind of a top secret kind of thing. I don't put my name out there really anywhere, and I might not even be in chat now. I don't know.
Totally cool. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm interested with the discussion, anyways. Looks like we got a couple Avi Doms. Avi Dom meshes retracted. I've been muted from like every live channel. Congratulations! Congratulations!
Yeah.
That takes dedication. Yeah,
it's the
I'm
same
in the chat right now.
picture. The same picture. CL says, "Yes, this guy again." Who do you know here, CL? I don't understand. I wanted to know. You can answer me.
I'm not sure. Well, CL is a little bit new, I think, and I don't know if he found me or if he's talking with someone else.
Are those VIDF?
VIDF?
Volcanoes. Yeah, you know the volcanoes that get on the internet and like chill on boards and messages and stuff.
There's been so much weird stuff I've seen in like all the different channels trying to.
Oh man,
listen,
F in chat. What happened?
You know what this reminds me of, to be honest with you, is sorry, I got distracted by someone who says Nadiva. I actually have another username, Nadiva, because it is all down backwards. It was like me being lazy. But yeah, you have so many different. I think because there is such a bad response, and people are cluing in. A lot of people are cluing into Bushcraft Bear. So what they need to do, along with the social influencing, is they have to come in through the back door and inject so much garbage and all this stuff that you can't think about anything else. I think that's part of it. So yeah.
Well, it's kind of like the training for newbies. You kind of overload them with a bunch of stuff at once that really doesn't matter. You point them at like this thing that doesn't really matter, and then you claim your authority over them. Like, see, I'm smart. I knew all that,
yeah.
Right? Well, they still don't have to display any type of common sense or actual. I don't know. Bushcraft Bear just doesn't. He doesn't look like a rugged man, and for him to try to sell that to me, just. Wow, I love when people use like your name. I'm sorry, I was looking at the chat there for a second.
Yeah, I got rid of him because I think it was the guy that was injecting disinformation yesterday, like the AS guy. I don't know if you were there for that, but like basically everything you could possibly say that would throw people off was there. So I think that's the new visit that we're getting here. So I'll let him burn through a couple more accounts since he's got Abidam Nadiva.
Yeah.
They can get really
Davenad.
yeah. They can get pretty creative. I remember being visited one time by Dr. Joseph Mengele, and Mengele did nothing wrong and stuff like that. There's like a slew of those.
That's pretty good, actually. That's creative.
Yeah, and I think there was like a second purpose to it, because if like the chat gets like really obscene and stuff like that, I think the live chat gets deleted. And we were exposing this, I guess, another online grifter, and we got visited by these people that were just putting the worst stuff on there. So I guess maybe in hopes that the live chat would disappear. Because everybody was like, yeah, I noticed that.
Oh, that's like people that spam the hard R like in chats just to get it, like, and they'll make another account and like report it from there, and somehow it still hits.
Yeah, that's exactly what was happening. That's exactly what was going on. They were putting in hard R's, and they were putting in the kite term. I won't say the kite term, but the kite.
No.
Yeah. It's a T here.
It's a tiny hat kite. Yeah.
Yeah. The tiny hat slur. So like these. They put it in immediately just so that it clears the chat, I guess, right? So they don't want people seeing that like more than just one person think about this. Let's get back to the lava just for a second.
Kind of thought like, yes, look at this. Oof.
This is becoming a pool.
What is it shaped like? Is this like an ink splotch test? What is that shaped like? Somebody tell us.
I'm sure someone can get creative by the looks of it. We have two wings. Well, I'll just call them butterfly wings.
Mighty.
Two wings here that are flowing in, and it looks like that has now resumed, obviously. I'm being Captain Obvious here. The problem with this is all that stuff.
Did it melt that boulder?
I don't know, but what's this here? Is this a lightning strike? Kind of dust being messed up? Do you see this pillar of smoke coming up?
It's this pillar of smoke, yeah. Is that a tornado off to the right? What's going on there?
I don't know what's happening.
Just the resolution?
It could have been. It could have been maybe lightning that was disrupting the air around it. Maybe. Maybe it's actual smoke going up. It's so.
It must be
so
smoke,
funnel,
yeah.
though.
Or is that a new flow, a new lava flow, like going through some
Maybe.
trees off the sides?
Yeah, burning off, something like that. I just find it really weird how it's so thin, you know? But going back to this now, the boulders collapsed, completely covered. You can see these trees go too.
You said?
We have a kiddo. For those there listening while we figure that out,
It's not
though.
really a tornado. I think it might be a lava. Yeah, I'm just checking the chan real quick. I'm sorry. My daughter was asking me a question too.
Oh, no worries.
I walk in there.
No
Yeah.
worries. This is really interesting stuff. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we're seeing, this is what it looks like when things burn out, though. See down at the bottom here now, these are trees, other organic material. And by the time it's a couple feet high, it's already starting to disperse. Whereas this thing, what the heck is going on there? But it does look like it's going up. Is this like a fire-nado?
So it appears to be some kind of a. That'd be cool. That'd be pretty kino.
I'm not trying to like hype it up or anything. It's just like,
Shark
what is
tornado
going
or
on
something
here?
stupid.
I can't give you an explanation for how it stays so.
Sharknado, that's what it's called.
We have here. See the flow up top. This is the problem. What's going on here is not so much the amount of flow. It looks like it's being throttled up top. So you get like gushes along with like kind of slowing down, and then once again after all that kind of settles out, like you have a new gush behind it that kind of reactivates everything.
Like it's like slow motion pulsating, kind of like a hammer drill, like driving right through rock, you know.
Kinda like this. I guess this stuff is slumping and covering up the lava flow up top, and then eventually this just burns out because this is so weak now, and Vinny is so strong. It's just burning through everything. So then you get this gush of the buildup, and it just leveled that rock. I mean, I don't know if you just saw that, but
Yeah, it's gone. It's a lake of fire now.
the only this is actually extremely dangerous. I mean, you can just tell by the new organic material being burned, and I think you can even, like, if you watch that line, you can even see the trees going down. But the only thing you can hope for now is that this slows, and you have a river that goes in between it, which is possible. Remember that it flows faster in the center, but this is not looking good. If you get any type of meandering going on, it goes more to that left side. It can go more to the north, like I've been saying. But spectacular footage, but extremely dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody needs to fly a drone over there and show us what's going on.
I know. I've heard so many drones. I wonder how many drones have like bit the bullet due to this volcano.
Like they've given up now. They're just like, no, just put the cameras on tripods and have that one chick go and shake it excessively and zoom in too far every once in a while.
Now you get awesome ones.
There are some that know what they're doing though. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, do we got people? Just a second. Deal with the chat again. Told me last night I could basically say whatever I want. I didn't think change my name around. Yeah, well, you're trying to impersonate me and other people on the channel. This is a typical intimidation tactic. I'm not intimidated, but I do see what you're doing. Then again, you said something
Maybe.
about earlier spreading fake news, so I get it. My bad. Okay, well, welcome back, AB.
Is
Or
it
AS.
is it charging? Go check.
Hey, do you got to? We're gonna have to get you on a toggle, my friend. I don't think this is a collapse yet. Oh, hey, do you have maybe a push to talk button that you could use? Because there's also a little bit of feedback on your microphone, my friend.
Well, yeah, I'm actually using a little push to talk. Is it getting staticky or something? Or
Well, when it's left on and like when your kid's talking and stuff like that, just so that we can continue to cover this, I guess. Just you want to make sure that like there's no when you're not speaking that there's no air going on in the back, I guess. As much as I love hearing your daughter, there's nothing wrong with your daughter. But
No,
the totality of feedback.
Maybe my thumb got lazy.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, let's keep our eyes on this cam. This is really the best cam we can find here. Look at this. This is just a side vent, guys. Just the side vent. The pressure coming up.
Wow, that's a lot right there. I wonder what the seismic activity looks like right now. Kind of interesting to
good call.
map it out. Take a look.
Thank you for the.
Is this starting in Volcano?
Yeah, that's the thing on the volcano. I'm muted, right? Right now, right? Am I muted?
Nope.
Good.
Nope. You're still okay. There's sometimes you're muted and sometimes you're not. Is it like a?
That is
detect?
weird. I gotta fix that. Let me figure that out. Let me hop off here real quick and while I figure that out. And I'll try to get back in later.
Yeah, no sweat. And it's actually kind of cool to have you here, to be honest. So yeah, don't worry. Don't stress. We'll figure it out. He did have a great idea. Let's get to the earthquake update. Just 1 second. All right. And let me know if there's anything I can improve on your end there, because I can't on your hearing side from the people that are in chat. Let me know if there was anything that could have been improved there, and I'd love to bear it in mind. All right, Canary Islands. Yep, this is all in the place. We got a 2.8, a 2.7, and a 2.9. 45 minutes ago, 1 hour and 3 minutes ago, and 1 hour and 55 minutes ago, respectively. And so we're looking at this about the same size, same depth, same coordinates. Obviously, some sort of something being negotiated there, but otherwise. This is looking pretty decent. It's not going crazy, but I guess we are due up for another one. So we'll have to keep a look at that. I'm going back into the chat. Please play the bushcraft bear again. I played it, search somewhere in about an hour into this stream, and you will see the 2 videos that I did today. I could take a break and maybe play the other bushcraft bear video that I didn't yet today. I think we had a collapse. I can't tell, says Dr. Pepperoni, and collapsy looking indeed. Indeed, collapsy looking. So this pool, there was a little snag in the flow that happened. And there was a boulder there. I don't know where the boulder necessarily came from or if it was part of just eroded down from earlier. But it wasn't going. It wasn't giving. And what was the river here ended up becoming 2 overflows. And then after more surges, as you can see, there's a clog up here now too. It pushes through that and it makes these surges of more and more lava. And as it goes down, it like flops over. And this is really dangerous. This other side right here, I know people are probably sick and chat of hearing it, but this left side, if this starts flowing, which it looks like it's starting to cool, to be honest with you, that'd be great. But if that starts flowing, that can go way more north than the other one. And we're already biting into parts of the major city of Los Llanos. So we don't want that happening. The further north it goes, the more it eats. So that's something we're definitely keeping an eye on. Yeah, play the bear. Okay, you guys really want me? I'll put in the bear. No sweat. We'll take a little break while he figures out the cam or figures out the mic, and I'll check all the other stuff. But we'll play this for now. 1 second. I need a break, anyways.
And someone in the house here behind me is playing the flute. So please don't wonder if there are some... Hello, my dear viewers. Absolutely normal. One last question from a viewer of my videos. I reached the top of the hill. Wow. I can see a huge new piece of land over there. Everything is normal. People go to work. The horses are normal. They don't care. Before I go on, I need some sugar, and I want to eat those guava fruits over here. They are very tasty. Alright, I arrived at the viewpoint. You can see there are many people over there. Some cars. Someone is going for a little swim in the ocean. Over there is the lava. The restaurants are open. The waiter is waiting for new guests. Like I said in many videos before, everything seems normal over here. People are taking a sun bath over here. Here you can have an ice cream or a coffee to go. I'm thinking about the people living here, you know. And it's very quiet over here. I mean, it's just a few... It's fine, it's good. It's good. Yeah. So don't worry about the dog. These dogs over here are fine. Shh, I'm filming. Good. Yeah, it's good. Something positive. On this island there were a famous chef. He never in the whole world saw such a solidarity and helping between the people like here. So he was surprised how the people are helped and are helping each other here on this island. Mayor of Mazo stresses the need for a responsible attitude. In our community, we have to show solidarity. The best way to help the people affected is to keep calm and serenity.
There's a comedy collective.
No offense, but it sounds like that's some comedy gobbledygook.
You got me, Norm.
So now we have a little bit more strong wind. I felt some pain in my eyes, like sharp sand in my eyes. So protect my eyes now with the sunglasses. I have my mask on. If it's getting stronger, I have my rain suit with me. I put my hoodie on to protect or to cover my face and to protect it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
That could be interesting for you here. There are many caves here in this rock. Let's have a look.
I don't know if was that what you wanted me to play, or did you want me to like go through another video? It'd be cool to go through one of these videos with somebody else. We're in Discord. The link is actually pinned up at top, discord.gg, and I recommend you get the Discord app. So yeah, so, oh yeah, there was a little bit of feedback, so he's just fixing that. He might be back, I'm not sure. I found that kind of fun. What did you think about like the first run? Let me know if there's anything that needs to be done. Yeah, maybe we can like both go or go through like a bushcraft video together or something like that. Maybe that'd be pretty funny. And I know the goggles, the goggles. There's another video I got of like when he's riding the bike sometimes, and he's like, he looks super alert. It's so, oh gosh. He's a lolcow. So for those that weren't here the last time we mentioned this, I'll just quickly go through it. Lolcow. A person or group of people laughed at for the actions that they take despite not trying to be funny. They may try to take themselves seriously, but are often milked for laughs with or without their knowledge. This is, yeah, this is basically... A lolcow is a person that you get extensive laughs from, who doesn't know that they're being made fun of. They can often think they are admired, that they are admired for what they're doing, but secretly are laughed at constantly. So we are the little secret corner of YouTube that sees through this garbage. And for us, he is a lolcow. Or at least, in my opinion, that's what he seems like, so. What do we got? Arise, Dick Dastardly. I think I can also, like, pop the chat up onto... It takes a little bit for me to figure that out. Maybe we'll do that next time, because we're going into the final hour and a half of the stream today. And I want to welcome everybody that's coming in. Another great day. And bear in mind, like I said before, for those that are here in the chat, you see that everybody has a wrench, right? You're more than welcome. Those that are coming in to come in and chat. We basically talk about anything. Like we're pretty eclectic, as long as you're not, trying to spam or whatever. Like we don't really care about that stuff. So if you want a wrench to share info and links and things like that, just type in my name, and I'll be able to see it. At least hopefully, if I don't miss it. Go from there. We'll have a chat. Also in that Discord, you are welcome to join for a voice chat. I think I will do another check for them later. He's comical. Yeah. It's pronounced Googles. Zulfur. Zulfur. He's a hero worshipped on his channel. Yeah, see, it's not... You gotta bear in mind, okay, a lot of this is a social media influencing campaign. Okay, it's not so black and white, and there's a lot of people in there complaining, and they just get blocked, so they don't come back, right? This is the typical Zertzek social media, right? So don't even worry about what's on the channel, right? The ones that really want to see more bush bear, right? They will actually search and they find my video. That video actually has a whole bunch of downloads. Why did I start so early today? I got to get on an early schedule. I mean, like I'm finishing at like 6 in the morning, guys. It's a little ridiculous, to be honest. I wish I could stay for longer, but I mean, like I do have to get back to somewhat of a regular life. And also, I noticed that, like, when I was looking through the analytics and stuff, a lot of people that are on this channel, they're actually online, like, a lot earlier than I am. So maybe shifting a little bit will help for those people, so they're not all, waiting too late for me to come on, things like that. To be honest, I'm seeing that this channel is actually seeing some success here. And I know that 23 viewers or whatever it is right now is not a huge number. But bearing in mind that all those wrenches are also not counted, we probably got 30, 40 people in here. Okay, so like, I think this is actually doing pretty well. I don't really care about numbers or anything like that, but I do see that people want to come here and chat and stuff like that. So I kind of want to now focus on giving a better kind of trying to cater to that. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. I'm not going to sell out on you guys. Don't worry. But just to cater to that, Good question. Because it was really early today, and I'm planning on finishing early. That's for sure. Those trees will burn. Oh, they already have. If they're one by one, they've been kind of popping down. It's really cool. I really liked him to begin with. I thought he was the sweetest man. It's not. No, don't feel bad about that. There's no reason to feel bad about that. Okay, he comes off as a very sweet man. He comes off as a very sweet man. We did guaranteed save from my flesh. We have moles. It's gonna come with handing out wrenches like M&Ms. Trust me. Don't worry. But they're probably not so used to people being able to sniff them out though. So That's always fun to do. I kind of like taunting them like that. Which, by the way, you can sniff a lot of these out. What is the... do I still have this here? Yeah. I'm going to post this. This is my daily post on this. I don't like the above top secret website that this links to. However, that is a manual for COINTELPRO, meaning counterintelligence. When they see things that they don't like people talking about, they come in with counterintelligence operations to, well, forum slide, consensus crack, topic dilute, or dilute the topic, collect information, and anger trolling. So these are the things that we have to watch out for when you're modding these types of channels. And now you have all that information just for yourself. Just for yourself. Probably my reporting back to Bear. Don't even tell him. The poor guy will go crazy. Like, the videos that I make, they maybe are meant to wake people up, but you know what? It's more for us, okay? You guys see it. You guys see the issues, right? And not everybody sees it. There's not many places to talk about it, much less comedy on it. So I thought that would be a good way to perk you guys up, you know? Because yeah, we live in a world where these guys basically run it, and they're a bunch of incompetence, and it's frustrating to look at, and they try to make it frustrating to look at. So that's something you got to think about. Don't let these people get on your nerves, especially ladies out there. They really hate when ladies settle in. They really hate it. It's a thing going back to the Roman times. How do you explain this? Okay, say you're up in, like, you know, the northern extent of the Roman Empire, right? The emperors and the consuls and stuff like that, they did not care. The governors of the regions of these places, they didn't care if you had small roving bands of men hunting and stuff like that. They almost disregarded that for 99% of the time. And this was due to the fact that they posed no real long-term threat, and that spending resources to stop it would possibly be just counterproductive. So they didn't deal with it. What they did deal with was when they saw women. And it wasn't because they were, you know, afraid to war with women. It was that they were afraid that once you start a culture in an area, which women are very good at fostering culture, right? When you have these groups, right? That's what they feared the most. And so that nothing has changed there. They go after women before men often. And so for the ladies in chat, just bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. I highly recommend reading through that. Reading the info from that link, it's creepy. And well, listen, you deal with it on a daily basis. If you're in any truth channels or anything like that, or whatever you want to call these things, you're dealing with these people and their bots on scripts and stuff like that. You're dealing with that all the time. Real quick, yeah, there's another great one. The Dano the Mano is the logical fallacies that they use. Some real. We can go into this a little bit more too. Straw man is always happening. Yeah, but like, it's not Trump. There's more of a red herring, but a straw man as well. That's a QAnon thing, you know, that kind of stuff. That's a straw man argument, and you can also warp people's specific argument to make it sound worse than what it is. That what I was just talking about also goes into guilt by association, where I don't know if that's in this one. Bandwagon, no. Maybe I should just read some of these out as I go through them. Just 1 second. Black or white is a big one, where two alternative states are presented as the only possibilities, then when in fact more possibilities exist. Also known as a false dichotomy. False cause, let's see, pointing to a fancy chart, Roger shows that temperatures have been rising over the past few centuries, while at the same time the numbers of pirates have been decreasing, thus pirates cool the world, and global warming is a hoax. That would be an example of a false cause. I think post hoc, was another word for that. Not 100% sure. Bandwagon. Appeal to popularity is another name of it. The fact that many people do something is an attempted form of validation. That would be the vaccines that you're seeing. But 70% already. An appeal to authority. Trust the experts. The experts. The experts. The experts would never lie. Using the opinion or position of an authority figure or institution of authority in place of an actual argument. This has been peer-reviewed, Senator, by experts up and down the line. We did not give money to China. That's my terrible Fauci impression. Fallacy, thinking that if an argument falls into certain fallacies, like an informal fallacy, that it must be wrong, which is a fallacy in and of itself. Because some things like ad hominem, attacking your opponent's character or personal traits instead of engaging with their argument, there's a couple different types of those, and one of them is a circumstantial ad hom, and this one specifically, because let's see what example it gives. I can't really pop one out of my head real quick. Just one sec. Peel the motive. So yeah, it exposes motive. So it's like, well, he's invested in this, so obviously, this is just him trying to make money or something like that. You know what I mean? That's a circumstantial ad hominem, and it might hold water, to be honest with you. This could be indeed a good argument, but it's not proof of anything. You know what I mean? When you take it as proof, like the therefore X is false, that is the fallacy. That is the fallacy. But sometimes it's dead on, and if you just go by that, if you just say that it's, that's an ad hominem, therefore means nothing, then you're committing the fallacy or fallacy. No true Scotsman, it means if you're not doing something, kind of like, I guess you could even, you could apply no true Scotsman to when I say Calvinists aren't Christian, right? Which is, again, it's not proof that it's wrong. One would commit the fallacy if they believe that. But I suppose my statement would be one of an informal fallacy called the no true Scotsman. And I certainly don't believe that, I think I know that all Calvinists aren't saved. Maybe they do know Jesus, but it would be in spite of their group's theology, not because of it. Texas sharpshooter, cherry-picking fallacy, I believe. You're taking certain arguments and certain pieces of data while ignoring the other ones that disprove you in order to prove your point. Burden of proof is when you're saying that the person who's making the claim doesn't need to show burden of proof. It's the person to debunk it that needs to show the burden of proof. That one gets a little bit complicated, especially in legalese, but basically that's another big one. Ambiguity is another big one. I didn't say that very well, but ambiguity. Using double meanings and ambiguities of language to mislead or misrepresent the truth. What did we see here? Oh, look, Yellowstone's supposed to be going off. So, why are you even looking at La Palma? I've seen that before. That would be an ambiguity fallacy. These are really good to go into, honestly. I could make an episode just going through these. It's a great picture. Thank you very much, Dano. It's something that needs to be spread far and wide. Let me check in on the buddy. You're going to get on. Tempted. Joe is tempted. Anon is tempted. And he can jump back in whenever he wants. So, do so. Do so, Joe. We're chatting this on air. Go into general. If you go into voice channels general, I'll pull you into the on air. I don't know if you can see the on air one yet. I didn't mean to make it invisible. Just so that you can't, just so that, I don't get a whole bunch of trolls jumping in at once kind of thing, right? So yeah, if you want to do so, or if anybody wants to do so on the Discord server to jump in on a voice chat, because we have a little over an hour to go, be a good time to do so. So just jump into the general voice channel, and I'll pull you into the chat. It's up to you, though. I know it's a little bit be a little bit daunting, maybe. Oh yeah, go ahead and block Nightbot. It's just anybody who's been here for a while. It's not going to say anything except for like if I type Weedio, it'll say certain jokes and things like that. But it's nothing. You're not missing anything. If you've read the opening thing once, you've read it. You know, an attack on Anthony Fauci is an attack on science. It's funny how he said it. We didn't. You know, I mean, like we kind of condensed it down, so it you know, it sounds a little bit more impactful than what it was. But yeah, he was definitely comparing himself to, you know, everything he says is right on line with the scientific method, but it's clearly not. What is the Nightbot all about on some other live chats? It's usually like telling people to shut up. Stop being hateful. Stop being hateful, man. That's usually what it does. Yeah, that info, Amelia, is great stuff to read into. Nightbot's a shill, yeah. In my world, men are not supposed to be sweet. Good, yes. He's a bushcraft bear. Yeah. The sweetness is kind, right? Is you know, a man of faith or whatever. They realize that their power, you know, you can overpower certain people or whatnot, women or whatever, but that you know the difference not to do so, right? That your job is, it's about sometimes being a stable rock, I guess, rather than just a whiny little baby when the push comes to shove, okay? And I'm not saying women can't do that either. I'm just saying that there is something innate within men that, you know, you got to be ready for when push comes to shove. And he's a little baby. He's afraid to go in caves, sits up on top of a hill so he doesn't get as much stuff in his lungs or whatever, right? Doesn't care about the people of PALMA, doesn't share in their grief. He's not one of them. He doesn't really know the land. He's just running around and on beaten down trails, right? This is not a man. This is not a man. Yeah, so it slides chat with copy past it. Yeah, I know. So I keep it down really low. I have it like 15 minutes max or minimum intervals and stuff like that. And if the chat's slow, it doesn't do it. Just keeping it in there because you know how a lot of people are like, oh, look at this fear mongering. I'm just go away. Go away. Go away right now. So we don't have to keep saying that over and over. They just get offended by the Nightbot when he talks and they leave. Saves me some time. Joe's in. Let's do this. I got you here. I see you. You're coming in. And you are live. How you doing?
Yeah, doing well. Just a minute. Gotta play with my sound.
Yeah, take your time. No worries. I know what it's like. I'm kind of like impromptu with all of this too, so totally understandable. Let's take a look now. Another look back. Looks like it's developing kind of well. It's recreating that river slide, whatever you want to call it. It's rerouting back into the main slide, I guess would be the best way to say it. There is still indeed a danger of this going on the left. But it looks like for now it's not running downhill, going crazy, and it looks like it might be cooling, so we'll see how that goes. Looks like we did have some sort of partial collapse right here, to be honest with you. Up at closer to Vinny, that mouth, that river mouth is looking way more wide than it used to, despite the slumping that has been going on. What's been happening, just for those that are coming in, is that it seems like this has been slumping on both sides, and they're coming together and blocking off the river, but the river then, because Vinny, as you can see, is going nuts, this big main vent that you can see of lava, it's burning through whatever you put in front of it. And then everything flows out through it. and it creates a surge of lava, which can then make a very wide pool. Just real quick, I'll show you. This is what it was like earlier. See, we had this thing in the way, this boulder in the way, and then it just pooled up and it started spilling everywhere. And this is really dangerous. We don't want this going because it could get into the town. And we have this that I don't know what the heck that was. I'm thinking lightning. But
Yeah, plenty of lightning around.
But I don't know, because a lot of that lightning, it kind of like stems from the volcano and kind of goes outward. I don't know if it touches down there. It's so weird that that was going like that. Going back to live though, just 1 second. There you go. You see the difference there now, right? But there's still a threat that this is going to go down on the left side. So how you doing, man? It's good to see. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, good to be here. Doing well. Lazy day.
Good stuff. Good stuff. How's things? I think you said you were in Australia before, right? Was it Australia?
Yeah, I'm in Australia.
How's the
long
old
live the
lockdown
Commonwealth.
things? Yeah.
Yeah, it's oppressive. I live pretty rural, so I haven't seen much of it, to be honest. But yeah, seeing our police being like that is just absurd.
Yeah, the commissar hasn't made his visit to your town yet?
No, not yet. We did have the what is it, like the fixated persons unit, with the black vans, the social control order people. They turned up here in like 2019, early 2019. We had them training out here just before a massive expansion in police forces.
Yeah,
which is kind of strange.
So for us, we're getting like vassal police forces, so like security forces, like Masonic companies or whatever, and they're like becoming the flanks of a police force. It's pathetic.
Yeah,
it's pathetic indeed. And the term that you just mentioned, man, I haven't heard that in a while. Fixated persons. They were trying to do that here. I don't think it flew. I think they were getting way too much backlash, and I haven't seen too much of that terminology here in a long time. But it's interesting how it's alive and well there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, being part of the Commonwealth, we use pretty much the same words for everything that they're doing. But yeah, the fixated persons unit's pretty big over here. They've been taking down some social media personalities who criticize parliamentarians, like MPs and stuff.
Right, fixated person. So like people who, I guess, repeatedly petition the government are now fixated persons.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all they've used them against. They haven't used them for any of the supposed, right-wing domestic terrorists. They've only used it for independent journalists.
Oh yeah,
who criticize the government.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the ones a lot of the people down in Australia too, the quote-unquote right-wing domestic terrorists. They're I think we had this conversation before. A lot of them are quite connected to the New Apostolic Reformation, and QAnon and stuff like this. So that's part of their own operation going on anyway. So of course they wouldn't want to mess with that, Yeah.
Yeah, the Hillsong Church came out of nowhere here, like it was never heard of before, and now half of the Prime Minister's current cabinet is Hillsong. Where did these people come from? Where did the church come from?
Yeah,
no one had heard of it.
Yeah, it just it comes in and it infiltrates everywhere. I guess you could say it started out of like Switzerland and maybe parts of Oxford, and then it went into what is the place that C. Peter Wagner went to here in America? Give me 1 second. I'll tell you exactly where this came out. C. Peter Wagner.
Yeah.
It's disgusting, actually, how quickly this grew and how fake everything was. He came from... Where was he teaching? There was Fuller Theological Seminary. Boy, oh boy.
Okay.
I tell you, that place, there are some big names that came out of there for heresy. And they've just taken over everything, They've just taken over everything.
Bizarre.
And
all of the media that comes out surrounding them is just happy-go-lucky photos of people at churches clapping and dancing.
Oh yeah. Happily shaking on the ground in convulsion.
Yeah.
Right. They seem to miss those shots.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just high energy, sort of like a concert. very attractive.
Oh yeah, everything's all fine, and they sell you the experience. That's what this is all about, right? It's all about, you go in there, and if like, you know, maybe you're young or something, the experience blows you away. You know, I even felt a little bit like it when I was into a one that was converting here into more NAR. You know, I was like, you know, maybe these guys, you know, maybe it might be a little bit kooky, but I'm just more conservative, you know what I mean? Like, that was almost like my first impression a little bit, but I knew something was off with this shaking thing that I would end up seeing afterwards. And it's obvious this comes from...
I was actually in one of those churches for a little while. I can't remember the names of things. I'm not good on names, but the shaking and speaking in tongues started up in my town.
Yeah, the charismatic gifts is what they call it, I guess. Or spiritual gifts. Yeah.
They didn't really like when I didn't shake, and I think I was shunned out. Yeah, that was my experience.
Dude, I kind of felt the same thing in this one that was converting. I was in there, and I'm, you know, I was born and raised Catholic. I'm no longer Catholic, of course, but like, you get that conservative instillment that you kind of just like shut up and you do what you're told. You know what I mean? So, like, I thought it was just where I came from, like this background, but when I went in there, I remember everybody's holding their hand up, right? At one point, it starts with the hand going up, right? And then it's two hands, and then they're swaying, right? And like, this is like something that the pastor is kind of getting you to do. Like, they're getting you to start doing it piece by piece, step by step. And listen, I wasn't judging anybody for doing it. I was like, maybe this is from God. It's just not my thing. People worship differently. It's none of your business unless you see a real problem. You know what I mean? So I then look at, I'm there watching the pastor as he's like kind of guiding this worship song or something. And he sees I'm not shaking. Dude is staring me down. Dude, I'm telling you. Like, and for a good minute, he's like, it was basically just staring me down. Like, why aren't you swaying? Why aren't you swaying? Like, it was just, you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't going to stop until I did so. And I just didn't. I was like, no, I'm not. No, I will meet your little eyeball game.
Yeah, and then you get shunned out, and then, you know, a week later, everybody's swaying just like normal. Everyone has the transformative experience.
Yeah, so. Yeah, exactly. So they filter out people like ourselves, and then this is intentional too, right? They try and get crazy with it, so you don't want to go anymore, and then they have your church, right? Same. Calvinism is very much the same way, in a conservative side of that, you know.
Yeah, it all just smacks of very well-designed marketing.
Yeah.
Or just like natural, like emergent marketing things, like self-propagating mimetic stuff. It's like, this stuff happens, and then more people do it. So let's capitalize on that. So Herbalife.
100%. Oh, Herbalife. That's another one. Oh, dude. This is just it's like one big cult. And it seems to come from the same thing, because it's all the same strategies, you know, all the same. Yeah, strategies.
As soon as there's, you know, financial incentive, you know, these things appear.
Oh man, yeah, I can't believe you just mentioned Herbalife. I mean, they're basically done now, aren't they? But what a scam they were. I don't know if they're still going or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they sort of recede and come back again. They were gone for like 7 years or something, and they had a big resurgence around 2015.
Okay, yeah, and 2015 was around the time that I saw them in Montreal. And I was just like looking for a job, and I was like, that was one of the places. I went there for a day, and I was like, dude, this is a cult. I'm out of here.
Yeah, they're selling like powdered Chinese feces as herbs. Like, they just block up your liver, and it's like, yeah, I feel so good. You need to try this, and, you know, I get 12.5% of everything you buy. You know, I have no reason to tell you to try this.
Yeah, of course, right? Of course.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be, and I mean, like, you're probably in debt because you don't make any money from it, right? So you're willing to basically say and do anything.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what they do. It's like a small debt. They prey on the people that can't afford to actually start their own business. And it's like, oh well, yeah, look, you got to buy about $5,000 worth of stuff and then try and sell it. They just get so hungry.
Yeah,
so hungry.
This permeates. I mean, that one is a much more overt form of this, but I mean, just look at all the big tech companies these days. Like, if you go into the Glass store, everybody's like, we're paid like nothing in Seattle, where you know, like, this is a ridiculous price, you know what I mean, to live in this area. Herbalife is, I can't see how anybody would be in that and not be under some form of mind control, to be honest with you. There's a very small someone just asked in the chat there, is Herbalife a cult? Yeah, I would stay away from it.
It's a cult.
Yeah, it's a financial one. This is the thing too. Like, everybody believes that cults can only be found in religion, when really it's widespread. I mean, communism's a cult, fascism's a cult. There's so many different cults that have nothing to do with religion, almost, basically. It's just kind of like playing on your need to belong and need for money and stuff like that. It's really disgusting.
Yeah, and the even if you get into the first layer of Herbalife, because I did investigate it, because like I was just confused about what the hell was going on with this thing. Even if you get beyond the first layer, they're basically passing around their marketing terms as scripture. You're supposed to read it and believe it yourself and shill it to other people, most importantly. But, you know, one of the most important steps is you have to believe it yourself. And it's like, they have all of these independently funded studies, non-peer reviewed, that they pass around constantly, and they cut the excerpts out and make infographics, and it's like it gets passed around as a meme. And
yeah, I remember the initial presentation. It's basically exactly what you're mentioning right now. You would have 2 or 3 people come up and say, "This is the best life ever." You know what I mean? Like, and it's just literally you're preaching your testimony that someone has taught to you. You know, and
yeah.
It's and again, these facts, they had all these facts that this is just amazing, and then a couple more people saying how amazing it is, and then join us, you know what I mean? The call to action to start, right? Very disgusting, and it's sad.
Yeah, and the call to action stuff, all of that marketing stuff. I used to do cold calling for the telephone carrier here. Jeez, yeah, that turned me right off of anything to do with marketing, anything psychologically manipulative.
Yes.
There is no soul in that whatsoever.
Yeah. I used to be in sales, and I was with a company that like had a really good reputation. It was like the biggest place. It was HVAC, the biggest one in Ottawa and stuff like that at the time, right? So it had a good reputation. But even then, when I was doing, sometimes, like, you know, I go through my list, I'd finish them, and then I get a little bit bold, and I'd be like, maybe I can cold call some people and get some sales out of it. Every now and then you did, but it was torturous dealing with people that don't know you.
Yeah, it's even more torturous if you have morals and you're actually good at speaking off script, because then you can convert these people into sales. But it's like, this person's sort of like 70 IQ, or this person is like an 85-year-old person who hasn't seen their grandchildren for a decade.
Yeah,
and it's like, yes, I'll say anything you want so long as you talk to me. Like, geez.
Yeah. No, there's definitely people. Like, that was not my thing. Like, whenever I heard like an old lady, like, the first thing, I just want to make sure that, because the HVAC company that was in, this wasn't a cult. This was just HVAC. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, they also had their kind of schemy, like, to convert everybody from paying up front to having monthly recurring revenue happen. I gotta turn out that rooster. Hold on. Freaking rooster.
Oh, I miss roosters.
Still in that one. Oh, you're killing me, guys. You're killing me. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, roosters are great. Oh, we'll just, hold on. I think it's that one. Turn that one up, and I'll hit the desktop audio. Just give me 1 second. I gotta fix this so it's not just our dead air. Maybe 8. Okay, at least it's not so bad. You still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, the lava is just so bright. Even on the Afar TV stream, like, where it's usually pretty dark, it's quite bright.
Yeah. Oh boy, hold on now. Is this even Vinny anymore that's going here? There's so much smoke coming. Oh boy, this looks like it's going. Oh, I'll get this out of the way. Sorry, guys. Sorry, don't worry. It's going. Sorry about that. I'm such a boomer. I need a second screen. I really do. Gotta get that going. But yeah, you can see this collapse. I'm thinking this is starting to really slump hard. And it is so bright, and you can't tell how many. Is this 1 or 2 vents?
I don't even know, man. That main gas vent that seems to be supplying it sort of seems to move between the number 2 vent and Vinny.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It sometimes the pressure is fully into Vinny, and sometimes he's just sitting there chilling while this thing loses its mind. You can see it pick up there a little bit, but yeah, it does. The pressure transfers.
Yeah, you got to wonder what's going on down there. Like, I mean, it's a hell of a lot more quiet today.
Yeah. You really got to. How does it transfer like that? How does it do that? And I mean, there could be clogs up there from so much collapsing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what's going on. The air eventually blasts through all that crap, and that's what's giving us the gas.
Yeah.
Or sorry,
I mean, this could be a few k's under the earth where there's a branch or something. Hard to say.
Yeah, it could be. It really could be anything. But it just goes to show how unpredictable this is becoming. Like with each day, with more collapsing, you don't know what this is going to do.
Yeah. And I mean, it's concerning that they're starting to talk about, the future uplift of the island and a new main vent and stuff. Like the politicians have finally realised how to interpret science talk when they say, "Oh, it could be nothing," or "It could be catastrophic." And the politicians always say, "Oh, okay, we'll go with nothing. We'll put our bets there."
Yeah, well, I mean that's what happened in Wuhan, isn't it? That's what happened in Wuhan.
Yeah.
Or at least
Fukushima.
from the story that we know. Fukushima, another great one. Chernobyl, another great one. Yeah, it all seems to be when we're dealing with authoritarian governments. We have disasters that happen where nobody wants to take any responsibility for anything. Before or after, there's actually blame.
Yeah, and it makes sense in a twisted kind of way. It's like, well, if the volcano is going to erupt spectacularly and we evacuate everyone, then my job is ruined. So I'll just operate on the principle that it doesn't happen, hopefully.
Yeah, just hope for the best. A very weak strategy. Like whatever happened to a bit of prudence, I don't know. But
you just preserve your capital and hope the gravy train keeps going.
Just hope nothing happens to those thousands of people that are basically their house is surfing the lava flow right now.
People don't show up on a balance sheet, really.
Well, that's it. Yeah. Fair enough. Just want to see a couple things in chat. Turn my volume up or his down. Let's see. I need to turn mine up. Usually it's up higher than this. So it's not you, my friend. You're coming in clear. Thank you very much for those in chat that mentioned that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm too loud, eh?
No, you're fine. You're okay. It's my end. I had my audio turned down a little bit. So you should be okay there now. If anybody else, if you see any problems in chat, just let me know. And I really appreciate you guys letting us know that, because this is the first time that you have an extra person on. Dang, that's a lava vortex, he says. Missing Octavia. Everybody misses Octavia when she's not here. She's very lively. I wonder where she is now. She said she was going to be back. Oh my goodness, Deception has its finger in everything, says Save From My Flesh. Yep, I mentioned this a lot, but I'll give you another thing to look up. Another little red pill for you is just search this phrase: culture eats strategy for breakfast. Just look that up, man. You'll be blown away at how many people use this, and it's a total cult. It is its own cult mentality. So basically, it's just throw any talent out the window if it means that we have a culture of the company within. If the company within has a great culture, then everything else is just going to fall into place, is basically what that means, right? And so that means they just don't think about strategy anymore, and you end up with a team with, half are incompetent, and you have to carry their weight, and then the other ones are probably underpaid for their competence, and they have to hold everything up. And we just got to deal with it, because culture eats strategy for breakfast. That's how this works, right? It's really gross, actually, the more you look into that.
I'll have to think about that one some more, but it makes sense. the example you used anyway, where people are just useless like half the time.
Yeah, and this is what we're seeing now in a great. I talk about the gaming industry because I'm in it a lot, but it really is a great example. You're seeing, it's being filled with people. Back in the day, it was made by a bunch of white nerds. I'm not saying that black or people of color can't be nerds or whatever, but you know what it was like back in like the 80s, 90s. These people were just like a bunch of geeks, white trash geeks, whatever you want to call them, in their basement, and they really loved this new kind of system. They loved trying to push it to the limits and things like that. You know what I mean? All these games were labors of love that we grew up on, And now that things have become commercialized and we have this culture eat strategy for breakfast kind of mentality, what we're dealing with are a bunch of corporate goons, and on top of that, people who don't know how to do their job, and a bunch of like groups that make separate parts of things so that it can be done faster and cheaper, right? And then this compartmentalization, which never ends up synergizing, they end up not knowing what the other one's doing at all. And when you try and put the whole game together, it is a piece of garbage.
Yeah, but it has good trailers.
It has good trailers.
80% of the budget into marketing.
Exactly. And if you pay off like IGN and Kotaku and all, for those that aren't in the know, like the gaming magazines, these people give out reviews, right? And it shows now just how paused it's always been, that these reviews have always been paid off. But it really shows now in the internet era,
Yeah.
So,
and games journalists can't play games anymore. It's just about how well they accept bribes. That's the bar for entry.
Exactly. So this hasn't been lost on your old school gamer. Okay, maybe the people that are coming into the industry, they don't quite understand that there was a time where people made these games out of love. Just one sec. Let me see how I put this. But the ones that see it, right? We know for sure. There's no more debate on this. These magazines are completely paused. Okay, so nobody even debates it anymore. Like, we just move on to other things. We try and find things on, quote unquote alternative media, right? Like just YouTubers, stuff like that. But then it turns out that all of these people are also like being given like freebies and stuff and boosts on YouTube if they cover stuff in a positive light all the time. Right? So YouTube is just as much like the mainstream. And it's becoming apparent every time that these games like fail miserably. All of these same people who are supposed to be in love with the game and they're telling, they're helping everybody out, they just have no opinion because they're afraid of losing their gibs, right? Or being shunned by the company.
Yeah. And that's what Gamergate was about, ultimately. I mean, aside from, putting a spearhead into the culture of video games, it was about establishing the dominance in the media where you could criticize people who criticize the journalists and the way of developing games.
Exactly. Yeah, great point on this is Gamergate. Gamergate was how this all got this cancer that you find in almost every industry now. Gamers, because I don't know, for whatever reason, they like looking at patterns, trying to solve patterns, whatever. They found the mother lode of what do you even call it? Corporal culture cancer. I don't even know what to call it. But part corporation, part this cult, and it's just infesting every industry. The gamers seem to be one of the first people that uncovered it for what it was.
Well, gamers just didn't consume contemporary media, so they were never affected by it.
That's another great point.
Very much just logical and observed things and pulled them apart in their own minds. A lot of critical thought. So yeah, they had to break that down somehow, and they did it by putting out targets for gamers to attack by attacking gaming, and then play the victim.
Right, like Anita Sarkeesian and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Like she was basically probably just playing a part so that she would be the lightning rod, Or
yeah, which she absolutely was.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was manufactured as well. Like there were death threats, I'm sure, but it was, that was signal boosted something chronic.
Oh, well, I mean, they've definitely caught into the fact that just saying that you get death threats, like this is like the go-to for anybody getting complained about now. It's like,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
if they don't
that's right.
exist, just make them up. You know, we don't know.
Death threats don't matter anymore. Anyway, in the modern age, you know, it's been overused so much, it's normalized.
Fair enough, fair enough. But there's still a good section of people that will buy into it, right? And I guess they are playing on that division tactic as well. I've noticed things too, like they're trying to pit the players versus the, like say, community managers, devs, things like that. We're all lower level people. We're not the ones making the decisions here. You know what I mean? It seems to me like they're trying to keep that divide, right? Rather than saying, hey, like, this company's literally screwing you over, not paying you to do your job, basically. These people are paid nothing, right? You probably have the worst employers ever and they don't care, or employees ever, and employers, and they don't care, you know? And wait a minute, you're supposed to be mad at me, and I'm supposed to be mad at you the way that this is being set up? No, there's something really contrived about all of this. And same thing with the people that were calling out Anita Sarkeesian back in the day. Like, these people have forgotten about this by now and moved on to other things that are... looks like grifts again. Like, I don't know, man. Who was the British guy with the glasses and the ponytail? To me, he just comes off as such a... And he would always be talking about Anita Sarkeesian, and I think he's just as controlled as she is.
Oh, one of those game journalist celebrities on YouTube, was it?
Yeah, I forget it.
Total Biscuit? No, he's not him.
Razor Fist, maybe? I don't know. I forget. It's one of these guys, but they just both have this dualistic job of attacking each other and attacking their ideology, and they got us all.
Division. That's a classic. Present in everything now.
Yeah.
As you believe column A or you believe column B, and everyone from the opposing team is a demon.
Yeah, for sure. Amelia Barker in the chat says, you're literally talking about the pandemic and how all the figureheads waited until the last minute to do anything, if at all. 100%. I think, wasn't it xenophobic to talk about, like, Wuhan or like...
Hug a Chinese Day.
Right, hug a Chinese Day, and they call it, like, we weren't allowed to even talk about it until, like, mid-March. It was ridiculous. Ugh. Yeah.
I was called a conspiracy theorist for wearing a mask in like late February.
Oh yeah. You're overreacting and stuff like that. Yeah.
You're scaring the children. You're making people upset.
Now, see, that not a neat flip? That you got to give them credit for this, because they flipped everything on its head. You can't tell me that wasn't intentional. Like, that was part of the plan. And like, so by the next month, we had the same people that were freaking over masks, saying like it's not real. And the people who were ignoring it for 2 months, they were just like, this is the worst thing ever. Like, you can't tell me that wasn't...
The bizarre thing about it is how up until that point, because that was when the Diamond Princess happened, there'd been pretty good coverage of it. And then the Diamond Princess and a few other case studies happened. And instead of the virus being, a fatality rate of like 4%, we realized, it's like, 1 in 1,000. And then suddenly... everyone started fearing the virus because the media just started hammering it into people.
Yeah. And you're right. The Princess ship, the cruise ship, was like the turning point. It really kind of was, wasn't it? Who was the idiot country that let them in? Was it Cambodia? Like, this is also...
It was Australia, yeah.
Was it Australia? No, it couldn't have been.
Yeah, no, we let in like 5 cruise ships full of people, and we didn't get any beachhead of the virus. It didn't establish here until... people started taking the vaccine this year.
Lovely.
Like, it is the clearest trend out of anything. Is just like no coronavirus until people take the vaccine.
You see the same thing in India. You see the same thing in Brazil. I think Israel has, to a lesser extent. You can see that same uptick.
Definitely with their booster wave, you can see it in Singapore.
Yeah. Interesting. All these countries are the ones that are like calling out China too. And not saying, I don't think China's like the final boss of the world or anything like that. I think they're owned by other people too. But it is interesting. Like Brazil, Bolsonaro is like basically kind of shutting up, or at least it seems to me. He doesn't like China and the whole Vatican garbage, right? But yeah. It seems like you got Brazil, India, which is like they're kind of like at each other's throats at this moment. I don't know about Iran, though. Iran was the big one. Remember that? Remember, like, that
back in the early days when there were heaps of cases over there.
Yeah, and there was like a bunch of them in Parliament that were dying and stuff like that. Apparently.
Yeah, there was a big sweep of it through their Parliament. Which is sort of what sort of happens to Iran anytime anything can be blamed on something else in Iran. A whole bunch of politicians die.
Fair enough. So you got it. Maybe that's its own like case study to look at there. And I'm connecting dots that aren't there, but
there's definitely a connection there because like I was deep into this from like January. So what happened was it started out in Iran and other parts of the Middle East, like Egypt, but they wound up with a whole bunch of cases, but barely any deaths. And they found out, I think it was around March, that the only real strong correlation was either the high population of the population that were smokers, or because ivermectin is used over there for foot parasites. And that's where that whole thing started. And then they fell out of the news cycle because it's like, oh, geez, you can't have a cure.
Oy vey! Yeah. You can't just go pushing around a cure. We got an agenda.
Not when they just decided to amp things up.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, same thing with the news cycle in India. Like that was apocalyptic a few months ago. News headlines everywhere. India's dying.
Yeah.
End of days. Burning corpses in the streets.
Yeah.
It's like,
suddenly
there's no cases anymore.
Yep. Same thing with Brazil. Same thing with USA. They were mentioning that all the time. And then like up here in Canada, if it's a conservative province, it's like this same stupid like story played out every time. It's like they pretend it's no big deal.
The vaccine.
Yeah, then I wish I got yeah. And it's like one or two stories of that, and then they're saying, "Oh, the conservative government really failed here." It's like, and you all failed when you didn't shut down travel to China. You all failed when you shipped the coronavirus research to China. You know what I mean? Like, stop blaming little, the unvaccinated and all this stuff. You're a bunch of criminals. You're a bunch of lying criminals. And I'm sick of you trying to put the blame on specific people. Not that I like any of these conservative politicians either, even though I am a conservative.
Oh, yeah, but being a conservative and a conservative politician are two different things.
100%. Being a conservative politician is how to navigate pushing the Overton window of the right wing or back over to the left. You know what I mean? Like, they're not there to help conservative values, but to diminish it in as stealthy a way as possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just slowly concede.
Yeah.
Do it at just fast enough that people don't, protest.
Right. You have like the left wing that's putting the gas on it. You know what I mean? And then you have, say, I don't know if you know much about the American politics, but like say Ted Cruz and stuff, and they'll write their strongly worded letters, but in the background, if you look at their feet, they're on the brakes. You know what I mean? They're
yeah.
Right. They're only holding on to the brakes. They're never trying to go in reverse. They're never trying to say screw this leftist stuff. We're going back to the old way. It's never about that. It's just always about just stopping it from inching closer and closer to communist hellholes. You know what I mean? And like never going back, never trying to initiate anything that gets us back to any sort of sense.
There's never any progress towards the right. Like conservatives being diluted to just mean slow things down.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I do like that Lion Ted part. I mean, it was Trump trying to get in, but the Lion Ted, that really stuck with me. I should have kept remembering that. He's such a liar. Let's see. I was neglecting chat a little bit. We got to catch up. Sorry, guys. Let me see. Octavia's back, and the chat explodes. It's always good to see you back. So glad your niece can sleep well tonight. Is there still dumbass people where I live screaming and protesting about unmasking the world? Geez, kids, I have 3. I know they're all young adults now and still meant to. Okay, sorry. I'll push on to the some other things. It's all Trump's fault. So is this volcano and all the earthquakes. Yeah, that's basically what it's been at. But again, I'm not a big fan of Trump. I gotta say, I don't know how you feel about him. I think that he was like the master of being the brake. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if he started off good, but the Jesuit connection is a bit rough. What do you think of that, Joe? Do you have any comment on that?
Oh man, I can't even remember what you were saying.
Oh, no sweat, no sweat. I'll just keep on to reading. Sorry. What up, Nightbot? Okay, has there been an actual data released to the public showing ivermectin really works? I see different narratives all the time. I got the vaccine. Am I doomed? So, from what I've seen, is that ivermectin is good when you first get it. It can attack the prions like it does parasites. Okay? After a certain point, that is ineffective. Okay, but it also does work on the viral effects, the disease effects of like the lungs and things like that. So I have seen that it doesn't work for everyone. I have seen that. I've seen that other drugs could indeed be more effective for more people.
Yeah, I don't think it's a panacea, but it does work for early intervention. It doesn't work for someone who is already basically going to be put on a ventilator, and it can be deleterious.
Sorry, what? Deleterious? Sorry, good.
Like it can be bad for them.
Okay.
Because people who have severe COVID have compromised blood-brain barriers, so things can just cross into their brain, basically.
Right.
And ivermectin's not good if it gets into your brain.
Ah, okay.
But before that point, it's fine. It's one of the most exceptionally well-tolerated medications ever invented.
Okay. Good stuff. Yeah.
Not a big shill of it, but I mean, it would have solved the pandemic. Definitely.
Yeah. No. Because I mean, like we do see shills trying to push it more of a miracle drug than what it actually is. You know what I mean? Like, we do see that, and we see them like, let me see if I can give a good example here. Stella Emanuel. Put this up on the side window. All right, let's go to her website. She had a website anyways. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it real quick. She got her alma mater from University of Calabar. Not a big deal. I don't care about that so much. But she was on and saying hydroxychloroquine for, this is a different one than ivermectin, but hydroxychloroquine. She was pushing that really hard. And then we find out she was the founder of a charismatic religious organization called Firepower Ministries. In her role as its founder, she made fringe claims. Okay, now this is now leftists talking about this, but it basically is what she's talking about. Is NAR stuff, and we'll get a little bit into it real quick. She said endometriosis, infertility, miscarriages, and sexually transmitted infections are caused by spirit spouses, and has also endorsed a number of conspiracy theories. Ugh, I hate reading these out, but whatever. And that include the involvement of space aliens and the Illuminati in manipulating society and government. So, like, I think she's been put up in here, you know what I mean, just so that these liberals can, like, point her out as crazy, which she really is, according to her beliefs originate in African Pentecostalism and charismatic movement. Let me see if I can find her website really quick. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, she sounds like the perfect person to put in a position to view, like high visibility.
Right. Fire. What if I go to?
It's always some complete whack job that winds up the most popular. Bizarrely, you know, like I'd never listen to them. Nobody else I know would listen to them.
No one.
The media will say that they're the most listened to one.
Exactly. They push her up, and yeah, she did another Deliverance Ministries. I don't know if you can see the screen at the moment, but we're just going to go through this really quick. I need to scroll down. There used to be a whole bunch of tags here, and 100 times over you would see spiritual warfare. We were talking about that yesterday as well. Let me see if it's still on. She is a true spiritual daughter of Dr. D.K. Olukoya of the Mountain of Fire and Miracle Ministries. Spiritual daughter. That means she's calling someone her father, right? And when the Bible is specifically about, it says, call no man your father. The source of spiritual weakness, spiritually, and spiritual warfare. You'll see this everywhere in their thing. Let's see. I'm just trying to go. Yeah, here we go. Christian books on spiritual warfare. That's her, not just a comment on it. But it used to have like 100 million tags on there saying like spiritual warfare and every spelling you can possibly imagine, so that you could hit the search results of that. So yeah, she's obviously one of these NAR shills.
Yeah.
And right, you don't want to call her out because she's black, right? And lest you be called a racist. You know what I mean? They always put this angle in now. Whether it's like black or like, strong women, or you know what I mean, or like whatever. Just think of it. Just whatever it is. They always use that as like a little hedging. You know what I mean? And I think it's disgusting.
Yeah. Oh, the whole thing is disgusting. Absolutely.
Just the entire program.
Yeah. And you can see it with the people that rose to prominence outside of their group of control as well, like Michael Yeadon, the ex-Pfizer VP. Like he became prominent because he said, this isn't great. The mRNA treatments aren't good, this and that. And then a whole bunch of people got in his ear and said, they're putting microchips in you, and they're trying to depopulate the world, and they're doing this and that. They're going to kill everybody. And
right.
Obviously, in his heightened state, where he'd suddenly risen to popularity, he started spewing it out too. So he discredited himself.
Right, and that's because I saw all angles too of how they were trying to take him down, and like they were trying to confuse him with that French guy, that French doctor. Forget his name now, and like mixing his words around. I saw every tactic to shut him up. They were really afraid of him. So what they did, they ended up compromising his own mentality. See, this is why we need to know more about mind control and how these people are socially conditioning people. Because I mean, he's a smart dude. If someone clued him in on that, like, hey, these people, like, this is how they operate. They stick stupid ideas in your head and hope they stick. I see it all the time in the chat, to be honest. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not saying from everybody.
It's everywhere, and it's not always like people who are aware of it. It's 90% of the time it's not. People are just people are catatonic, or what are they? They're crazy.
Yeah, and it doesn't. Well, yeah, I guess like not to be like offensive to anybody. Crazy is maybe a little bit harsh or whatever, but like.
Yeah,
it doesn't even have to be
manic. Manic is the word.
Sure,
people are.
That's a good. Yeah, that might describe it quite well. It's not that they're stupid. It's not that they're crazy so much. It's that, like, they're sick of lies from somewhere, or they're sick of seeing something on one side and they need to go find the truth. And all too often they don't check the other side that is tickling their ear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you always need to check all sides, like as hard as it is or as painful. But at the end of the day, if you choose to only listen to one side, you're always going to be misinformed.
100%. And I think people don't realize that the intentional dichotomy that is taking place. Like the same people trying to drive us crazy are on both sides, and often we only see the one because maybe we're like influenced by someone on YouTube that's saying, oh yeah, it's only Anita Sarkeesian, and then Anita is saying, oh yeah, this is misogyny, obviously. You know what I mean? Like, each side thinks they're right and the other side is wrong,
both
and they're
views
going
are extreme.
Exactly, and they want
like gaming definitely had misogyny. It wasn't pervasive, like to the point that they were saying. It wasn't going to kill people like they were saying.
Yeah.
It definitely could have changed. The culture was probably toxic. Not to the degree they said, and the resulting change hasn't been relevant.
Yeah. Whether or not there were problems is actually kind of irrelevant to the fact that the people who were calling for the change are completely incompetent, and that this had nothing to do with helping either side, but getting more control for the people behind the Anitas and the other YouTubers that were against her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we were focusing on something that was irrelevant by design.
Yeah. She was just a massive red herring, and then the machine moved in the background.
For sure.
People lay the blame on Anita Sarkeesian when she was just the fall guy for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, lightning rod, nothing more. There's much bigger fishes to fry. Someone's asking who is the other person in chat. It is Oracle. This is Jim. Jim. Sorry, my bad. Joe. I've been looking too much Biden. Jim and Joe Biden. My bad. So this is Joe that you see a message. Yep, and she says cool accent if you were looking at the chat. I think you're there, though. Funding for human behavioral science is booming, says Ed Bourgeois. Yeah, 100%, and it has been ever... Well, maybe it's taken a little bit of a dip, though, since the death of Epstein. Because I don't know if you've seen how much he funded. But it's...
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he's dead even, but great point. There's so much money being spent right now into how to best manipulate people, especially like someone that you want to sell things to, including ideas. I don't know what you think of that.
Yeah, look, marketing is, most of the social sciences now are just psychological manipulation, like social psychologists, where you could just go and study that 10 years ago. You could go and study how to manipulate entire groups of people to suit the government. And that's not something that you can see on the sheet of a university anymore. You can't just apply for the course,
right?
Because people are saying this is a bit weird. Like this, the outline of this course is kind of terrible.
Oh yeah, and man, the amount of sketchy programs that have been happening in our education from like a very early age on education too, right? Like, I was in something like the gifted and talented education program or whatever.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, were you? Okay, yeah. So, I mean, were you in like a room where like the boards were covering the windows and stuff? Like nobody could see in. You know what I mean? You had to listen to those headphones.
Only one time. I had the headphones. I had hearing tests. Like
hearing
month.
Tests. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I think those threads are 90% gaslighting.
I agree too.
Yeah, it started out as a genuine thing, and people were like, "Yeah, this is kind of weird." I was in that too, because the Chans are a sort of magnet for odd people.
Oh, of course.
But yeah, the threads are now just completely gaslit and well poisoned.
Oh yeah.
Like, you had an Israeli art student girlfriend. Oh my god, yeah, me too.
Dude, yeah. Some of those are very put in, but going like to the actual like sessions or whatever, that is one thing. Like I remember there being like Bristol board being put up on the window so that nobody could see in from the library. There's many different things.
I found some of the headphones that I actually had in the tests. I found them at a dollar store and I bought them, and then I'll find them.
Yeah, do it. You can even put it in Discord. Just let me know where you put it. So yeah, but the thing is, the problem with this is that Gate was. It was not really to enrich anything, to be honest. It was all testing. Like, it was all just, like, checking to see what we knew, how we'd react to something. You know what I mean? Like, it was nothing about us developing better. And we were taken from our classes, our curriculum, right, in order to do this. And I guess maybe to an extent, maybe it would, like, heighten our speed of processing. But I don't think so. I can't think of a single thing that it helped with. All it did was give me a pump as a kid that I was smarter than all the other kids that didn't go. And that's about it. So those who are listening in the chat, I don't know if he's here there now, but I just want to let you know how these things work. And it's like everybody around the world, I know that there's some crazy stuff in those threads, but everybody around the world are experiencing, like, they experience this. Like the ones that were selected or whatever, they had the same thing. You're put into a room where you're listening to headphones for hours on end. The room is covered, things like that. And they end up mentioning they either went into like an advanced placement of school and they are in like political stuff now, or they end up like rebelling against it. And I was one of those people.
Overwhelmingly, they all wound up underperforming in school, even though they were in gifted programs.
Right.
Bizarre.
Right. You got the select few that went through to IB and International Baccalaureate and all that kind of stuff, right? But for the wide and large, it seems like people have been stunted by this. It was about testing and stunting more than enriching anything.
Yeah, like my idea of it is that they were just assessing. Like the tests were just assessing an individual. But at least when I went into it, my mother signed a disclaimer, that all of my school records for my entire schooling would be available for research. So like I guess they just find a way to make overachievers underachieve. You know, they contrast the testing with their school results, and then you wind up in a place where kids don't get taught maths until they're like 10 years old.
Yeah. I remember that. I mean, like, we missed a lot of class to go into these just stupid testings, you know. Let's see. My oldest son is gifted. I still feel like his extreme self-questioning and social anxiety came from being pulled out of the class. I can just tell you my experience. I don't think it says everybody, but I definitely, like, all of this, when they spot you as a gifted person or whatever, they start trying to manipulate things, right? And they pull you out of class. They might want you to skip a grade, maybe go to a private school, maybe do some language immersion or you know, just anything, just to mess with them. And I think this is, like, legit. Yeah, perhaps they were taking serious potential leaders and purposefully handicapping them. Like, maybe they taught me how not to read. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing around. It was just more self-deprecating joke. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, because you're right. They, in these threads, they put in, you know, Israeli art girlfriend. Like, that, you know what that reeks of, though, right? Like, every time I hear anybody, like, get too close to some Jesuit scam, it's like, oy vey, guy. You hear everything about the Jews. Like, it's just immediate and incessant. What do you think about the Tavistock Institute side of this?
I haven't done much research into it, just because, you know, there's so much smokescreen on everything these days.
Absolutely.
And I'm pretty bad with names in general. Like, information falls out of my head.
Oh, it's all good, man. So apparently, you know, a lot of what was behind the gate was Tavistock. Now, I haven't really done the research on it too much yet, but apparently they were behind a lot of these programs. That's why they seem so, and they are about psychological conditioning and psychological monitoring and things like that. And they also, there's the assertion that they're, like, behind the Beatles and the Rolling Stones as well. So I don't know what of it is true or not. I was just wondering how much you knew, but there is indeed, like, Tavistock was involved.
But yeah, there was at least some international organization, because yeah, it was everywhere in the West at least, and parts of Europe, from what I've seen. But yeah, it was exactly the same for me as it was for other people in the US.
Yeah,
it's the same program.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the Five Eyes in parts of Europe, it seems to be very prevalent. Let's see. They do read. This is Dano the Mano. They do derail children. They will get your single mom to put you on ADHD meds when you're a boy that they don't do a good job of challenging. Customer service, no drugs yet. Yeah. And another thing I'll mention too is I remember the operative. She came from a Jesuit university. Actually, I just did the research on this. She's a public person, so I'll just say her name. Elizabeth Murphy, out of the University of Laval. Laval was the first Canadian Jesuit, and he became the vice, what do you call it? The speaker on behalf of the Pope over here. The vicar apostolic. That's what it's called. So yeah, anyways, Jesuit school, and then she came over here. She became the principal of the place, and she got in real good with my mom. I scored high on like a IQ test or whatever when I was a kid, so like I guess they had to have something from there. And she was behind me going into all different kinds of stuff, and maybe she didn't realize how stupid this stuff was, or, well, you know what they say about Jesuits anyway. It's like only 2 out of 1,000 really know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like they just don't even understand the structure and how it's done. And I don't know if you think it's the Jesuits or not, and it's totally fine. We'll even just say the powers that be. Maybe she was just.
Look, I believe it's more pertinent than saying it's all Israel.
Yeah, it is all Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu, yeah, for the past hundreds of years. Yeah. No, I hear, and don't get me wrong, I don't totally dismiss the little hats that are involved, but to say that
they are involved.
Yeah, they are.
But, it's not just some intrinsic property of their genetic makeup, as they try to push it to. Brilliantly
put. Seriously, well put on that. I think. It's the same thing with me, and it's just it's a few of them that half of them they can't even get back into Israel. Like Soros, they all hate him in Israel. For one example, but this one she really went to my mom. That she, like, my mom always wanted me to excel and stuff like that, right? But it seems like they really played on that and got her like crazy about making sure that I was always put in. Don't get me wrong, I'm not like hating on my mom or anything like that. I'm just trying to like tell this story, wondering if there's other people that are like this. It was like they noticed that the mom wanted me to excel, and they really got her to be the driving force as opposed to like going through me, and you know what I mean? Like it was always like they decided what I was going to do, and then they'd ask me later to convince. It was so weird. Like it was just, like I don't know. And this lady's still around. She's still like she's trying to convert everybody to like online learning before this stuff, and I remember when like Columbine happened, she was like gung-ho about zero tolerance anti-bullying, and look how well that these idiots have really let that go. You know what I mean? Like this is 20 years ago and nothing's changed, gotten worse,
Yeah, absolutely. Like especially in Australia, because Australia is kind of a special case where our culture was to just be as offensive as possible to everyone.
Yeah.
And through that, you sort of develop a unity. Like, you get a thicker skin.
Yeah.
And eventually, you find the black person's your brother or an Asian person, even though you're calling them like, racial slurs to their face. And it's like, everyone's equal because you can just all insult each other.
Yeah, everybody is equally insultable. Yeah.
Yeah, and now it's all taboo all of a sudden. And all of a sudden we've got massive problems with, racism and division, and our culture is dying.
Right.
It's always the opposite. It's always inverted.
Yeah, and it needs to be controlled by like maybe like a one world spiritual thing, right? And it's certainly no coincidence, right? When you have Francis all day, Pope Francis just talking about, this kind of stuff. It's like I wonder who really wants this to happen. Sorry, I gotta address this in chat real quick. They tried that shit with me. I was like, no, he's smart, not sick, thank you. Okay. I would have really appreciated my mom understood that too. So don't get me wrong, I'm not mad at her or anything like that, but it's great to hear that you're letting the boy develop naturally, because the social aspect is big. If you're pushing him from class to class, you know what I mean, and not letting them develop with everybody else, he's getting like it's built in. You've already started at a disadvantage for social, and that accumulates. The problems accumulate there. I got into like drug use and stuff like that, so bear that in mind. What the hell do you mean they kept tabs on you? Oh yeah, I mean, I scored high in an IQ test, so when there was gifted stuff that would come up, I would always be asked to do it. That's all I mean by that. Until a certain point, then I started making fun of them. I was just sick of their stuff. But yeah. So you only went one time in this, by the way, in the gate program?
I only went into the dark room, like with the boarded up windows. That was at the school.
Yeah.
Because we were in an accelerated learning program at our school, which was an experimental country first program. We were the second class to go through.
Okay.
At this school, so they did that at the school. I did one session, and then I didn't go, and a few others, and then they kept doing the sessions, and every couple of weeks a few of them would get taken out of the class.
Yeah.
But most of mine were actually going to an ear doctor, whatever you'd call that, like a orologist. I don't know.
Sure.
Then yeah, I'd go into a darkened room and I'd do a hearing test for an hour. Yeah.
And you're not the only one that mentions that. That is one of the things on the list of those threads, is that it's about hearing therapy, which I didn't go through. But, I mean, you still have the headphones.
I used to ask my mum about it for years. I used to ask her about this forever, until one day I saw the gate threads, because I'd been looking for these headphones. And we're like, yeah, what were those hearing tests I did, Mum? Like, what are you talking about?
Really?
She doesn't remember.
Okay.
And then it's just like, am I crazy?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and it's very secretive. I mean, this whole thing, and it's almost like, do you not remember much when you went in there? Because, I mean, maybe, it's an early memory, so you forget, but, I'm telling you,
Sort of, but I think part of that is also part of like the priming for gaslighting in the threads. It's just like, oh, your memories will be really hazy about this, but
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Like I remembered it really quite well, especially the hearing tests and everything else.
Okay.
Because I've been asking about this for years.
Okay. I to be honest, unless I've been like affected by suggestive positioning or something like that I don't remember. Like I remember very little, and I was in this for like 2 years. 2 years. Yeah. And like I understand, you know, like especially just due to the monotony of the program that this could happen, you know, but like to have no memories other than just seeing the headphones is a little bit weird, you know.
Well, it's the time of your life as well. Like, you know, the rest of it's full of formative memories, whereas this is just like, you know, come with us very quietly, you know, go do some quiet tests and in a dark room. Like, there's nothing there that's going to really be formative. It was just formative for me because I was super inquisitive when I was younger. And it's just like, why am I doing these hearing tests? Like, did I score well? Am I winning?
Right. Yeah. But you don't know, right? Like these tests are like it doesn't enrich anything. Like, why am I getting enriched? What am I getting enriched with? I'm like, I didn't have any better like social. I certainly didn't have any better social skills getting pulled out of class. I don't think there was any thinking process that was accelerated. It was all just like testing to see what we do.
Yeah, I think that's all it's about, really.
Yeah,
it's like trying to identify high achievers, identify ways to ruin them, to stop them becoming high achievers. Because, like, I mean, that's the only result that I see from all of these years of you know, studying how to teach kids is that they've learned how to teach kids really, really poorly, like really quite well. Teach them to learn nothing.
Yeah, it's like a lot of investment has been made, and a lot of intelligence decisions have been made to stop the intelligence from growing of people. It's I guess that comes with the whole, when you're like, you know, let's say most of these people are probably on the lower level schemes of like, you know, secret societies or whatever. So like, you know, your Blue Lodge and maybe Scottish Rite Mason or something like that, right? That don't know what they're talking about, right? So like when you're under this, you know, Saturnian mentality that you have to stop the ones that are coming forth from usurping you. You know what I mean? Like there's that like where Jupiter ate Saturn and things like this. This is the kind of stuff they're always like worried about, being usurped by their son, being usurped by the people that are coming up behind them. I guess maybe you just get a little bit obsessed with trying to stunt people's growth so that doesn't happen. I guess that would make sense to me, you know? It really is in their doctrine.
I think like most things, like most far-reaching social things, there's a lot of reasons to do it, and one of the reasons that's evident now is that we don't have enough jobs for all of these talented people. You know, someone who goes to university and studies engineering for 7 years and then goes out to get a job at McDonald's, they're going to be quite dissatisfied, but also they're going to be quite educated, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, unsatisfied and educated is a very dangerous combo for an elite, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And you don't see this sort of dichotomy where you have, you know, educated people with no jobs in other parts of the world, like in smaller Asian countries, because they learn other languages, and you know, they are truly globalized, whereas we're trapped. Someone who learns, you know, in Japan, if they study at university, they're going to learn English, they'll learn Mandarin, maybe Punjabi or something, and they'll get a high-paying job somewhere.
Right.
But us in the West, we're supposed to stay here. That seems to be the overwhelming message. Don't leave.
Yeah, we're like compounded in, and we never learned any languages. And like the French immersion that I took, like I didn't learn French from that. I learned French from moving to Montreal and Quebec and studying there. You know, like these French immersions, I think are meant to like stop you and get frustrated and just you don't learn this curriculum of other stuff. But you're so right. Like they try and keep us just speaking English because I guess it's the lingua franca. And we wouldn't want to, like, certainly, like, Canada's a good example for this. Like, they certainly wouldn't want the French and the English getting along and seeing how they've been screwing us over and making us hate each other for the past while, right?
Yeah, it's bizarre to me that Canada has like French-speaking zones. Like that sort of blew my mind a bit when I found that out a few years ago.
Oh yeah, only French speaking in certain places for the most part. I mean, like they're all kind of like tourist zones, so like there's usually some English speakers there. But yeah, it was a little bit complicated, and the British are not really the kind that like force convert. You know what I mean? The British were always, you know, in their colonial periods, the kinds that were like, okay, we'll take you over. We don't really want to spend the money to do this type of conversion stuff. So we're going to put this logo, you know, up on your town square. And then just, you know, as the years get longer or whatever, as the years go by, that logo is going to get bigger. And there's going to be more British slogans around as time goes on. They do this like slow advance, you know what I mean? But as for like... They don't do like the same things as like the Portuguese and like the Spanish did, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, they don't talk like us, or what? You're done, you know. Like it was much different, I think. But so what they up here as well. I mean, there was just so much. New France was quite big, and it did have, you know, quite a sizable population, and it was just easier to allow them who they were, because after the war they didn't really like France anyways, and France kind of like deserted them in that war. So it was like, this is a much better situation that we just let them speak their language. We'll come in, we'll own the big stuff, you know, and we just let them be their way. And that's how they were able to keep French. I mean, Quebec I think is like one of the only places where French is growing, not shrinking. So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Actually, I've got to go and pick the kid up from school, so
hey,
thanks for having me on the show.
No worries.
I'll jump on another time.
Yeah, man, it was great chat. And thank you very much for dropping on, and until next time. It's good. And to be honest, it's really good timing for that, because I said that we were going to stop at 12, and we're 4 minutes past that now. I'll just do a quick scan of the chat, make sure I didn't miss anything too awesome. Once again, I appreciate everybody making this a very lively chat today. You know, most of my other things, like it says 4 here right now on the chat rate or whatever. Sometimes it's hitting like 14. Usually I only ever see like 2 before this. So I really appreciate how lively it is here and all the different topics that we address. Sugata Mitra does some interesting stuff on kid learning. I haven't looked at that before. They even make iodine supplements. Iodine is great, just as are a few other brain foods. Don't laugh, but I used the Alex Jones iodine survival shield ×3. I bet you it's effective, but probably you're getting gouged on price. That's probably my guess on that. Isn't iodine used to clean skin before surgery? Why are you guys ingesting iodine? Well, there's a whole bunch of other things as well. Like iodized salt is to stop you from getting goiters, right? So why are you ingesting iodine when you eat salt? That's why all the modern world actually has iodine in their salt. This is something that's widely spread, and it can stop goiters. Oh my gosh, Dano, don't inject bleach, friend. Wouldn't it be nice just to be able to use the Force to take all these imbecile government's toys away and make them beg to live? Put them in the position they put the people in? Yeah, it would be interesting to give them some perspective. I don't know if about making them beg to live, but I do get the point. Very interesting chat. Thanks to the both of you. Yeah, I thought that went pretty well. It was a nice little chat. Yeah, I liked it. It was great. I think it's a good idea. I think we will continue to do that in the next ones. I think this format, it works quite well. To have, you know, like we'll start at like 7 or so. I mean, you still got a good 6 hours going where you're listening in. Let's do another quick check of this guy. I think, am I covering the screen? Don't worry, I caught it. Hey, it looks like it's kind of like leveling off though, isn't it? Look, this is drying up. I'm very happy to see that. We got that rift. Well, it's not a rift. It's a chute or whatever. It's now centralizing again. I thought it would happen, but I was worried about what was going on over here. And I guess we have a period of slumping, almost like we have a new cone there, though. Could be wrong on this. I don't know how long that will last.
Look at these. These ejections are crazy. And on top of that, we have slumping going on in front of what might be a new cone. And that's starting to meet again. So that could cause some issues with lava flow. We'll have to see, but it looks like it's kind of status quo, isn't it? Some great ejections, though. You want to come up? We got you. Do you jump into the general, Octavia? We'll keep on for a couple minutes if you like. Jump into the voice channel general, and I'll pull you down into the on air. I don't think it's invisible, is it? It's just you just can't jump into it. So yeah, if you go into general on the Discord, which is, I guess I should just shill that again as well. Up at the top, there's a Discord link. If you have the Discord app, I recommend getting it if you were to do so. And you can just click on that, and that's the invite to our new server. It's brand new. And this way, when we finish up here now, you'll still be able to chat. Go for the after party. Oracle says, this one's, I know Sydney bloke, he has a pretty heavy accent, potty mouth. Actually, I gotta say, this guy that we were just, Joe, he was very well mannered. I appreciate it. I was like, uh-oh, we got an Aussie here. He's gonna axe my channel. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. But yeah, Oracle says, Joe, you're quite the pleasant speaker. It's great to see. And I agree. I think it was great to have you on. So, last call, guys. I am 10 minutes late on finishing. I knew it was going to be that way. But, yeah, if you want to jump on, let me know. Susie, good to see you. Hi, I missed all the chat. Don't worry. It's okay. Good to see everyone, though. How's Unstable Mabel tonight? It is unstable. We don't know what's going to happen of it. By the way, Susie, if you... I was just talking about the Discord. If you have Discord, jump on in. It's fun. Octavia. Okay, so you got to go on the left-hand side where all the text channels are. It says text channel category, info dump category. Below that, you'll see voice channels. And you just got to click on general. Yeah, there's no like actual link to the voice channel. It's in the thing. So make sure that you're on your app, and it'll show it. Okay, take your time on it. Let's do a quick earthquake check. This can't be right. This can't be right. Are you seeing this? Okay, so it's a little bit more to the west and a little bit more north. So it's... I don't know if it's still on the island. But it is reporting to be 60 kilometers down 47 minutes ago. So that would be 50% more than the last record. And it's at a 3.7. Bruh. Where exactly is this? Google sucks. Or sorry, DuckDuckGo sucks for this stuff, so I gotta go Google. I also love how it went to my town but doesn't show anywhere where I am. And I'm not just saying that to like cover my butt either. What a waste. What a waste of time. Bro, it's like right under, it's right under, what's his name? Douchebag Bear. Did they feel it? Oh yeah, they felt it. They felt it. I don't know how much they felt of it, but he felt it. That is deep. 60 kilometers. I don't even know how to start explaining that. Like the bottom of the mantle plume? Like, what the heck?
It's nowhere near the network. Like 40's below the network. 60's, I don't know what's going on down there. I want to hear you speak besides to your sister's angry cat. Oh, Octavia, you're there. Let's pull you in. Hello, Octavia. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I got you. Just 1 second. I'm going to fix the...
I hate crap like this. What do I have to do?
You're good. Just speak.
Okay.
you people can hear you.
Oh my god, how scary. I hate doing panels. It's so weird.
Nah, it's not. It's just a chat. It's just a chat. Let me make sure I got you heard. Yeah, you should be good because I did turn down your sound a little bit. You're coming in really strong, actually.
Am I really?
Nothing.
Oh my God,
no.
I'm on the mountain.
Oh, yeah. No, it's great reception. I can use this very well. No worries. It wasn't a complaint. It was a compliment.
Oh, thanks.
No sweat. So how is everything going? Are you Are you able to see the live stream at the moment?
No, see, I can't. Okay, let me look. But hold on a second.
No sweat.
I put you on speaker.
Oh, there is a speaker button.
Lame.
You're
no
lucky.
Speaker. What? I don't put things to. No, there's radiation.
Okay, the radiation.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't want this strip on my head. Hold on.
Listen to this diva.
Dude, sorry that I'm safe.
Right.
Okay, there. Okay. I can see chat sort of, but I want it on speakerphone. Now I have to hold this up.
Oh no. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. We're pretty.
Many problems.
We're finishing up anyways. Just to let you know, it looks.
So sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. We'll finish this up.
It's such a stupid night, so I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay.
So lame. I don't know how people have kids. It's like the worst thing ever.
It's the worst thing.
It really is. I'm like, what is your problem? I don't understand why you're crying. It was awful.
You are being unreasonable, child.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm like, I got you your doll. What is the deal? What can I do? Please let me leave.
So we're looking at basically we had a scare that there was going to be some real big overlap of lava that might branch out and go closer north, which is where everybody lives.
Okay.
But that has kind of cooled off now. We're now looking at just one steady river like it was before. There was a rock that got in the way of everything, and it just started bubbling up, and it spilled over everywhere. It was really scary.
That line? There was like a horizontal line across of it. What was that?
A horizontal line? Oh, across like one of the walls there. I don't know.
Yeah.
To be honest, it seems like the top is starting to break down. You can see it slumping, but it seems like it's more going to just be slumping and eat itself alive until it might crack off a little later. But it's not as crazy as we were worried about before. But there were some scary signs, like a line on the wall there that you're just like, what's happening? But it seems to have mended itself.
What were you posting? Okay, so you posted something earlier on Twitter about an evacuation. Where was the evacuation at?
Where was the evacuation? It was there's a place called La Laguna.
Okay.
Actually, 1 second.
Does Bushcraft live there?
No, he's right under where the earthquake just happened, though. So I can only imagine how he feels right now.
He is not on that island. I know he's not on that island.
Let me turn you back up. I turned you down a little too low. I'm sorry
thank
to the
you.
people. To the people in
they
chat.
Don't care.
Oh no, I got a complaint.
They don't care.
They want to hear
you.
you.
Everyone's mad. Oh my god,
Like,
why?
I can't listen to her. Turn her up, man.
Oh, sorry.
If
I can't tell.
And no sweat. It's my fault anyways. It's not your fault.
Yeah, it's always your fault.
It's always
I don't know
my
what's
fault.
happening. I don't know how to use any of those.
I think we got it almost there. No, you're good, man. You're good. We're good.
Hooray!
Yeah, this is Oracle's loving it. Radiation.
Well, yeah, no one should be putting their cell phone to their head. What is wrong with people?
Fair. I think, what do we got? Insult. The insult investor agrees with you. Says F kids.
Yes, seriously. Like, what is this meltdown thing? I don't understand it.
And no kids, just cat here. So you're 2-0.
Oh my God. And I'm like you, when my cat is being rude, I'm just over him. I'm like, shut, what is your deal? Stop. Like, what can I do?
Meow.
Yes. Oh my God. And my cat talked so much like that too. He just wouldn't shut up. It was not cool.
All right.
What have you guys been talking about? Jesuits? Yeah.
Of course. I mean, always Jesuits.
That's all you.
I am an obsession. I do have an obsession with them because they are trying to run the world. But no, we got into some other stuff too. We got into vaccines. We got into gifted and talented children programs.
Right, my sister was in that GATE program.
Dude, we were just talking about it. I was in it too. Yeah. Oh yeah, you were a little bit there for a moment. So yeah. Your sister was in it as well?
Yeah. Well, we got offered. Both of us got offered it, and I was like, why would I want to do more work? That sounds really stupid. But she was dumb and did it. That didn't make any sense. I was like, why?
Yeah.
She did it for like years too.
Yeah. They can really. Like, did she end up like being in like any advanced like high school programs and stuff, or like maybe Did she get into politics after?
No, she's a teacher, so kind of.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Shaping,
yeah.
warping minds.
Right now she was in all those AP classes, which again in high school, who the hell wants to like stay after and be doing work? I was like, no, I barely go to my regular classes. Can I not? So like you learn that like early in high school. You're like, okay, I don't want all this extra work. I just want to do the bare minimum and get out of here.
No, you were the smarter one of the two of us, because I was just like pumped up, like my stupid male ego is just like, oh yeah, but you're so smart. You're so smart. It's like, oh yeah, I'm so smart. I had to do all these puzzles.
My sister used to be like, I'm gifted. I was like, no, you're doing extra work. She's an idiot.
So I think it was by about high school when I was like, into girls and a lot more at that point, so like,
yeah,
you start getting a social life, right? And then they were like, yeah, you should go in IB. And I'm like, so what does that entail? And they were like, well, basically doing homework until you're dead. And it's like, no.
Yeah. Where does it get
enough
me?
is
It
enough.
doesn't even get you anything. Like, you get nothing.
Nothing.
You're like, okay.
Nothing at all. And like the enrichment is stunting, I think, in my opinion. Now IB might be a little bit different, but it's just more work. You're just learning how to follow orders better.
And what is this about going in a dark room? Like, that is MK creepiness. What is that about?
I don't know whether it was about just trying to eliminate each and every distraction. I don't know.
That's MK. No, that's not good.
There's something.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened there? What
happened in that room?
Yeah, I do wonder. It was because he says that he remembers a good bit of it, and I totally believe him when he does, but there are many people, including myself, like I don't remember anything except for headphones.
It'll block it out. That's what MK programming is. Like, there's a block. They seriously put like a lock on it and you can't get in it. That's not cool.
Yeah.
Good thing I didn't do GATE. I wonder if my sister had to do that. I'm gonna ask her.
Dude, I don't know, but I remember being in kindergarten. I remember much of like I can remember certain things, like certain exercise and stuff that I did in kindergarten. I remember the same thing for grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. You know what I mean? At least something. You know what I mean? I don't expect to remember everything, but for the GATE that I was doing the whole time, I don't remember anything. What?
Why? You were so proud of it too. That's weird.
Right? And you're just like, I'm special.
You're like, I'm gifted. I don't know what I'm doing in here, but I'm gifted.
Yeah. And I also found out one of the two people that went with me were actually good friends of mine, like including one of them being my very first friend from like the hospital, being Brorant friend. Like my mom, our moms got like, they became friends, and so we grew up together, right? And then there was another guy.
Everybody has a friend like that.
Right, exactly, right? And then I had another guy that was part of this thing, and he was also like in our little clique in grade 1 or grade 2 or whatever, and it turns out that his father is a Mason. Like a Freemason, like
what? No.
Dude, I learned this because during the Hunter Biden like releases and stuff, there were other things that got released with it, and for some reason, the Newfoundland and Labrador Lodge of Masonry, because it's his own thing, the membership rolls got leaked, and there was his freaking name. He's not public, but so I won't say his name, but yeah.
What?
Dude, I was like.
Well, the fact that it's called GATE too, sorry, but it's a little obvious.
There's GATE, and then there's also the logos involved with it. Gifted and Talented Program GATE. That you have the pedo symbol in some of them.
I know they've, dude,
What's happening to you guys?
I
I'm
don't
scared
know.
for you.
I don't know.
Someday something's gonna unlock it and trigger you, and you're gonna be like, "What happened in Gate?"
Like, what if we're like programmed to be like lone wolves or something like that? You know,
Yes,
you get the phone call.
exactly. Oh my god, that's so scary. Yeah, they say the word in your.
The word, yeah. What's that from again? I forget now.
Oh my god, what is that from? That is so funny.
Yeah, but we got
and like it triggers them into their like programming.
yeah. We got Tailwinds, which is a social emotional lesson for gifted girls, and it's a butterfly, monarch butterfly.
God,
of all
social
things.
emotional. That is huge right now. That's actually a part of the CRT, the social emotional. That's like the beginning stage of that. Like my ex-husband, he's a high school teacher, so like they were really indoctrinating them like the last few years. It was bad.
Word, yeah.
It was bad.
I'm trying to find this old logo and I can't find it, but I'm telling you, it was an owl standing on top of a triangle which had a spiral in it. So it was or it was either a triangle or a cube, but it was one of those two shapes. It was like an Illuminati shape, the Illuminati shape, one of the two, and in it was a spiral.
With our parents? Why are our parents just all, oh, look at that cute owl? Like, why don't they know anything?
Well,
this is cute. I'm gonna put my kid in this. Like, I don't understand. They're going into dark rooms. Like, why didn't our parents stop that kind of thing from happening?
Yeah. Another one here that I'm showing on screen is like the two with the arms up. It's a very that's occultic as well. And you have like up on top is a star where like in between the two of them with like 4 dashes coming out, and like the background
is it inverted?
Here. No, it's not an inverted star. It's a 5-pointed star. But yeah. No, it was a good guess. It was a good guess though. And then you have 2 circles behind it as well. One is like bigger than the other.
The eye.
That, and you can also look into like the whole boy love and girl love thing. You have a bigger shape and a smaller shape inside of it.
Androgynous, Oh my god, I was just watching that truther guy earlier that ruined Mark Dice.
Ruined Mark Dice?
You know that guy?
Hold on.
He ruined Mark Dice.
How so? I don't know if I followed the full combo.
Oh my god. So I love Mark Dice. He's hilarious. But
I'm not a big fan of him though.
I know. Oh my god, you should be friends with this truther guy that ruined my life earlier. He did like a huge video about how Mark Dice is a serious Mason, and he had like a whole other name, and he was on The View with a whole other name and all this craziness.
I can absolutely believe that. Yeah.
Oh my god, I was like, why? Stop. I hate the truth community. That's why I stay out of there. Like, because I know they're gonna ruin things that I have fun with, and I'm like, stop.
It ruins everything. It does.
Like, if I'm looking into it, it's one thing, but if you're gonna throw things at me like that, no, I didn't look into that. I don't want to know about that. Word.
It's Great point.
Yeah, he was talking about the Statue of Liberty, how it's I don't even know. You probably know.
Millions of names.
But the Statue of Liberty is a guy. Like, I guess it's a guy in a dress.
It's a Fanny's. It depends on where you are, but it's a guy. It's a guy in a dress. It's also the Queen of Heaven, but it's because the Queen of Heaven protects the male, right? It protects the child. There's 2 of those. They come together as one, and that's what the Statue of Liberty is. And when you look into it, Fanny's God.
Yeah. That's what he was talking about. But Mark Dice was doing he was just shilling, like he was giving half truths on it, I guess, like trying to make it a big deal, like, oh, I'm exposing Satanists, but he really wasn't like giving the entire facts.
That's...
And so they keep you in a box of like, you know a lot, but you don't know a lot.
Exactly. So is gatekeeping is the best term for that. And
gatekeeping? What did you just say? Gatekeeping? Genius?
Right? Gatekeeping, yeah. Keeping you at the gate program for talented children.
That is freaking scary.
Yeah. Oh man. I wish I could stay longer. We're probably going to have to clue this up within the next couple of minutes, but this is, for those that don't know, you're finally hearing Octavia for the first time, and she's basically what I thought.
Oh my god, I am. Yeah, right.
She comes packing energy.
Yeah, I do. I ruin chats.
You're not ruining anything.
Chats. I'm so sorry. Let me just apologize to everybody, because I know there's people out there that they're not cool with my energy, and even in a chat room where it's a chat, like they're mad.
No, I think they're fine for the most part. Yeah, no, all good, man. All good.
Yeah,
Don't
I
worry
come
about
from a different community, you know, community.
it. Community. We gotta come together for the community.
I come from a different one. Yeah, I'm not from here.
I'm from a special community.
Yeah, we're gifted. We went to Gate.
I went to a gated community. Yeah.
Oh my god. Why is everything ruined in this world now? Like, it's just...
I don't know. Blame commies and Jesuits. Everything will be
Oh my
alright.
god. Is that, yeah, that's really what I'm getting from you, is that I should just, like, everything goes back to the Jesuits.
Just laugh at the Jesuits.
Oh my god. I don't think you do much laughing at any of that stuff, like, to tell you the truth. You're pretty intense.
I am intense. This is the biggest complaint I get from any girlfriend, anybody at all. It's just I'm too intense. Way too
They're all
intense.
calm down.
Well, you know, the guy is supposed to be the calming person, you know what I mean? And I'm here,
God.
I'm like, Ignatius Loyola.
Everyone's all, yikes. Hi.
Yeah, it's the one.
They like your cat. They're like, I really like this cat. Oh my god. Okay, I have to go.
It's great.
I love your cat. Oh my god, your cat is the cutest thing ever. I love hearing him in the background.
Just the torture that is ongoing with this little dude.
Your frustration with him, but he's little. Oh my god, I just love the
I know,
meows are the
he's
cutest
so
thing ever.
tiny, and the meows are cute. I know he's. There's a reason why he sticks around. He's just too gorgeous. Too
Oh,
gorgeous.
I miss my cat.
Can you not get him
People
back?
are allergic to cats. No, well, I mean, I could, but like he's made a home with my other sister, and like she has another cat. They're best friends. Like I don't want to take him away from
You know what?
her other dumb cat.
That's actually not a bad idea, because like the changes can really hurt cats. Like this,
Oh, yeah,
this
it hurts
kitty,
their
when I
feelings.
move, he's like,
Yeah.
yeah. It's hard.
It
Some
sticks
of
with
them,
It's
yeah.
like trauma.
Yeah, it takes a long time, actually. Like my cat, it takes a long time for him to get used to any new spot or anything like that. So.
Yep. And they have like weird depression. You're like, calm down. You're a cat. Calm down. You sleep all day.
Yeah. You're supposed to be
What is
chill
your
with
deal?
me. He's like,
Yeah, he's all flipping out. You're like, what is your deal? It's like having a meltdown like my 5-year-old niece.
The funny thing was, when he was a kitten, he couldn't even meow. There's something wrong with his throat, and it was just like he would try, and it would just be like.
Oh my god, sad.
So I was like, well, man, I could actually like take him in. Like I could not spend on like a big apartment. You know what I mean? I could like even maybe rent a room or something, save some money, right? And then as soon as I take him to the place, he's.
You're all, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, he's loud now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, that's his thing. That's his thing for sure.
You said that virus he had, like it did something to his paws or the size of them. Is that what you said?
So not his paws. It was like his arm. His arms.
What?
Like it had zero. Like he lost almost all of his muscle. Like he
What
lost.
the hell?
He went from like right now he weighs like in kilograms I weigh him. So I kind of forget about it now. There's like 3.7, 3.8 kilograms, so something like 5.5 or something like that. Just
Oh
go
my
by.
God.
That's what he weighs now. But there was times I was weighing him, and he was down to 2.5, so almost
my
half.
God.
Yeah, it was really
Hold
scary.
on 1 sec. What in the hell?
Yeah,
Okay.
less than
How do I
5
turn
pounds. Sorry, go ahead.
How do I turn off notifications? Can you hear my notification, or is that just on my side?
I've turned off all notifications.
I don't know how you told. I
Yep.
did. I thought I did. I don't know how to do it. It's
We're
really.
gonna don't worry. We're gonna do a little because I know that there's actually a few of you guys that are new to Discord, and this is the most annoying part of Discord. So I am switching over to Discord for the moment on your screen, and I'll walk it through orally for you as well.
Yeah. How do I turn off the "I'm online" thing? That's my biggest pet peeve.
Oh, the notification should be fine. So you're on a phone. You should be able to click your image, and it pops up online, idle, do not disturb, or invisible. But if you're you're looking
what?
bottom
I hate
left
it already.
corner. That's okay.
Okay. I'm in my profile. Is that right?
You can, yeah, and there should be a status on your phone. You know what? I'm just gonna pull up my phone. 1 second.
It says invisible. Can you see me though?
Well, I can see you because you're there, but you do
Oh.
not. Yep, no, you're invisible. You're invisible on
Okay,
the
good.
on the chat there. And if you want to turn
And
off
nobody can see
notifications,
like my info, right? Like my phone number or anything weird.
no, you're good. You're good.
Okay, good.
I won't be looking into it anyway. So
No, like the randoms. Like I know that on WhatsApp and like the other ones, Signal, like people can see your phone, like see you, and they can like call you and stuff. It's scary.
yeah, screw that. Screw that. I won't
Get
be doing
outta
any.
here.
There is a thing that you can do to have a verification with a phone number. I won't be doing that here. Don't worry.
Well, it made me do that. It made me do that like immediately.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I know.
That's not cool. You
These
want
new
to
programs
skip
are
it?
just so sketchy. It's like they're afraid of anonymous behavior. It's like, man, this is how the internet's been working until you losers showed up a couple years ago.
Well, oh my God. I don't know if anybody else is having this problem with their iPhone, but yeah, ever since yesterday with like the solar flares or whatever the hell was happening, my phone is just turning itself off and like it's turning the internet
My phone
off.
turned off. My phone
What is
actually turned off.
happening?
That's
Yeah, but yeah, it turned itself off.
interesting. I don't know if
And
that's
I was like, excuse me.
Amelia
I did not
Brecken
do
could
this.
see.
Yeah, like, okay, it's kicking me out of live streams. I cannot stay on them. It just kicks me out, like, completely of YouTube and things. It's weird. It's doing whatever it wants.
It can be a little bit weird like that, indeed.
But I think it's the update. I really think they put something on, like, software-wise. There's some kind of spyware on it or something. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, some
I
more
hate
spyware.
that.
Did you ever see that Windows update video?
Yes.
Oh, Windows.
I know what you're talking about.
Windows, the racist one, or the
Yeah.
became a racist.
Yes.
There's a hard R in here, guys. I'm not saying it, but he does. So we gotta listen to this for a second. It's
I'm
not
not
about the
saying
hard R. It's
Look at
about
this shit. Look at this stupid bullshit.
you like-
Restarting in 12 minutes and 58
You're just
seconds.
all giving out
This shit
qualifiers before
comes
you
up on
even
my
start. Oh my
computer
God. Okay, this
every
isn't me.
single day. Automatically, your PC needs to restart to finish
Okay, everyone, I
installing
don't
important
represent
updates
this.
every
I'm
single
just gonna
day.
play it.
And every single
Don't worry,
day,
you're okay.
I click later. You know why I click later? Because there's no option to click never.
on my
I
ear
like
right
to
here.
click never. I never want to install these bullshit, meaningless, superfluous. I hate them! I hate these stupid updates! Look at this shit!
Oh my God,
Every
if I had
day
a
this
flat
comes
tire,
up, and you know what happens after you click later a few times? When a few days goes by, and you keep clicking later and later because you don't want to fucking do it, you just want to put it off. This automatic bullshit that interrupts your work and makes you turn off your fucking computer,
did this
and you
thing
click
work?
later every
Hello?
day. Eventually,
sorry, you
it takes
can't
away
hear
the
it. I
option to even
apologize.
click later, and it just says
can
these
hear
are
you.
your
I'm
only
just plugging
options. It's
myself here.
basically putting a knife to your head and saying
Oh
you
my
can
God.
either fucking you
don't
can
have a flat
either
tire.
wait
Oh,
11
that's
minutes and we'll shut it off for you, or you can just, bite the bullet and shut it off now. It doesn't even give you a
I hope
choice
everybody
to say
in the
no.
chat
It
understands
just
that I'm
comes
sitting
up
at a
whenever it
turnout.
wants automatically and says, fuck
okay.
you, we're
Just-
turning off your
there.
computer no matter what you're doing in 10 minutes and 47 seconds. Look at this shit. I am fucking rendering something, you cocksucker. I'm doing important shit. Why do you need to install updates? What updates? Some more fucking spyware so the NSA can keep watching what I'm doing? Looking at my dick pics and watching me jack off? Spying on me? Obama, you fucking nigger! I'm a racist! You made me a racist!
Sorry, I apologize to Octavia. This was my fault. I didn't have it streaming to you. Only the chat could hear that video that just happened. So I apologize for that. That was
I don't know what's happening at all, so who knows?
it was the
Do whatever.
Sorry about that. I won't play it again because it's just so ridiculously offensive. But that was my bad. Well, I'll have to share the screen.
If
on
it's the
Discord
one I'm
next time.
thinking of, I've seen it. I've totally seen it.
The updates. What updates?
Yeah.
Some more spyware so you can watch me jag off? Obama?
I'm only laughing because I'm not racist.
No, we don't need to qualify this. It
People
has nothing
think
to
that we
do.
are.
It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with being racist. It has
It
absolutely.
doesn't. I know, but people think everything is racist now, so I promise.
Well, screw them anyways, because that rant is epic, just like Nick T said. Well,
Yes.
I'll get that. I'll post that in the link or in the chat for you guys.
Yeah,
because
post
it
in
is.
the yeah.
It is such a hilarious. I was trying to show it too, and it wouldn't let me broad stream it. But yeah, so
Oh my
that's there
gosh.
for you guys. If you want to watch it again, because I know poor old. This was not Octavia's fault. This was my fault because she couldn't hear it and I didn't have anything up. So yeah.
Well, what the hell? Can everybody hear me? Like, I don't even know what's going on. Can they hear me?
You can be heard now. I had to turn you down for a quick second because you didn't know
turn me
that.
down.
No, you're good. You're good, man. You got a nice-
Oh, I'm always gonna
nice
keep
voice.
talking to myself too, so don't worry. Like, whatever's going on.
Perfect. That means I don't have to think of too much.
I know you really don't with me. I know.
I use Windows 7 with SP1 on my 10-year-old gaming PC. I got a 10-year-old gaming PC too, bro. Nice.
What the heck?
Yeah, man, because it still has power. It's never they haven't improved anything. They're just like, we need to be more eco-friendly.
What does that mean? What? Build back better? Wait, so you have a 10-year-old gaming system? Is that
PC,
Sega
and it's
Genesis?
rocking.
What is that?
Oh no, my computer
Oh, God.
is meant for gaming, and it's 10 years old, and it still rocks everything because there's no more power being added to the new.
Yep, you want like old technology. So that they can't add whatever the heck they want on it.
Yeah, exactly. And the more that you go into the hardware now, the later the hardware, it's so compromised with spyware and all that stuff from the very get-go, you know.
100%.
Yeah, Octavia is a likable spirit. Indeed, I think it's good to have you on.
Thank you, appreciate it. I hate being on panel.
It's fun.
I rarely go on panel. I know people. Oh my god, I rarely.
Oh, Note 3, dude! I had a Note 3. I'm not even kidding you. The stylist. That was the best phone ever, and I used it to death by making videos and stuff like that on it. So I don't have it anymore. But man, that was the greatest phone I've ever had. A Note 3.
You burned it out making videos?
Yeah, I used to, all my old videos. Anything from 5 years ago or more is made on a video or is made on a phone.
You were making videos 5 years ago?
Word, yeah, go check it out. Yeah, it was the conspiracy theory stuff, and all my videos were made on phone.
Yeah. Yours are like 8 years. Like I went back a little bit, but you got all intense.
Yeah, I did. Well, I went crazy.
I was all yikes. It was like I just got out of some. I was like, oh my god.
See, that's what happens when you call out the Jesuits and you don't know what they do to people who call out the Jesuits.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
could
happened.
tell what was happening. I was like, okay, I get something went down or
Oh,
is
yeah.
going down.
Oh yeah, baby, I went crazy.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, I was like, whoa.
For sure. But
I'm like, he seems so nice.
But I think I got out of it pretty well, and I learned a lot of stuff with it. But yeah, just be careful if you're calling out the Jesuits. Realize that they know how to. They got your number. They got your
I don't
number.
even know who they are. Why would I'm not calling them? I don't know anything about them.
Word. No.
If I'm calling them out, I don't know what I'm doing.
Absolutely. And listen, I'm telling you guys, those in chat, like, this is not an insult. She's trying to be nice. What she just saw of like my stuff from 8 years back. I keep it up for documentation purposes only because it's so embarrassing.
Oh my god, it's
She's
so
not
fun.
messing around.
That's so fun to go through somebody's page and like go through their past. It's fun.
Sure. Yeah.
You're all, oh, here's what's going on in their life. Like you just kind of go through their videos. You're all, oh, he's really upset today. Like, it's so weird.
No,
It's weird.
That's it. Well, I mean, that's probably what makes you a good compiler then. That's probably what's up with
Yeah.
that.
I love compiling. It's one of my favorite things to do.
I hate it. It's my least favorite of
fun.
all.
Why? It's so much fun. Oh my god.
I like making jokes in the videos, and this keeps me from making the jokes and thinking of the jokes. I gotta go looking through stuff.
I know. I always have like the joke in my head, and I can't find the right thing. But so I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna do whatever. It like ruins it. It's hard making videos. Like, my mind goes too fast.
It's rough. Well, it's until you have the backbone of it set. Like, it's so confusing. You know what I mean? Trying to build the backbone. After that, it's all about quality of life. It's just gravy from there. But trying to set up the thing, it's just Oracle loves you, by the way.
I know.
She's really
so
excited today.
Sweet. So sweet. Everybody in this group, this volcano community. Like, I wish we could build a community around a volcano. It's gonna eventually stop erupting, and then what?
Yeah.
Jesuits? I don't know.
I'm screwed.
Yeah, I don't know what you were streaming before this. I have no idea. Like, I noticed you were like, the regulars. I'm like, what? Didn't this just start erupting? What is he talking about?
Yeah, no, I've had old regulars that they don't I don't know how much they appreciate, but they stop in and say hi. They understand that I'm a bit of a random guy. But people like,
they're all, what are you doing now?
where did you go? Where did you go? It's like, we were talking about Jesuits. What's going on?
Oh my God, what is this, a volcano? They're like, who's this guy reporting on this volcano?
They got to him.
Oh my God, I haven't seen the bushcraft at all today.
I covered it about an hour into the stream. So
I know. I already knew I was going to miss it.
No worries, no worries. All right, if you're on in daytime, we might do like a torture session of going through all of bushcraft bears, just to pick the best stuff. So we might do that.
Well, I need to anyway. I was going to compile things for you, so I was going to anyway.
Yeah, maybe we'll get you on for that. I tell you what, well, we talk on Discord anyways.
I think, okay, so I think whoever's editing his videos, I don't think he does it, by the way. I think whoever is editing his videos is intentionally trying to make him look stupid.
Yeah.
Like they're all this guy. Like they just
look at this freaking guy. He's like, oh, great footage, man. Great footage of you biking.
They give him a freaking script and they're like, okay, talk about this cloud. And then I will show it to you right now. And then the cut to the cloud is it's the greatest cut. I was like, oh my God, this is comedy genius. Like, who edited this?
What's
I know
that?
He didn't.
What is that
The cloud
show? What is the show that it's like 4 or 5 friends and they're daring each other to do certain things while the rest of them are like in a back room. That's it.
Impractical Jokers, yeah.
It's like
I
the editing
love that show.
editing team is like he is constantly the one that they
He lost all the bets. They're all, oh, here's your job, sir. We're going to give you a book deal. And then they're all, oh, this guy.
That's awesome. Okay. Listen, I got to finish this up because I can't let this go on.
I know. I know.
But listen, if you guys, this was great. This is great. We got to do more of this. That's for sure.
Yeah, this is great. I'm sitting at a turnout. It's like 2 degrees.
Oh my gosh.
It's literally 2 degrees. It's so cold.
So she came out all this way just to chat, and now we're here for. I'm so sorry. I wish I could stay longer, but I do have to
no,
finish
it's
up.
my fault. Well, let's all blame Sydney, my niece. It's her fault. So
it's okay.
It's her little meltdown's fault. I can come on whatever because I don't mind doing panels, but it's always weird because I have to like drive to wherever I can get service.
Yeah, that sounds really bad. So we'll always bear that in mind when we're figuring things out. We won't let you, rush the things.
Well, I just want to say everybody in the chat, everybody in this group community is amazing. I just love all you guys.
It's been a really fun time so far, and I look forward to more of it.
All right, cool.
Sal, start talking about the volcano's crime statistics.
Yeah, you guys want to talk about true crime? That's me, so I can do that. I'm from that community.
All right, guys. I am going to finish this up, but I will be back in that Discord. Actually, we can all have a chat if you'd like. It's been.
Does anybody get annoyed by Discord? Is there anything we shouldn't be doing in there? Tell me some rules or regulations or like parameters, Avi.
Yeah, no worries. The only thing is, in the general, you want to try and keep it so that text is like primary. Like there's jokes and stuff and like pictures that you can.
You're the one who was posting stuff.
Oh, I know. I gotta be careful about that.
You showed us how to do that. And then...
Oh, but
cool.
So yeah, you can keep it in like the memes and the red pills and stuff like that. But in the what happens when we get moles, which we will get moles if we're calling out people, we'll get moles to destroy things. What they'll start doing is spamming pictures in the general chat. So that it clears
I've seen that. I know what that is.
Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the only thing. And like I can tell the difference between someone who's like a little giddy about wanting to share something and someone that's like literally sliding everything, you know what I mean? So even then
I know.
Don't worry.
You're like a bodyguard girl. Oh my god, there it is. Get it out.
Yeah. It's gross. These freaking moles.
Okay, so there's nothing that we shouldn't be doing. And you're telling me that the hashtags, that is the group. Like that you hashtag something and then add people to that? Or like you hashtag things and it goes in that? Like what is that?
So it's one server divided by a bunch of channels, as many channels as I want or whatever. And so each hashtag is a different channel of information.
Oh my god, that's so confusing.
Yeah, you'll get used to it, I promise. I know that this is actually quite the
what do you call it? It's daunting at first, but once you get used to it, it becomes really easy to use. Susie, I saw that you were in the general, and I'm so sorry that I can't get you on. I would love to have you on. It's just that I do have to finish this up.
Tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Are you going to get burned out tonight, Avi? Or are you not coming on tomorrow?
No, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start doing these smaller. You know what I mean? Like maybe, you know, have a 6-7 hour kind of thing. I could have like a, you know what I mean, like an unmanned stream as well. But these actual shows or whatever, we'll keep it down to like, you know, the 5-6 hour range this time. And we'll probably have like the latter part to be like a call in and, you know, stuff like that, or maybe a panel and stuff like that. And
yeah, fun. I love it.
Yeah, and I think what I'm going to do now is like, if you click on 1 hour in to the video, you'll get bushcraft. I think that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, yeah, I was going to do it already, yeah. That's a good idea. Well, can I click on it now and it's 1 hour in?
It's close. I wasn't perfect on it, but it was basically 1 hour in and it's there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yay, I'm excited.
Yeah, no.
I like to listen to your commentary.
For sure.
It's so weird how we don't hear each other's voices, but we assume that we are hearing each other's voices in chat. It's so odd.
Yeah, it's
so it's nice to meet all of you.
Yeah, for sure. And Susie, we'll get you on next time. Oracle, if you want to come on, and anybody else, you're more than welcome to do this as well. But
yeah, everybody do it.
Definitely.
And everybody smash the like button and go and share this, okay? Thank you.
I hate that so much.
I know, and that's seriously what they make mods do on the other community. Like, it's seriously that's your job. You're supposed to do that constantly.
I guess I could see why they would make people do that, but it's just so
obnoxious. Yeah, it's
greasy.
cringe.
Greasy. Yeah.
It's terrible. I feel really bad afterwards.
All right, guys, we're going to conclude this now. I'm going to kick you out of here, Octavia, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was really fun.
My dear viewers.
Take care.
Okay, bye.
And that was Octavia. It was actually really fun. I enjoyed it a lot. And we're going to finish up here now. Like I said, check the Discord and we can chat further. And what time will I be live again? So I think I'm going to start pulling it back earlier and earlier. Okay. And what I am hoping to do is 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 5 hours behind you. Okay, so hopefully that works for you. I might pull it back another hour or so it's not too late, but the real action kind of happens at that time too. So I'm weighing it out, but I'm going to try and keep it like more structured, I guess. And an hour in will always be the bush crap. Yeah, she is awesome. That was really fun. What time will we be live again? Yeah, I already read that. Impractical Jokers lost all the bets. That was brilliant. That was really, she lost all the bets. All right, guys. Thanks again. It's really been a pleasure, as always. Really, it's the best. What time? So 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're in UK, it would be midnight, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Sorry I'm really late for you guys. But, yeah, we might pull it back a little bit earlier. But, hold on. I tell you what, tomorrow, make it 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 6 p.m. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll even set it up. I'll set up the schedule now. I'll start being a little bit more strict on my protocol. All right, guys. It has been a pleasure, like I said before, and we will see you next one. And if you want to keep chatting, we are in the Discord right now, so